Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901. Death is certain. Battlefield. Unlike the first battlefield that Lee Su had been to, this was the inner city battlefield, the last of the three major battlefields in Fengdu. The place of the battle was an extremely huge ancient city, so huge that it was unbelievable. Even if you stood thousands of miles in the sky, you still couldn't see the edge of the ancient city. This city was very dilapidated. There were traces of battles everywhere, and corpses were almost everywhere in the city. There was a huge broken hand lying on the city wall. The hand was so big that it was taller than a mountain, spanning a distance of almost 10,000 miles, and fell there like a wall with no visible focus. There was a corpse of a giant dragon, which was almost smashed to pieces, and its skull was pierced. The grey-white brain inside slowly flowed out, forming a river tens of meters wide along the dragon's head. There was a phoenix, which was nailed to the ground by a long spear. The spear was extremely huge, more than a kilometer long, and there were 9 poles, which nailed the wings and body of the phoenix to the ground. The phoenix was dead, but flames were still flowing out of it. That was its blood, which should have been a symbol of eternal immortality. Under those huge corpses, there were countless smaller corpses. Some were hundreds, tens, or even tens of feet tall. They were all dead, either killed by sharp weapons, or by the Dao. These people were all extraordinary. Even after a long time of death, their corpses still existed. Even if all the vitality was gone, their bodies still flowed with a strong and indissoluble aura of immortality. Many bones of the fallen corpses were exposed, and there was still an immortal golden light on them. The supreme scriptures could be seen floating inside, and the glory was still there. That was the eternal bone. It was the symbol of Dao, transcending immortality. In addition to the corpses, there were many treasures. Undoubtedly immortal weapons were broken, the swords were broken, the knives were broken, the guns were bent, and the armor was torn. Although they were clearly broken, those casual ones still had extremely amazing power, carrying an extremely terrible power. The scene was once shocking. After all, this scene of falling was not 1 or 2, but thousands. Looking at this huge city, it was all. It must have been a terrible massacre. Even the most powerful lives lost their lives here and turned into corpses, dumped in this ancient city. However, even in such a terrible atmosphere, this ancient city still did not get the original tranquility. The killing continued in this huge ancient city. On one side, there were the Yin soldiers and generals. They kept killing from the east of the city. The army was like a tide, with millions and tens of millions pouring in without stopping. On one side, there were dead souls. The strange existence that Lee Su had encountered before was different from the few sporadic ones he encountered. Here, their number was terrifying, and their bodies were extremely strange. They occupied the west tightly, and fought with the Yin soldiers and generals who had never stopped. The shouting and killing became the only sound in this huge and boundless ancient city. What the two sides were fighting for was the palaces in this ancient city, large palaces. There were about 15. At this moment, 8 large palaces had been occupied by dead souls, and the Yin soldiers were pushed away to a certain distance, about tens of kilometers away. Of the remaining 7, only 3 were completely controlled by the Yin soldiers and generals, and the other 4 were in a state of contention and fighting between the two sides. The figures of living monks were also seen, some of whom were shuttling across the battlefield and fighting with the dead souls. Unlike outside Fengdu city, these monks were given equipment and had the capital to collide with the dead souls. With the blessing of equipment, they performed very amazingly. Wherever they passed, it was like mowing the grass, and they would quickly cut off a large area and take away hundreds of dead souls. The performance was undoubtedly very powerful, but the number of both the Yin soldiers and the dead souls was too large. If you are not careful, you will be covered by the terrible dead souls and disappear in the endless frenzy. At this moment, on one side of the dead soul base camp, it was a huge arm, with the palm facing up and the 5 fingers bent. The diameter of the palm alone exceeded almost 20 miles, which was incredibly large. The arm stretched out from the ground and raised the palm in the air. The highest point of the hand was almost 100 feet above the ground. At the highest point of the finger, where one can sweep the surroundings at a glance, there is a palace. At this moment, waste. Not only did you fail to figure out the situation of the first origin, but because of the revenge against GGOO, all the people of the Black Mountain sect were cleared out of Fengdu City. Your only value is that you can travel back and forth to Fengdu City as a living person. Tell me, what is the meaning of your existence now that you have lost this value? In the palace, the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect, who had returned to the battlefield in a panic, was kneeling there with a pale face. Not far in front of him, on the throne was a young man, a dead soul, whose soul was almost pale, and strange shadows could be seen flowing under his body. On his head, there was a crown, with an eyeball in the center of the crown, and flames burning on the top. The crown ring was composed of 9 twisted bodies, which were entangled and looked extremely miserable. Not only that, as the young dead soul became angry, the 9 twisted figures actually moved, trembling uncontrollably, with breath flowing out of them, and magnificent sparks could be seen, with amazing fluctuations. That was a soul, and it was not an ordinary soul, but a soul of the Dalo realm. This crown has an extraordinary origin. It is the eternal crown of the Dead Soul clan. It was forged with special materials and mixed with the residual soul of Dalo. It is a symbol of status. Not only that, it is also equivalent to a top-level immortal weapon with extremely terrifying power. It is a thing that only a very small number of people in the Dead Soul clan can wear. To be precise, it is a symbol of the royal family, and also a symbol of the prodigy and the strong. The Dead Soul clan does not have the blood tradition of living beings. Only the best people are qualified to wear this crown and become the emperor of the clan. It is the first prince. The 15 fires are the perfect prodigy. The 15 fires here are not the 14 fires that are kneeling in front of him. It is the perfection in the true sense, reaching the extreme mentioned in the ancient flood. Looking at the kneeling senior brother of the Black Mountain sect, the first prince seemed very angry at the moment. If the person in front of him was not the partner appointed by his father, and there was also a saint behind him, based on the information just now, he really wanted to extract the soul of the person in front of him, make it into a soul stick, and throw it into purgatory to burn forever. It knew about the hatred between the Black Mountain sect and the G sect. With the other party cooperating well, it was not a big deal to spend some effort there. But now that the first origin had a problem, the other party not only did not put their heart there, but instead invested manpower and material resources in the outer city to occupy the central government office, wanting to strangle the G sect in advance. As a result, it touched the bottom line of the other 3 sects, leading to their downfall. Fengdu City is very important. It not only connects the 3 battlefields, but also reflects all the halls of the supreme god of the underworld. At this moment, the 15 palaces they are fighting for are projected there, which can be said to be extremely important. Now that all the people of the Black Mountain sect have been driven away, it means that there is no way to know the situation in Fengdu City here, and there is no way to take precautions in advance about what will happen next. The impact of this is almost no less than the problem with the first origin. The eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect was also sweating profusely at this moment, and he also knew the seriousness of this matter. On the surface, all the people in Fengdu were killed, and even the Wanshao Palace was not spared, and they became blind. Your Highness, this incident was my fault, but there is no problem with the intelligence. Although the open forces of the Black Mountain sect have been expelled, the real situation of the Black Mountain sect has not been exposed. After a period of time, we can send people back. Before that, we also had someone in the G sect. That person has a very high status and can get all the information directly through the G sect's eyes. I have talked to him before coming here, and he will deliver the situation there immediately in the next period of time. Listening to the words of the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother, the first prince's anger subsided a little. Then what about the first origin? Have you found out the reason? Who destroyed it? Hearing this, the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother smiled bitterly and shook his head. After receiving the news, I immediately sent someone there, but before they got close to the origin, the person I sent was caught. Caught? The first prince's eyes flashed with fire. Yes, the person sent was suspected of being a spy and was directly captured by the underworld's ghost soldiers and generals. Your Highness, could this destruction of the first origin be? The Black Mountain sect's eldest brother couldn't help but take a breath. His expression was a little inexplicable. The first prince shook his head. It was unlikely. After all, that was their own rule. If they violated it, the dead souls would be relieved. There was no need to make such a fuss. But Your Highness, the teacher once said that the three origins of the underworld can only be approached by those who have fully mastered the three levels of Yinwen, lower, middle and upper, and can awaken the king level. The eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect couldn't help but say, given the difficulty of the Yinwen, it would not be strange if it took hundreds or thousands of years. But how long has it been now? Someone can enter the origin in just a year and a half. Listening to the other party's words, the first prince couldn't help but frown. He also knew that even the lowest level Yinwen would not be successfully cultivated in a short time. Even it would take several months of hard work. You must know that it is not Tai, but a strong man in the Daluo realm. For this mission, he cut off the power of Daluo and came here. Daluo needs several months to learn and comprehend, not to mention the Tai in Fengdu City, who is a true immortal. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. The eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect took a breath and couldn't help but said, Your Highness, since there is a problem with the first origin, what about the second origin? The second origin? The first prince sneered. Maybe they use some preparations. After all, they have been in confrontation for such a long time, and the first origin was taken back by them, but they want to succeed a second time with the same method? Since the accident of the first origin, the second origin has been prepared. The ancestor has awakened and is no longer in the origin pool. There will be no chance for the other party to take over the body that was severely damaged by the resonance of the yin text and the origin pool. If anyone dares to force his way in, he will definitely die. Roar. At the moment, when the first prince finished speaking, a shocking roar suddenly sounded from the outside. The sound was extremely terrifying. It directly penetrated the obstacles of the world and impacted and vibrated the area within a radius of thousands of miles. Who? Chapter 902, Meat Grinder on the Broken Bridge. Back to Li Su. After he had dealt with the Yinwen and confirmed the fate of the other three religions with his own eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if they had not reacted, the GGO would not be caught as easily as before, even though they had realized through him that there was a traitor in the sect. But the city is so small, and there are fixed resource consumption every day. Because of the long-term continuous suppression, most GGO disciples do not have much money in their hands. Even if they want to hide, it will not last long. If it becomes like that, Li Su will inevitably have to take some actions, such as transferring some money to Yangping, and always paying attention to the actions of the Black Mountain sect, which will undoubtedly waste a lot of his time. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly. At least the GGO disciples in Fengdu City will have no safety issues. For this reason, he also contacted Yangping, and the other party was very excited. The simultaneous fate of the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect spread directly within the GGO. The haze that was pressing on the top of the head suddenly dissipated, and the atmosphere was very warm. Because they had been enduring all this time, many people were filled with great anger. In the past year and a half, many of the disciples of GGO who were killed by the Black Mountain sect were their fellow disciples, and even their blood relatives. They watched them die helplessly, but they were powerless, and they were not even allowed to fight back. It is easy to imagine how much anger they were filled with. Faced with this result, the management of GGO in Fengdu City could not recognize a sigh of relief. They were not only angry about enduring this order, but also under tremendous pressure. The atmosphere inside GGO can be said to be getting worse day by day, especially this time in the central mansion in the outer city. Hundreds of people just gave up. If they really died because of this, I'm afraid that this group of people would never have peace in their lives. Fortunately, the development of the matter did not go beyond the worst direction. Someone took down the central mansion and released the captured GGO disciples. Soon after, the other three sects ended up very suddenly and mercilessly strangled all the forces of the Black Mountain sect in Fengdu City. Although the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother finally escaped, it was not so easy to kill him. After touching the existence of the 15 fires, his immortality was too strong and had already bred a trace of eternal truth. At this level, unless the opponent really wanted to fight, it would be too difficult to kill him. At present, the only thing that troubled GGO was the traitor who gave the location of the Outer City disciples. GGO didn't need him to worry about it for the time being, so Lee Su naturally went straight to the battle site in the middle city and arrived at the second battlefield. Undoubtedly, the battle here was even more tragic. This time it was not an ancient castle, but a huge ancient bridge. It was so wide that Lee Su thought he was on a huge plain at first. This was a broken bridge, cracked in the middle, and the other side was completely destroyed. The battle here was completely different from that in the ancient castle. It was no longer a corpse ghost, but a dead soul, with an amazing and decayed breath. On the other side of the fracture, they poured over in an endless stream, and after reaching the edge of the broken bridge, they hugged each other, and saw their souls began to twist and merge into one. There were hundreds of thousands of them at a time, but in a moment they became huge giants one after another. They stood up, jumped off the broken bridge, and fell into the river under the broken bridge. The body moved quickly and quickly moved towards the broken bridge. At this moment, on the broken bridge, there were huge crossbows, and countless ghost soldiers gathered there. The giant crossbows glowed all over, and energy flowed out, forming a huge array. The next second, there was a loud bang. The huge crossbow arrow turned into a stream of light, like a meteorite from the sky, and directly hit the dead souls who wanted to wade across the river. There was a loud bang. The twisted giant composed of hundreds of thousands of dead souls collapsed on the spot, and the body couldn't help shaking. Countless dead souls were shaken off, and fell into the river below. With a hissing sound, the dead souls that fell began to scream, and their bodies were quickly corroded and swallowed by the dark river without any light. This time, there was no direct close-range battle, except for the one who was manipulating the crossbow. The rest of the Yin soldiers and generals just stood aside, with no intention of taking action at all. Most of the Yin soldiers and generals kept their eyes on the crossbow, ready at all times. Suddenly, one of the crossbows had a problem, and a decayed smell appeared on the array pattern, filled with a strong aura of death. In just a moment, the crossbow visible to the naked eye became old, as if tens of millions of years had passed in an instant. With a shout, countless Yin soldiers and generals rushed up. They rushed to the crossbow one by one, and as the front row of Yin soldiers put their hands on the crossbow, the terrifying Yin Ki burst out directly. In an instant, the crossbow was covered, and endless Yin Ki rolled into the crossbow, washing away the decayed and deadly aura that suddenly appeared on it. Muffled groans continued to sound, and the Yin soldiers who were too close fell one by one. Corrupted spots appeared on their souls, intertwined with the aura of death, but in just a moment, their souls withered directly. As they died, the empty space was quickly filled, and a large amount of Yin Ki continued to pour out until the terrifying decay and death power on the crossbow was completely washed away. Facing this scene, even Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and was shocked by this extremely crazy scene. This can no longer be called a battle. This is completely the most terrible situation in war, a meat grinder. The battle between the two sides has no skills at all. It is just a pile of lives. It depends on the number of people to see who can't hold on first. On this huge battlefield, Lee Su also saw the figure of the monk. Basically, they are still auxiliary soldiers. They did not directly intervene in the battlefield, but helped the wounded. The dead souls crossing the river are not completely passive. For example, the crossbow that had problems just now had two huge dead souls slightly closer. They raised their hands and threw out a ball of grey breath. It was an aggregate of decay and death. It exploded immediately after flying over, and a large number of Yin soldiers were affected and died quickly. The mission of the monks is to help these injured, but not dead Yin soldiers, gather spiritual energy and turn it into drizzle. If there is a problem over there, cover that place and wash away the smell of decay and death through Yin Ki. After standing there and watching for a while, Lee Su turned around and went to find the Yin soldiers who accepted the new auxiliary soldiers. This time, Lee Su did not follow the steps and participate in this crazy meat grinder. He is a Yin official of the 5th grade. No, it should be said that he is now from the 4th grade. The comprehension of the middle 3rd grade text brings not only the transformation of the soul, but also the improvement of unofficial. He does not need to participate in such a war, just find someone to go to the 2nd origin. As for this war, unfortunately, even if he stands on the side of the underworld, he does not have much intention to participate, because it is meaningless. Such a war can only be fought by the Daluo realm, and it must be the level of the extreme Daluo in order to make a fundamental change. Otherwise, the role that can be played by the power of Tai is still not great. Even if he uses the treasure, it can only make the situation slightly better. After all, what he saw was only a corner of the battlefield. In fact, this broken bridge was almost 100,000 miles wide, and the huge crossbows had more than 1 million guns. The number of people on both sides was not as simple as tens of millions or hundreds of millions, but it seemed that there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers from planets with huge populations fighting behind them. This was a war with a population of up to trillions. This seemingly simple battle of attack and defense of a broken bridge was undoubtedly equivalent to a super war between two top civilizations, with the galaxy as the battlefield. The demise of hundreds of millions of people might just be a blink of an eye. Tai level was too small here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903, The Second Battle. Second Awakening. This scene was not unexpected. After all, he had made preparations in advance when he came in this time. There was no reason for the other party to wait for him to come so foolishly. Looking at the skeleton standing by the pool, as Lee Su came, he slowly withdrew his hand from the pool water. In an instant, the pool shook violently, and as the yin text that fell off Lee Su's soul fell into it, it bloomed with an extremely amazing light, directly dispersing the rich decay and death in the pool. So that's why the first origin was destroyed? Looking at the scene in front of him, the skeleton said calmly, "This is a bit beyond my expectation. Is it Zibian and the others? What an unpleasant action. What's the point of trying to get here in such a short time? The master of Fengdu is already dead. Why can't they figure it out? People who are obviously impossible to come back are still waiting so loyally. They are really a group of unpleasant dogs. Forget it. For your disgusting loyalty, after you go down to Fengdu, I will send you to reunite with your master." The skeleton's eyes rarely showed a trace of unhappiness. As a supreme being, a supreme existence, a mere underworld has been constantly hindering him for thousands of years, and has rejected him again and again. Now this action, which is like an turning over, has undoubtedly completely stimulated his heart, causing him to rise with huge anger. After saying that, he finally glanced at Lee Su. "Grass, you must be very excited and honored to have the honor to participate in hindering my plan, right? When you came, they must have promised you a lot of benefits, which made you very excited, right? Indeed, their plan is good. Even if I'm in such a place, it is difficult for me to contact you, so that I cannot know what happened. I think they should be complacent and excited at this moment, right? A mere ant is ignorant and dares to speculate on fate. Then let me personally extinguish this hope, destroy their thoughts, and let them understand what kind of existence they are facing. As for you, you will wail your foolish behavior every day and night in endless decay and death." After the words fell, the skeleton lightly snapped its fingers. The extremely terrifying power of decay directly permeated the entire second origin. The smell of decay was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye. The air, dust, bacteria, everything, even the Tao, withered with the snap of its fingers. Unlike the first time, this time he was not attacked by the second origin, and because he came out in advance, his mana remained at 90%. Not only that, unlike the first origin, the second origin was much easier to suppress, and here he could exert the power of the true immortal. Although the improvement was not great, it undoubtedly involved another realm. In the Dao realm, as a near saint, this level is the initial level that can exert its terrible power, far from the heavenly immortal realm. At this moment, the skeleton is the true meaning of the great perfection of the true immortal above the 15 fires. It has broken the myth and surpassed the pinnacle of this realm. He turned around and looked at the second source with a sneer in his eyes. I guess you think that, as long as you clean up, you have to start all over again. Ridiculous. How can you understand the power of a near saint? If you, who are so arrogant, can understand the power of a near saint, wouldn't my hard work of thousands of years be a joke? There are only 2 sources left. I lost my composure. I didn't expect you to do such an ugly thing for that disgusting loyalty. In that case, then you should deeply experience the power of a near saint and drown on the spot with an extremely desperate heart. The skeleton stretched out his hand and went directly to the second source. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, you didn't stop him. At this moment, outside the second source, there were several figures standing. Zebayan, Fanwash, Oxhead, and Horseface. At this moment, their faces were extremely serious, with a hint of tension and a little uneasiness in their expressions. Fanwash spoke suddenly. Lisu's movements were naturally in their eyes. They could be said to be observing them all the time. The recovery of the first origin undoubtedly made them breathe a sigh of relief. The momentum of falling into the abyss was finally stopped. No, that's not right. It should be said that they were finally pulled out a little. In this way, they should have gained a lot of time, decades, or maybe a few years. Of course, no matter how long it takes, it is undoubtedly much better than now. In this way, they don't need to be so anxious and have a chance to breathe. In this way, this little guy who they are optimistic about will also have a lot of time to slowly practice the remaining Yinwen. Even if the underworld still falls in the end, at least the Yinwen, the inheritance of the underworld, can be given away. As long as this inheritance is not destroyed, sooner or later, it will be taken back. However, what they didn't expect was that in just a few days, Lisu actually entered the battlefield for the second time and stepped on the place where the second origin was without hesitation. Because they didn't expect that when Zebayan and the others found out, Lisu had been taken to the second origin by the Yin General. After all, a 4th grade Yin position is a high position in the entire underworld, with extremely high authority. Although Lisu had already arrived at the second origin, Zebayan and his companions still caught up, but until the other party entered, Zebayan, who arrived first, stood still as if rooted. He wanted to stop it, because he knew that the situation of the second origin was obviously different from the first origin. The terrifying dead soul near saint hidden inside would not have the opportunity to attack and damage himself. And this time, the origin, the cultivator, can exert the strength of the true immortal realm at most. This realm touches the Tao. Although it is only a small Tao, for the near saint, it is equivalent to staying in his most powerful and terrifying field. Compared with the celestial immortal, it is simply a world of difference. No matter how strong Lisu is, he will not have even the slightest chance of winning. Facing Fanwash's words, Zebayan was silent. Yes, he didn't stop it. After a while, Zebayan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Yes, because compared to the inheritance, I want the underworld to exist longer, even if it's just one more day in this world. Hearing Zebayan's words, Fanwash, Miatao and Mamian were silent. Fanwash suddenly smiled bitterly. Why did the adults keep us? We are not suitable at all. Compared with inheritance, they care more about this land. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, the second origin. Looking at the skeleton who didn't even look at him from beginning to end, Lisu's mouth twitched. He took a breath quietly, silently summoned the Kingping sword, and the power of the fire flowed in it. Then he took his own steps and jumped behind the other party. Honestly and bluntly, a sword just stabbed out. With a clang, the skeleton's brain was pierced by Lisu's sword. In an instant, the skeleton was startled, and the pupils burning with fire widened to the limit. The whole skeleton froze and fixed there. The soul carried deep in the bones suddenly turned around with a look of disbelief. Who? Someone came in? How could it not know? However, when it looked back, it saw that the grass that was originally crushed by him and was like an ant, the grass that brought the yin text in to disgust it, stood behind him at some point, holding a sharp sword in its palm, and accidentally pierced its skull. And, you. The skeleton's whole body froze. After all, the position carrying the soul was pierced, and even at this moment it couldn't help but lose control of its body. Clang! The terrible sword light flashed, and it directly cut the skeleton open like tofu. On it, there was only the supreme scripture, generating immortal brilliance, mixed with a little fire. Supreme scripture? The breath of the treasure? The skeleton widened its eyes, looking at the ant that easily cut its carrier into pieces in disbelief. At this moment, it was numb. Obviously, this situation was completely different from what it imagined. Of course, as a near saint, even if it is in such a predicament, it will not be easily solved, and still has the power to fight back. The decayed breath appeared, floating out of its soul, silently piercing through the void, and heading directly towards the opponent's soul. This is not a kill, this is an obstacle. It only needs a breath. It only needs a breath of time to regroup, to take back the cut jade bone, and turn the tide of the battle. However, the next second, the opponent's soul lit up, and a large number of yin characters appeared on the surface, with a red-gold color, like a battle armor, directly isolating its power from the outside. King-level yin skin? Not only that, after a deeper look, it found that the opponent's soul was already at the point of transformation, and was transforming into a legendary race. It was a brand new race that originated from the underworld and was transformed through acquired transformation. Yin's own body. The skeleton's soul trembled, and all the bones in his body couldn't help shaking. Not only did it make a mistake in the situation and put itself in a desperate situation, but the more terrible thing was that he didn't notice the situation of the other party. This Yin Zhan clan is the biggest nemesis for the Dead Soul clan. This clan, the soul is not rotten. No. The skeleton could not help but roar. If there was a regret medicine in the world at this moment, it really wanted to eat a handful directly. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. The bones of the 15 fire immortals were chopped into pieces by Li Su's swords. The bones were broken, and the soul was naturally exposed. In an instant, Li Su grabbed it. There were dragon roars and phoenix cries between the 5 fingers, and there was a grand fire carrying the long history of the human race. As a near saint, as a sacred, as a supreme creature, this scene was too shocking for the skeleton. It was the ancestor of the Dead Soul clan. Even if it was just a wisp of soul, it was caught in the hands of an ant that it did not take seriously. What a humiliation is this? What a shame. It can't stand it. With a puff, before the skeleton's soul could speak, Li Su suddenly squeezed it hard, and the breath was extremely amazing, and the soul filled with sacred and eternal breath exploded. A large amount of firewood poured out, instantly covering the entire second source. In the blink of an eye, the remaining fragments were smashed to pieces without leaving any dust. Only the last trace of the skeleton soul remained, which lasted for a long time. Feeling the remaining touch of his palm, Li Su took a deep breath, and after a long time, he uttered a sentence faintly. The brain is a good thing. Chapter 904, Changes in the battle situation. A huge roar pierced through the sky. Not only on the battlefield, but also in Fengdu City. The extremely terrifying voice and the anger contained in it made countless people tremble for a moment, and they couldn't help but feel fear in the depths of their souls. Whose voice is it? How could it be so terrifying? Just hearing it, I feel like a disaster is coming. Ancestor? On the third battlefield, on the huge middle finger. Compared with the cultivators in Fengdu City who didn't know the truth, the first prince of the Dead Soul clan was startled. He was too familiar with this voice, and because of the huge puzzled look on his face. What happened? Why is the ancestor so angry? On the side, the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect was also shocked, and felt the extremely amazing anger in the voice. Ancestor? He was stunned, and then his face couldn't help but change. In an instant, an idea inexplicably came to his mind. No way. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Your Highness, is there something wrong with the second origin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The first prince shook his head without hesitation. How could it be possible? The second origin is now guarded by the ancestor himself. He is not asleep, but awake. Even if someone really goes in, he will be quickly killed by his ancestor. Are you kidding? That is a near saint creature. Unless the opponent is at the same level, even if Taluo faces its ancestor, there is only one result. The absolute gap in realms accumulates. The distance that seems not far is actually an unbridgeable gap. The distance is even farther than the 14th and 15th fires. Even if he himself is in the suppressed realm, he can kill the Tai disciple of the Black Mountain sect in front of him with one blow, and the opponent has no room to escape. The difference between the two is not only in height, but also in width. The width of Dalo realm in the field of the middle way is too scary. A move can break all the opponent's skills. This gap, unless the opponent has mastered the height of a saint, but even so, it is just a struggle. Is it impossible? The eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect did not speak. He was able to become the first disciple of Tai of the Great Sect, so he still has the ability. His failure now was not a problem of wisdom, but Li Su's fighting power was too amazing, forming an effect like a dimensionality reduction attack. Facing such an opponent, strategy is really meaningless. In the case of the cooperation between the Dead Soul and the Black Mountain sect to seize Fengdu City, the Black Mountain sect's eldest brother could not imagine that apart from the three major origins that were involved in the fundamental plan and the death of the Soul Ancestor himself, there was nothing else that could make the ancestor of the clan so angry. Although the other party did not refute him, the first prince's face did not calm down, but was always uncertain. He didn't want to believe it, but he was not a fool. The ancestor was so angry, it must be that the second origin had a problem. But how is this possible? Because of the problem with the first origin, the second origin ancestor was prepared in advance, and it was likely to come out of the origin pool. The king level awakening will activate the origin, resonate with it, and form a terrible force. If there is a foreign object in it, even the ancestor will not be easy, and will be affected by the radiation inside, causing damage to the pollution source. This is the inference they made after the first origin was destroyed. Therefore, as long as the ancestor comes out in advance and protects the pollution source from harm, then even if the other party repeats the same trick and lets someone in again to activate the second origin, it will be useless. After killing someone, just continue to pollute. Asterisk 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 roar. The huge sound also resounded in the second battlefield and was transmitted to the second origin channel. Zibayan and the other four were startled and stayed where they were. They were not unfamiliar with this voice, it was too familiar. The ancestor of the Dead Soul clan, the mere saint, the extremely terrifying existence. No way. Several people showed an unbelievable look on their faces at the same time, widened their eyes, and couldn't help looking in the direction of the second origin. That kid, he succeeded again. Old Fan. Without waiting for Zibayan to finish his words, Fanwash said with a surprised face, he is still alive, and the Book of Life and Death has not been restored. For a moment, several people were shocked. Li Su undoubtedly went in, not only went in, but also reached the center. As for the evidence, it was very simple. Not long ago, they had felt a vibration, and the pollution on the core of the second origin was cleared. That was undoubtedly the evidence that Li Su had entered the core, which meant the start of the king level awakening. I thought that the other party was dead this time, and that this action was most likely to fail. Maybe the pollution could be cleared, but the pollution source was still there, and at most it was considered to have bought some time. But I didn't expect that the roar of the old ancestor of the Dead Soul came directly. The anger was still extremely clear even across the world. He was furious and even angry. How did he do it? At this moment, Zibayan and the others were dumbfounded. If the pollution of the origin was so easy to clean up, they wouldn't have such a headache, and they would not even hesitate to let a younger generation who was carrying the inheritance of the underworld die. Questions, curiosity, and confusion filled the minds and bodies of several people at this moment, and an impulse to go in and take a look kept erupting. Let's go. Zibayan spoke suddenly, and Fanwash and the other two nodded quickly. Of course, they were not going to find Li Su, but to leave here and go outside. Although I don't know how Li Su did it, he did it. The cleaning of the pollution source of the second origin is undoubtedly a good thing for the underworld, a great thing. When they came outside, on the battlefield of the ancient bridge, Zibayan and the other four smiled rarely, their pupils glowing. The balance of war had completely collapsed. The greatest effect of the restoration of the origin was that the millions of crossbows on the ancient bridge would no longer have problems, and the underworld no longer needed to use the ghost soldiers to wash away the inexplicable pollution with their bodies. The situation of the war had completely changed. There were still many people standing in front of the crossbows, but they were no longer ghost soldiers, but ghost generals. Chains appeared one after another, and tens of millions of ghost generals mobilized a large amount of yin energy. In an instant, the chains crossed the sky and hit the huge dead soul aggregate that came across the river. This time, countless dead souls were directly pierced by the chains, and then dragged back by the ghost generals. The terrifying yin energy on the chains tilted down, clearly revealing the decayed aura and the dead souls. As a large amount of decayed aura fell, their appearance changed rapidly, and returned to normal ghosts. Facing this scene, the dead souls on the opposite side were very shocked, and the infinite attacks could not help but pause at this moment and stopped. Not only the second source, but also the castle, where the first source is. With the release of the second source, endless yin ki poured out and instantly filled the entire castle. The decayed aura that was originally lingering in the castle suddenly dissipated. The yin ki river visible to the naked eye for millions of miles around the castle roared out, directly pushing the decayed aura far away and retreating to the sea surface. With the appearance of a huge amount of yin ki, all the weapons on the castle exploded. Obviously, they were suppressed before and affected by the decayed aura. Good. Ha ha ha. Facing this scene, Black and White Impermanence and Ox-Headed Horseface couldn't help laughing. Unlike the first source, the recovery of the second source is too significant. The three sources are actually one, with the proportion of the first source 3 layers, the second source 3 layers, and the third source 4 layers. After taking back the first source, there are still 7 layers that are polluted, more than half. Although it is much better than when all were lost, it cannot form a reversal. It just returned to the scene a year and a half ago. But when the second origin was also subdued, the situation changed completely. The origin returned to a full 6 layers, while the opponent only had 6 layers left. In other words, it became an all-round suppression of the underworld. The opponent can only remember the third battlefield now. The first and second ones have returned to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. Therefore, it is completely understandable why the ancestor of the Dead Soul clan would roar and be angry. It should be angry, extremely angry. The return of the second origin is too important for the entire underworld. Boy, good job. Chapter 905, 3rd rank, HMM. It's really different. The second awakening gave Lee Soo a completely different feeling than before. It seemed that his soul had undergone a fundamental change. It was hard to describe the feeling, as if he had 2 bodies. He couldn't help but wave his fist, but he didn't use any magical powers. He just simply punched out a fist of wind. Looking at the air stirred by himself, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath. 2 layers. One layer is real wind, which is formed by force. The other layer is virtual wind, which cannot be seen by the naked eye, but the soul can feel it very clearly. It is equivalent to a single blow that causes 2 injuries. However, it is not enough. Lee Soo can feel the lack. The awakening yin one only covers the surface and inner layer of his soul. When it comes to flesh and blood, the skin and muscle nerves are covered. There is still a lack of bones, which is the key to supporting the human body. Of course, even if it is just like this, Lee Soo still feels very abnormal. He clearly feels that he seems to have stepped up a lot with the sealing of the middle stage of Taii. Because of the 2 times of consolidation of the soul, Lee Soo also clearly felt that his realm was being stabilized and was not far from perfection. Perhaps, after the 3rd awakening, he should be able to completely stabilize his own realm, and he can begin to gather the middle way and enter the late stage of Taii. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath. His eyes were a little hot. The late stage of Taii will undoubtedly be a huge transformation for him. You must know that the gap between the small way and the middle way is very large, and it is still the kind of very obvious. Touching the middle way will bring Taii not only a simple increase in the strength of the way, but also a terrifying number. 3,000 small ways merge into one, which is called the middle way. Even if you practice the lowest level of immortal law, there are 1,800 ways. Although this means that this late stage of Taii will not exceed 1,800 middle ways, it also means that the other party's main way alone can reach the level of more than 30 million small ways. This increase in the realm of Taii is very terrifying. It means that the power of the middle stage is more than 3 times that of the middle stage. If the power brought by the 10 fires and a star is 1, the perfection of the middle stage of Tei is 9. The killing of the lower grade immortal law is 1. The final strength of the middle stage of Tei is based on 10. The late stage of Tei is perfect, and it can reach more than 30. 11 fires, it can reach about 19.8. 12 fires, it is 32.4. When it comes to 15 fires, it can reach an astonishing 81. And what does it mean to triple? Without using immortal methods, it is more than 260. Even if it is said that the late stage of Tei with 14 fires is perfect, it has exceeded 200, which is more than 1 times the 15 fires of the middle stage. From this, it can be seen that Li Su, who is obviously only in the middle stage of Tei, can grasp the late stage of Tei with 14 fires. How terrible is his foundation? He has 117 stars, and the mass of each of them is 2.2. In other words, even if he does not bless the Supreme Saint, his strength in the middle stage of Tei is infinitely close to 260, which is equivalent to the power that can only be possessed by the late stage of Tei with 15 fires. Of course, the improvement brought by the middle way cannot be calculated so simply with numbers, and there are still problems in quality. But there is no doubt that, if Li Su can achieve perfection, and understand the middle way, there will be almost no opponent at the level of Tei. In the entire mythology world, it is estimated that only the little justice god in the heaven can fight him. That person is a little different. He is the biological son of Erlang Shen in the ancient times. Erlang Shen himself is extremely terrifying. He became a saint in the flesh during the conferred god period. He is also an orthodox descendant of the Chan sect, and has the blood of the Emperor of Heaven. He is the god of war in the heaven. His mother is also of extraordinary origin. She is a descendant of the Dragon clan and the legitimate daughter of the Dragon King. Her blood is infinitely close to the lineage of the dragon ancestor. This kind of birth, is really a bit too much. In short, once Li Su breaks through, he will undoubtedly be very terrible. He can reach the point where he can suppress all Tei by himself. He closed his eyes and began to calculate the gains and other aspects. The first is naturally the yin position, which has been improved. It is amazing that he has directly jumped from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Although this promotion is far inferior to the first time he directly became a 5th rank official, Li Su is very clear about the value of this 3rd rank official. From the 4th rank, it is equivalent to the modern vice-provincial level, not to mention the 3rd rank, let alone other places. In Fengdu, this yin position is very high, and can directly enter the hall of the King of Hell, and become one of the 10 kings of hell in the underworld. Although there are the 5 ghost emperors, the emperor of Dongaiu, and even the supreme leader, the emperor of Fengdu. Indeed, the image of the King of Hell in Journey to the West has indeed lowered everyone's perception of the King of Hell. It feels that this King of Hell is not very good, and his status is very low, and not very useful. Of course, it is an indisputable fact that the 10 kings of hell are not strong in combat. But if you talk about power, the power of the 10 kings of hell is also really not small. In fact, the real power department of the underworld is the 10 kings of hell, and nearly 90% of the things in the underworld are handled by them. On the contrary, the 5 ghost emperors, the great emperor of Dongaiu, and even the great emperor of Fengdu, most of the time they don't care about anything at all. There is a difference between the positions in the cultivation world and the positions in the mortal world. The big guys in the cultivation world usually don't care about things. They are more likely to practice in seclusion and communicate with the Great Way. The so-called real power is a trouble in their eyes. Unless there is a problem in the underworld, such as someone attacking the underworld, the ghost soldiers and ghost messengers, the 3 courts and 6 cases, and the 10 kings of hell can't suppress it, they will be dispatched. The time in Journey to the West doesn't count. That was a monkey performance. Therefore, the 3rd grade yin position is definitely a qualitative transformation. Li Su jumped directly to the management level. Huh? You ask Li Su how he knew it? He actually didn't know, but when this yin position appeared, he inexplicably understood that he could go to the inner city and directly enter one of the 10 kings of hell to obtain the power of the true god. Once he obtains the position of the 10 Hell Kings, Li Su can really intervene in the internal management of Fengdu City, which even includes the appointment of the 6 cases Gang Ko and the 3 divisions of the underworld. This power is undoubtedly very great, and the central government office in the outer city cannot compare at all. With this position, there is basically no need to worry about the Black Mountain sect. Even if the other party obtains the same position, it is only at the same level as him. However, Li Su smiled when he wanted to get a positive 3rd grade yin position. It was not that he looked down on the Black Mountain sect, but even the 5 major sects together could only be said to be scum. The positive 3rd grade yin position gave him considerable authority. Even without the power of the true god, he has actually stepped into the power center of the underworld. At the moment when the 10 Hell Kings do not come out, his official position in the entire underworld is the highest. In other words, as of now, the highest yin positions in Fengdu are only a few positive 5th grade ones except him. There are no 4th grade ones. This undoubtedly made him feel relieved. The rhythm of the underworld Fengdu was in his hands. He didn't need to be too impatient because of the Black Mountain sect or the traitors in the G sect. In addition to the promotion of yin positions, there was money. When he was still in the outer city, he had already received almost 3-digit yin genuine. The comprehension of the 5th, 6th, 7th and 3rd grade yin texts in the middle city, plus the awakening at this moment, all his yin genuine had exceeded 5 digits after the rewards. Among them, the 2nd king level awakening rewarded the most, directly rewarding him with a full 10,000 yin genuine. Adding the previous ones, he had almost a full 15,000 yin genuine in his hand. This was definitely a huge number beyond imagination, and it also meant unimaginable resources. He didn't forget that the money in the underworld could be exchanged for resources. He didn't pay attention to it before, one because there were too many things to do, and the other was undoubtedly that the price was too damn expensive. Xianting Kaiang Niang, a cup of it actually costs 10 yen genuine. Isn't this a rip-off? And, according to Yang Ping's introduction, the amount is about the same as a mouthful. Although Yang Ping also said that, even if it was just one mouthful, it would be of great benefit to Tai, as it contained huge energy. But one's own family knows one's own business best. Li Su's foundation was too strong, several times, dozens of times more than that of other cultivators. For him, a mouthful of Kaiang Niang might not feel good before it was completely gone. Therefore, he completely ignored it before, mainly because of financial problems. You know, he has a big spender at hand, Jiu Jiu and Gong. Since this thing is close to the surface of the celestial fairy, Li Su can't help but feel a tingling scalp and feel its amazing krypton gold ability. With this money, Jiu Jiu and Gong can undoubtedly be greatly improved. Not to mention catching up with the other 7 Supreme Saints, it would be good to reach the realm of Tai. After thinking about it, Li Su not only felt a little hot, but also felt his saliva flowing. After all, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, heavenly palace Kaiang Niang, these things, he has never eaten any of them, and he doesn't know what they taste like. Today's update, sorted out. Chapter 906 First Meeting. So, have all the candidates in Zhangcheng been selected? Yes, sir. We found Uncle Xianhua. After we told him, he immediately organized all the GGO disciples in Zhangcheng to start an internal investigation. At present, the GGO disciples in Zhangcheng have been investigated, and no internal traitors have been found. Xianhua, start the investigation immediately? Did they believe it so easily? Although Li Su, as an outsider, provided them with accurate information, it was obviously impossible to use it directly as evidence when it reached the GGO high-level officials. At least, they should ask who provided this information. They should meet with the person who provided the information. As a result, the other party took action directly. Li Su touched his chin, and his eyes could not help but flash. Did he have some doubts? That's right. After all, GGO is also an organization that has existed for nearly a million years. Even if the internal traitor is very careful and erases his own traces, some things are not just about being careful enough. After all, the internal traitor is not the party that actually takes action, and most of the time the party that takes action will not and cannot consider the situation of the internal traitor. Because intelligence is different from secrets, Intelligence is time sensitive. Once it passes, it is meaningless. So even if the Black Mountain sect does not want the spy it has planted to be exposed, as long as they deal with the intelligence transmitted, there will inevitably be clues left. GGO has been suppressed in Fengdu for a whole year and a half. It is impossible that they have no feelings at all. I'm afraid that some people have already begun to suspect it, but they cannot provide strong evidence. In addition, the spy is very troublesome and must be handled with caution. If you cannot determine who it is, once you alert the snake, it will only cause greater damage. For example, the person named Cheyenne Hua. Of course, there is another possibility. For example, Cheyenne Hua is a member of the GGO spy. In this way, if he is the first to act, others will naturally not think too much about him, and he will become the biggest blind spot in the capture of the spy. In this way, he will not only be no longer suspected, but also be given a halo. Moreover, if he is really a spy, he can naturally make arrangements in advance and avoid all other spy. Sir, I wonder what you think? Yang Ping's voice sounded. Li Su was startled. Sorry for being distracted just now. What did you say? It's like this. Uncle Cheyenne Hua wants to meet you and wants to thank you in person for your help to GGO. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. Of course, if you don't want to, I will refuse Uncle Cheyenne Hua. You have already helped us a lot, and we can't cause you more trouble. Want to see me? Well, it's not surprising. If it were him, he would probably want to see me too. Okay. Li Su nodded and smiled. No problem. I have a deep connection with GGO, and I also want to know the follow-up of GGO. It's too mysterious, which makes it hard for you to believe. I'm in Zhangcheng now, on the top floor of the largest inn. Yang Ping on the other side had a happy look on his face. Although the other party helped several times, he didn't get involved too deeply. He probably didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, the other party of GGO was the Black Mountain sect. That was an organization with saints. Even if the saints couldn't control it, because of the appearance of the underworld would open sooner or later. If you offend a saint, the result is predictable. Okay, in that case, I will inform my uncle immediately. Please rest assured, GGO will never leak any information about you. Not only that, you don't have to worry about Uncle Cheyenne Hua. We contacted Uncle only after we were sure that Uncle would not have any problems. And before explaining everything and telling you about your existence, Uncle also made a great oath. Listening to the other party's words, Li Su couldn't help but be stunned. This kid is more or less a bit rebellious. He actually asked the elders to swear that if they meet someone with a bad temper, they can whip him to death. Although it's a bit too much to say this, as an outsider, it's a great favor. It's a bit too much to ask relatives to swear not to hurt outsiders. Are you okay? It's okay. Uncle once taught us that, whether we are a person or a person, we must have a bottom line, and we must never touch that bottom line. Although Yang Ping didn't finish his words, Li Su could feel the other party's emotions. Even if you said death, it's really good. Looking at the hung up call, Li Su grabbed a large piece of raw liver rich in high concentration energy, and with traces of Taoism in the texture, and put it into his mouth. Well, it is indeed a dragon liver. Even if it is eaten raw, the taste is unforgettable. With every bite, a large amount of oil splashed out. This oil is not greasy and melts in the mouth. There is an unspeakable energy slowly flowing down the esophagus, and all the cells in the body can't help but cheer, as if a person who has been drought for a long time suddenly ushered in a sweet dew. That kind of nourishment, even the soul can feel it, not to mention the vibration. The muscles are vibrating, and the nutrition of the dragon liver penetrates into every muscle fiber of his body. There is an amazing power being nurtured and accumulated. In addition to the dragon liver, there is also the phoenix marrow. In the golden light, there are flames flowing, the immortal breath gathers in it, and the immortal scriptures flash in it. After a bite, even Li Su's bones couldn't help but vibrate. In a trance, it seems that there is a fire phoenix surrounding his body, and a special flame is integrated into his bone marrow. Of course, there are more than two. There is also the heavenly wine, kunpeng wings, unicorn horns, and black tortoise blood, a total of 18 kinds. As expected of the underworld, such ingredients can be taken out. For the first time, Lee Su understood the meaning of the word delicacies. These delicacies in front of him could really make people eat them for thousands of years without getting tired of them. Raising the wine glass, he rolled his tongue slightly and swallowed the wine in his hand in one gulp. Lee Su sighed with satisfaction. This is what life is like. Thinking back to his experience, since he came to the mythological world, it seems that he is either beating people or on the way to beating people. When everything is over and there is no danger, raise some real dragons, some phoenixes, and some kunpeng. By the way, plant some peach trees and 2 ginseng fruits, and then watch the clouds roll and unfold. Dung. Dung. Before Lee Su finished his fantasy, there was a knock on the door. He came really fast. Come in. As Lee Su's words fell, a figure walked in. It was a handsome guy. He has flowing white hair, eyes like bright stars, a height of about 1.9 meters, perfect golden ratio, and is undoubtedly a person that women's hearts will beat fast when they see him. He has practiced the Jishanjing very deeply, and all the surrounding daos have been affected and unconsciously move closer to him. Although he is only a 10 fire tie, if you treat him as a 10 fire tie, you will probably be beaten to pieces. It's a bit interesting. This person is not above the myth, but at the level of tie. But if he breaks through, his combat power will probably have an amazing leap, and he can squeeze into the category of Dalo strongman in an instant. This person's understanding of Dao is very terrifying. While Lee Su was observing the other party, Cheyenne Hua was also observing Lee Su. Although he had thought about the person he was facing and made enough psychological preparations before coming in, when he really saw this person who had done a great favor to Gigio, Cheyenne Hua couldn't help but be stunned and stood there in a daze. Sitting by the window, his black hair fluttered in the wind. His appearance can only be said to be above average, not the kind of unforgettable face. But he was like a black hole, spontaneously attracting everything, just like the endless night sky above his head, and like the bottomless abyss under the 9 netherworlds. If you don't pay attention, your soul will be taken away. As a late Tei great perfection, Cheyenne Hua's strength is not bad, especially in the field of enlightenment, which is extremely amazing. This is related to his talent, and he is extremely sensitive to the Tao. Therefore, he felt the Tao rhyme in the Tei realm that even ordinary Dalo could not reach. Therefore, when his eyes fell on Lee Su, he immediately felt the other party's attraction like a black hole. What's going on? It's Tao. The person in front of him has an endless and vast avenue flowing in his body. The terrifying supreme scriptures written on it are interwoven with destruction and regeneration, destruction and creation, life and death. As their eyes met, Cheyenne Hua seemed to be no longer a cultivator like him, but like the gaze of the gods who were high above and existed on the top of the clouds. His heart couldn't help but shake violently. How could there be such a person in the world? Chapter 907 Why? The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and Lee Su spoke. Would you like to eat something together? No. Cheyenne Hua shook his head subconsciously, and at the same time, moved his eyes to move away from Lee Su. To him, the other party was like the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and the attraction was too strong. However, when his eyes fell on the things placed in front of him, Cheyenne Hua froze, and the words he uttered were frozen in midair. For the first time in his life, he regretted it. What is this? His eyes were almost blinded. Dragon liver, a pile as big as a small mountain. Phoenix marrow, a basin as big as a basin. Kunpeng wings, almost half a meter. There are also unicorn horns, black tortoise blood, and tang snake meat. And a jar of heavenly wine as big as a human head. The underworld has been opened for a year and a half, and they naturally know how many good things there are in it, and they have even tasted them personally. For example, he changed the dragon liver, which is a great tonic for the flesh. He was injured in his early years, leaving a hidden injury deep in his flesh, and he has not been able to completely heal it after more than 1,000 years. After the dragon liver was eaten, not only did his injuries heal, but his body also improved. He spent a lot of money, and all the hard work accumulated over the past few months was gone in an instant. It was a full 10 gold yuan, which was really expensive. As for the amount of dragon liver he got in exchange, it was just 5 cents. What was in front of him now was probably 5 catties, worth 1,000 gold yuan. Adding the phoenix marrow, The price of the dishes on this table was at least 10,000 gold. 10,000 yuan. As of now, the mythical world cultivators in the underworld may not have that much. Although as a Tai cultivator, he had seen many rare treasures and delicacies from mountains and seas, but the table in front of him still shook his heart that was not moved by external things. Xianhua took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his state of mind. The next second, he saw Li Su stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of dragon liver and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it twice, he scooped a ladle of phoenix marrow with a spoon and drank it. More than 10 kinds of rare treasures were eaten by him in an instant. Hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't that eating like this was a waste. The treasures taken out by the underworld were all processed and could be digested quickly without much effort. The main thing was that these things were not only of amazing value, but the surging power contained in them was even more terrifying. Even he took a long time to recover after eating a mouthful of dragon liver. The energy was too strong, and the body couldn't bear it. Eating like this would explode. When he looked at Li Su again, he found that the other party's body was only slightly trembling, and then quickly returned to calm. The huge energy was directly digested by him. What a powerful body. No, as Li Su continued to eat, his body was undergoing amazing mutations, and was constantly strengthening. The speed was terrible, as if it would grow dozens of meters every second and become a behemoth. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion, just the impact of the other party's breath leaking out when the other party's body became stronger, and it was not really like that. But, this was still too amazing. The other party was just a physical body, but he gave him a feeling that was more terrifying than a true immortal. Li Su swept an empty plate to the other party's side and put a little of each dish into the plate. It wasn't much. Of course, he wasn't afraid that the other party would eat it, but his physical body couldn't bear too much. After all, not everyone knows the 99 mysterious art. I don't like people standing by and watching me when I eat. Xianhua took a breath and wanted to say something, but his eyes were constantly attracted by the ingredients on the plate in front of him. He wanted to move away, but found that his physical body was much more honest than his will. After a while, he took a breath and said with gratitude, "Thank you." So he sat down. He was very careful. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of dragon liver, and put it into his mouth with his other hand. The next second, he couldn't help shaking. His physical body kept jumping, as if it had cramps. The reaction was amazing, and his muscles swelled up. Don't blame the other party. There are not many physical training methods in the myth world, but more magic. Of course, the physical body is not weak, but it is much worse than the magic and Taoist methods. It is far less than the terrible body of the Earth Witch clan in the prehistoric period. What they ate was a real dragon of ancient flesh comparable to that of the Wu clan. Its liver, as a blood-forming organ of the body, was undoubtedly the essence of the essence, so it was naturally a bit overwhelmed. So a strange scene appeared. Xianhua, who had originally planned to come to see this person who had helped Gigio a lot, and was also curious about who the other party was, and why he helped Gigio so much, sat directly not far from Li Su, and had a big meal together. The problem of Gigio's internal ghost, which should have been paid attention to first, was thrown aside. This meal took a lot of time to eat. Li Su had a large quantity, while Xianhua needed time to digest. For most of the day, except for the Xianting Jiu, everything else was basically eaten up. Pouring a cup for the other party, Li Su said, "Drink some, this thing is quite good for digestion." Xianhua's mouth twitched. The Jiu, which only the ancient Xianting gods were qualified to enjoy, turned out to be a digestion thing. It was really good. After taking a bite, the whole body was unobstructed, because the bloating and discomfort caused by the previous delicacies immediately dissipated, and the body quickly digested and adapted. After a long breath, Xianhua was stunned for a while, then he smiled bitterly, and clasped his fists towards Li Su, saying, "Thank you." He felt very uncomfortable. Gigio had already received a great favor, and now a feast of delicacies was coming. It was true when eating, but it was so scary after eating. What is the most feared thing in the cultivation world? The debt of favor. This thing is not like owing money, which can be run away. This thing must be paid back, and it must be paid back, even with life. Although he didn't eat much, the content was too rich and quite intoxicating. After thanking, before Lee Su could speak, he spoke again. GGO disciple Cheyenne, thank you for helping GGO several times recently. This kindness will never be forgotten. Undoubtedly, compared with the food, Lee Su's kindness of helping several times was really terrible. Especially the last time. Not only did he save Yang Ping and others who were almost doomed to die, but the most terrible thing was that he interrupted the next plan of the Black Mountain sect. To be honest, when Cheyenne got the map of the hiding places of all the disciples of GGO in the outer city from his disciple Yang Ping, his heart sank, and cold sweat immediately broke out. Although the disciples of the outer city are not strong, they are the roots of GGO. The new generation of GGO in the next 1,000 years, just like the people around Yang Ping that Lee Su saw, are all talented. If they grow up, they are almost all at the level of 10 fires, or even higher. There are several thousand such disciples in the entire outer city. This is not a small number. They can be regarded as the core of GGO. Don't think that this number seems to be very small, only 10 fires or something. In fact, the number of cultivators who can reach the level of 10 fires in the myth world is very small, about 1 in a million. That is to say, there will be only 1 10 fire in a million people. Even if there are only 1,000, it means that there are so many in the total population of 1 billion. Moreover, you can't think that the value of 10 fires is low, just because you are used to hearing 15 fires. The so-called myth is to break the limit. To break the limit means that a person must at least have the talent of 10 fires. The so-called myths are actually geniuses selected from the 10 fire geniuses. Therefore, if all the disciples of the outer city GGO were killed, it would be a huge loss for the entire GGO. What is lost here is not just simple things like people, time, and money, but also prestige. Recruiting disciples is not a simple matter. It is not that you can just take out a crystal ball and let others touch it, and then you can easily get it done. Or if you want to recruit disciples, you can run around the street and meet all kinds of monsters and geniuses, and then bring them back. It's not like that. You have to understand that the investment in the cultivation world is very long, not a few months, years, or decades, but hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, before it will be effective. In such a long time, anything can happen in the middle. Finding a few geniuses to train, and hoping that they will become talents is too low, and the possibility of them all dying after a few hundred years is even greater. Therefore, a stable source of students, a constant supply of more talented children every once in a while, is a model for the big sect to recruit disciples. A crisis in the underworld. The new generation of GGO died. What would the place that provided the source of students think? Although it is not certain that the Black Mountain Church will not really kill the other 3 religions, what if it does not? People from the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect all survived, but everyone from the G sect died. What will others think? I'm afraid that the G sect's ability to resist emergency disasters is too poor, and its training model is problematic. Once all these ideas are formed, the G sect will undoubtedly encounter great problems in recruiting disciples for a long time. In addition, there is the inner ghost. Being able to obtain such things means that the other party's status in the G sect is not low, but extremely high, even as high as the highest leadership. Although this is unbelievable, what is really scary is that once the other party succeeds in that plan, where will the next step be? The outer city is completely destroyed. Can the middle city escape? The middle city is destroyed. Can the inner city escape? It is almost equivalent to the annihilation of the whole army. I came here specially, and even put aside the inner ghost. That's it. The favor is too great. I have to repay it. Lee Su did not respond, but said, the outer city and the middle city have been dealt with. How about the inner city? Can it be dealt with? Cheyenne couldn't help but take a breath when he heard it. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. Oh. Do you mean someone will object? Cheyenne shook his head and said, the Heavenly Dao Oath is useful, but it also has its disadvantages. It's not that the Heavenly Dao Oath can be faked, but it can be resolved at a price. The other party may not be willing to give up the outer city and the middle city, but if it involves the inner ghost in the upper level, the Black Mountain sect will definitely prepare a way to deal with it. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, this inner ghost has been concealed even by the saints. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. That's right. It's not a few days or dozens of days to get into the upper level. If it involves the immortal sect, it will take thousands of years in this world. The saints didn't find it for so long, let alone the oath of the great Dao. Then what are you going to do next? Spread the news of the inner ghost and isolate the disciples of the GGO in the outer and middle levels from the inner city. Detonate directly? The plan is not bad. The disciples of GGO from both China and abroad have been settled. If there is chaos in the inner city, it is fine. After all, there are the least people there. Even if they cannot work together and there is chaos, it will not cause much problem. After all, now that the other three religions have already taken action against the Black Mountain religion, GGO does not need to spend too much effort to fight against the Black Mountain religion. Probably, the other party thinks so. But obviously, this is not possible. Because the combat power of the Black Mountain religion is not just that little bit. Not only that, but the people of this religion are quite offline in Lee Su's view. As long as it is beneficial, they don't care who they cooperate with. It's okay if the Dead Soul clan is unconscious, but the problem is that the other party can communicate. So, we have to be on guard. With such a large combat power, plus the dead souls that can communicate, the morale of the highest combat power in the inner city of GGO is broken, which is definitely not a good thing. If Fengdu can remain calm, it's fine. If not, if there is chaos, it will be a big problem. Although Lee Su can help, if the inner ghost also mixes in, wouldn't it be a nuisance for him? Therefore, if the team battle wants to win, the inner ghost must die. Forget it, I'll deal with the problem of the inner city. You help me pass this Yinwen Hard Sutra over. This is the result of my understanding of the Yinwen of the inner and outer cities of Fengdu. After completing the practice, it can enhance the strength of your soul and carry more Yinwen. Although it was a bit annoying, it was obvious that he had to do it himself. As he spoke, Lee Su raised his finger and flicked it. A ray of light was directly imprinted on the other party's brow, and the two scriptures fell directly into the other party's sea of consciousness. You also take this drop of blood. I will contact you through it after I go to the inner city. The contents of the scriptures poured in, and Chien-Hua's eyes widened instantly. Even with just a glance, he could feel the contents of the two scriptures that entered his mind. They were secret methods for the soul. Although the grade was not high, it was only of low quality, but the value could be said to be extremely expensive and invaluable. Frozen in place, Chien-Hua looked at Lee Su with a puzzled face, his eyes full of questions. Why? Why did the other party help him so much? Help GGO? This is far from what can be done with a word of friendship, preaching, and helping to deal with the inner city. Just kidding. Even if we have a great friendship, we have already paid it back after several attempts. Standing by the window, Lee Su smiled lightly, and the clothes he was wearing flashed a special luster, and then he disappeared. His body suddenly stiffened, and Chien-Hua stood up with a bang. He was extremely out of control and extremely shocked. He stared at the window that had already disappeared, and his whole body was extremely shocked. Dao. Chapter 908 Suddenly, a shout came from the GGO Fate card. For a while, the atmosphere in the disciples group was not very good. No, it should be said that it was very heavy. Before, the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect went to deal with the Black Mountain sect, which was lively for a while, but soon became dull. As one of the 8 major sects in the mythological world, facing the Black Mountain sect, the other 3 sects ended up safe. Such things can make people feel relieved and excited when they are depressed. But when the excitement is over, what kind of mentality will it be? The GGO disciples group, which has always been very lively, has actually been cold for a long time. Unless there is a task arrangement, few people will talk in it. Especially the most recent time, after everyone injured it. It was equivalent to the inner city giving up the outer city disciples, which were hundreds of people. After the Black Mountain sect was targeted, the people in the inner city couldn't help asking the outer city disciples, wanting to know the situation. The response they got was very cold. Just a simple "I don't know" was answered. This kind of thing was almost impossible in the past. At first, the people in the inner city were a little angry. After all, they were not only in position and strength, but also the uncles of the people in the outer city. But just as the anger started, it was silenced in an instant. Who was the one who answered? One of the more than 300 people who were clearly abandoned by them. You have let go of the other party's life, and you still want the other party to give you a good face? Thinking of this, the people in the inner city were hateful and angry. Of course, it was not directed at the people in the outer city. The training method of the disciples of GGO itself is different. There is no saying that they should obey the elders. If you put yourself in their shoes, the 4 words for the overall situation sound good when it comes to yourself, but how cold it is when it comes to the abandoned people. Therefore, they hate themselves for not being able to act, and they are angry at their patience again and again. It can be said that the atmosphere within GGO is guilty and angry on the top, and aggrieved and painful on the bottom. Even if the Black Mountain sect was strangled by the other 3 sects, it still could not be reversed. In fact, it has been torn apart. Now, in this extremely cold atmosphere, someone suddenly shouted loudly. You should know that this is not text, but sound. The shouting like venting startled many people at once. Xianhua, what's wrong with you? Someone from the middle city spoke up at the first time. Uncle Xianhua? Yang Ping from the outer city also spoke up. He knew that his uncle had gone to meet Li Su. Although he was sure that there should be no problem, he was still a little uneasy, so he kept staring. Soon, a large amount of information appeared, and countless people from the middle city and the outer city directly bubbled up. Although the Black Mountain sect was defeated on the surface, the disciples of the G sect did not dare to relax too much. Without the inner city with the highest combat power to rely on, their identity as disciples of the great sect was actually in name only. Therefore, they were still very careful. Almost no one would hang out outside. Apart from practicing, there was almost nothing else to do. Therefore, most of the time they watched the internal situation, wanting to know when they could catch the inner ghost. As the strongest person in the middle and outer cities, and the one who rebuilt the management order, after discovering the inner ghost, he suddenly couldn't help but roar loudly in the group, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. Someone in the inner city also spoke up, Xianhua, but his voice was quickly drowned out. After all, there were too many people speaking up. The people in the inner and outer cities combined had already exceeded 10,000. After a while, Xianhua finally spoke up again. At this moment, he laughed out loud, with an indescribable joy in his laughter, mixed with excitement and excitement. It's okay, I just got a little emotional all of a sudden. Don't worry. Is that so? That's good. Uncle Master, please take care of yourself. Soon, there was another reply, and it took a long time before it calmed down. Soon, Xianhua spoke up again. Brother Bayman. ? Many people were shocked, especially those in the inner and outer cities, because this person was the uncle master of the inner city, and they had not yet confirmed whether he was an insider. Where are you? I want to talk to you about something. Xianhua, can't you just say it in the group? Someone spoke up. He was also from the inner city. He frowned slightly. At this critical moment, leaving his post without permission was not to mention that, although Xianhua had the qualifications to enter the inner city from the middle city, it would undoubtedly cost a lot of resources to return. No. Standing in the inn, Xianhua spoke without hesitation. Xianhua, you. The person who spoke was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xianhua to respond to him like this. Enough. Someone else spoke up. This time, the person who spoke up was very high ranking. It was the 3rd senior brother. At this stage of TIE, he was the highest ranking one except for the eldest and 2nd senior brothers. Xianhua, we know you have emotions, that's all. Bayman, you can talk to him later, and we will prepare the resources. The resources of the GGO are very tight now. There is no way. They are suppressed too hard by the Black Mountain sect. They have to prepare some. In case something big happens, they have to ensure that Tae can return to the middle city or even the outer city. The junior brother who spoke up was also based on this consideration. Unless there is a big thing, it is okay to chat in the group. If it is not possible, it is also okay to chat one-on-one. There is no need to meet in private. But now, the situation is obviously different. The central and outer cities have lost trust in the inner cities. The previous decision was too much of a blow, and an extremely huge gap has been formed. In the group of more than 10,000 people, there was a dead silence, which shows the seriousness of the problem. Cheyenne suddenly spoke up, and so many people from the central and outer cities responded. It is obvious that something happened to the outer cities and the central cities when they didn't know about it, and they were united again. This is a good thing. Bayman and Cheyenne have a very good relationship. They have been inseparable for more than 2,000 years since they entered the sect. The other party contacted him alone, which should have his own ideas. Although the people in the inner cities are also anxious about the current situation, the more it is at this time, the more they should not be anxious. Let's see what Cheyenne will say to Bayman first, and then discuss it. I'm here. Wait. Private chat. Cheyenne interrupted. In an instant, many disciples in the inner cities couldn't help but clench their fists, a little angry, which completely treated them as outsiders. Bayman was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Watching the two of them go into private chat in the inner city, in the GGO stronghold, someone couldn't help but mash the table next to him with a palm. Very angry, very angry. The other people's faces were also not good. Although Cheyenne didn't say a word from beginning to end, the meaning revealed inside and out was very clear. Not trusting. They were not trustworthy. Soon, the only cultivator among the more than 10 people who still forced his eyes opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the person on the first seat and said, second brother. Obviously, he was the Bayman that Cheyenne was looking for. Go, have a good chat. The second brother took a breath and spoke calmly, but the tightly clenched hands under his sleeves revealed his inner thoughts. Okay. Bayman stood up and walked out without looking back. Second brother. Looking at Bayman leaving, someone couldn't help but frown. Cheyenne did this, and then second senior brother shook his head and sighed. Okay, stop talking. Second senior brother. Someone immediately opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Second senior brother raised his hand to stop the other person from continuing. No matter what we thought before, for the people in the outer city and the middle city, the whole incident is that we gave up on them. Patience and sacrifice require results, and it is obvious that we did not produce the corresponding results. I know everyone is uncomfortable, but don't the people in the outer city and the middle city feel uncomfortable? No, they will only feel more uncomfortable than us. After all, we only make decisions, and they bear the consequences. If this person were replaced by you, how would you feel? Let's leave it at that for now. Bayman doesn't need to care about him. It's all my responsibility that things turned out like this. After the matter in the underworld is over, I will ask for punishment. When the incident happened before, he was the one who advocated patience. Looking at second senior brother, the atmosphere in the whole room became extremely silent for a while. Asterisk 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 on the other side, Bayman. After leaving the GGO base, he quickly went to the meeting point mentioned by Cheyenne according to the private chat information. When he arrived, he did not find any trace of junior brother Cheyenne. Bayman immediately took out the life card. I'm here. Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. After a while, just as Bayman was about to ask, a figure appeared not far away and walked towards him. Bayman was puzzled because the person's body shape and breath were completely different from Cheyenne. Before he could finish his doubts, the other party suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he saw a fist as big as a casserole hitting his forehead. With a bang, the avenue was shaken and the soul was full of golden stars. He didn't even have time to say a word. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 909 After an unknown amount of time, Bayman, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of shock. He was a late Tae, but he was knocked unconscious by a punch. Although he was only a 10 fire, He was still awake. A voice came from not far away from him. Bayman was startled. The unfamiliar voice, the unfamiliar place, and the bad results that happened before made him jump up. While the Jishanjing was surrounding him, he turned his head and looked at the place where the voice came from. For a moment, Bayman was stunned. Although he could not be as sensitive to Tao as Xianhua, he was able to enter the late Tai, so he naturally had his own characteristics. His eyes were very special and could see things that others could not find. This was a talent, similar to the Buddhist's heavenly eye and the Zuanman's spiritual vision. Therefore, the moment he looked directly at the person in front of him, he naturally saw things on him that others could not see. In an instant, he seemed to be in an endless ghost domain, surrounded by countless corpses, a surging sea of blood, and hundreds of millions of evil spirits howling. And in the center of that world, there was a dark figure, with two pairs of pupils like black holes, staring at him gently. His soul was shaking, as if he was being pressed down by a mighty mountain. His breathing couldn't help but become rapid. His heart was trembling. The pressure was too great, as if someone was grabbing his neck. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his life seemed to be dying at any time. In just less than 0.01 seconds, Bayman was sweating all over, and his coat was frothing. This was the first time. This was definitely the first time. Just by looking at him, he was filled with great fear, so great that he didn't even have the courage to fight him. The word "will die" almost pierced through his soul and nailed him to the ground. Ah. He couldn't help but roar, and countless thoughts suddenly emerged in Bayman's mind. Xianhua had a problem. No, Xianhua was in trouble. Black Mountain Sect? No, even the eldest brother of the Black Mountain Sect didn't give him such a huge pressure. No matter who it was, this person was too terrible, and it was like this to him and the entire G sect. Notify others. Bayman went crazy, realizing the horror of the person in front of him, and without any hesitation, he was going to burn his life essence, intending to fight to the death, and at the same time report to the G sect. Everyone, hide. Seeing the other party's reaction, the comer couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling relieved and having a headache. The person was naturally Li Su. Since he had accepted it, he had to deal with it, so he came. But he didn't know who was a traitor. The best way was undoubtedly to call Xianhua to get the people and verify their identities one by one. Having confirmed that the other party was fine, Li Su naturally reached out his hand without hesitation and slapped them. There was a loud bang, not outside, but inside. Bayman seemed to be struck by lightning, and the avenue in his body was in chaos on the spot. His soul was knocked out of his body, and his soul twitched like epilepsy. Facing this scene, his face changed drastically, and his physical body and soul couldn't help but show a touch of death. Too strong. There is no room for struggle. How could it be? How is it possible? Can't the underworld only exist in the Tai realm? Why is the person in front of him so powerful? Calm down. Don't stare at my soul. What am I going to do to you? Can you still resist? Looking at the desperate expression on the other side, Li Su had a headache. This guy seemed to have very special eyes and could see the true face through the outside. He was staring at his soul. Can't you look at the reality? Bayman, who was extremely desperate, was startled and subconsciously moved his eyes, no longer looking at Li Su with his spiritual vision, but with his naked eyes. The face had no special features, and the clothes were clothes. In an instant, Bayman couldn't help but tremble all over. His lips couldn't help but tremble, and he said in disbelief, "Say, bang." Without waiting for the other side to finish, he slapped Bayman to the ground again. Looking at the other side, Li Su said in an unhappy tone, "The face has no special features." Such a handsome face, but he said that there is no special feature. Bayman's expression froze, and his heartbeat almost skipped a beat, but soon he became excited again, and directly lifted his body with both hands, without speaking, his eyes sparkling, as if there was light in them, staring at Li Su intently. His Highness Daozi? He couldn't help but get excited. At this stage, the most famous person in the entire GGO is naturally Daozi of GGO. Not only is he amazingly powerful, but he also gives amazing benefits to GGO disciples. On a trip to Huago Mountain, all the people in the sect shared the monkey wine. On a trip to Tangshan Road, all of them learned a set of immortal methods. That was not their own efforts, but Daozi helped them. Do you know how many people in GGO were envious and jealous at that time? Except for Dao, all of them. Although it was known before that His Highness Daozi had advanced to Tai, this strength was really trembling. This is the super prodigy of GGO, and the top prodigy in the mythology world. In an instant, he understood who shot in the outer city. No wonder, 5 Tai of the Black Mountain sect appeared in the central government office, but they were still taken down. It was not surprising that His Highness Daozi said that this was an existence that could compete with the little judicial god in the heavenly court, the legendary 15 Fire Great Perfection. Even though this was just their first meeting, Baymen couldn't help but burst into tears. In the past year and a half in the underworld, the disciples of GGO had lived too depressed, not only in the outer city, but also in the middle city and the inner city. The reason was that there was no backbone that could serve as the Dinghei Shenzhen. But at this moment, it was different. The backbone appeared. Without the saint and the ultimate Dao, Daozi in front of him was the highest leader of GGO. Not to mention the strength he showed. It can be said that, whenever he opened his mouth, all the disciples of GGO in the underworld would probably be shocked. So that's it. He was wondering why Xianhua, that bastard, suddenly yelled inexplicably in the group, and his emotions were obviously wrong. So that's it. But why? Why didn't he say it directly? And why did His Highness Daozi knock him out? After a brief excitement, Baymen quickly calmed down, and one question after another emerged in his mind. Soon, his pupils shrank. Could it be? Taking a breath, Baymen looked at Li Su and said, "Your Highness," inside GGO. Sure enough, he was smart. Even without explanation, he could instantly realize the reason. Li Su nodded. Yes, there is an insider. The hiding places of the outer city disciples have all been leaked. Or, Baymen couldn't help but clench his fists, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Cold sweat couldn't help but break out. Although it was just a simple sentence, there were too many contents in it. Traitors, high-level officials, and if it weren't for His Highness Daozi's appearance, the result would be hard to imagine. If the outer city leaked, would the middle city still be spared? And when he thought of the decision of the inner city, a chill went straight from Baymen's forehead to his heart, cold without any temperature. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. I understand. Soon, he took out his life card. I'll contact Xianhua, you dead calf. Opening the group chat, Baymen roared without hesitation. 3 slaps. 3 full slaps. Is His Highness Daozi's 3 slaps so easy to take? His top of the head is so concave. In the middle city, Xianhua, who was anxiously waiting for the result, smiled and replied without hesitation. Haha. Baymen couldn't help but screamed. There was anger in his voice, but inexplicably more joy and excitement. Faced with this inexplicable emotion, the people in the inner city, who were also paying attention to the situation in the group, couldn't help but be stunned. What happened? Baymen didn't explain, and said directly, Nanwon, come to private chat. What does it mean? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910 Extra People. There were quite a few people in the yard. They sat on the ground with resentment, covering their heads with their hands. As Tai, they were extremely powerful. In fact, it was much more difficult to make such a being fall into a coma than to kill him. The attack must be very precise, and the strength required must be extremely great. It must be accurate and perfect to destroy all the opponent's defenses. Therefore, even if the person who was knocked unconscious had woken up for a long time, he still felt his brain fluttering, and the top of his head was sunken for a considerable distance, and there was no sign of his eyebrows rebounding. The 8 people did not look at the person who beat them, but looked at the person who called them, and were extremely angry. After all, this process was very uncomfortable. The whole person was like sitting on a roller coaster, suddenly falling to the bottom of the valley, and then suddenly being thrown into the sky. As a disciple of GGO, there was naturally no compromise. Among the 8 people, 7 directly ignited their life essence and planned to fight Lisu to the death. The remaining one did not hesitate to use his power to attack the person below, intending to make a noise. Therefore, this group of people happily accepted Lisu's second touch, and their brains flowed out of their noses. Of course, despite their resentment, this group of people did not complain about anything. Knowing Lisu's identity was one thing, but knowing that there was a traitor among them was the news that everyone present could not accept, and was extremely angry. There was still a feeling, but when they thought of the brothers and sisters who had worked with them for thousands of years, they were undoubtedly unwilling to believe it. Now, as more and more people were called over, everyone's faces naturally became more and more ugly, while they breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that no inner ghost has been found so far basically means that the identity of the inner ghost is higher. After all, as of now, there are less than 7 people who have not been called over. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. The inner ghost is actually among the 4 of them? This is simply unbelievable. Because GGO does not pursue relationships above mythology, the greater the identity, the longer the other party has stayed in GGO, such as second brother and third brother, some of whom were even brought up by them. It is really hard for them to accept that there is a traitor among such people. How many people are left? Lisu suddenly asked. 7 people. Baymen took a breath and spoke immediately. Lisu lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, I remember you said that the rest of the people were together? Yes. Well, let's go. We've been tossing around for so long. Whether there is a traitor or not, I guess they can't sit still anymore. Just go and take them all down. Everyone took a breath. They naturally knew that so many people had come, but there was no news sent back. They must have suspected it. In fact, the last person who came was already prepared, but he didn't expect that he would be taken down by the other party in just a moment, without even the chance to send an alarm. Baymen took a breath. Your Highness, the strength of the second senior brother. Lisu glanced at Baymen and smiled. Can they suppress you guys instantly when they join forces? Baymen was stunned and immediately shook his head. How could it be possible? It was true that the senior brothers were much stronger. If they really fought, they were not opponents, but it was still impossible to suppress them all in an instant. Even if they took the initiative to enter the formation, it would not be a short time to suppress a Tai cultivator. In fact, what happened not long ago was something they had never seen before. After they came back to their senses, their faces were full of indescribable words. It was really unbelievable that a great Tai was knocked unconscious by a slap. After all, in the Tai realm, the physical body is not the weakest point of a cultivator, but the soul and the Dao. Therefore, it is easy to kill a Tai, but it is hard to imagine knocking a Tai unconscious. As a result, after a few slaps, all of them were knocked unconscious. Lisu nodded. Then it's not a big problem. Let's go. It's not that he looks down on them. To put it bluntly, they are disciples of GGO. Compared with the Black Mountain sect, their individual strength is much weaker. If they were replaced by the 14 Fire Great Perfection, it would not be so easy for him to deal with them. He wanted to say something, but thinking of Lisu's strength to deal with them, the Bayman people couldn't help but twitch their mouths, and their faces suddenly turned a little blue. That memory was really not pleasant. At this moment, everyone felt dazed and could not fully recover. After taking a deep breath, they looked at each other and followed directly. Although they didn't think that the second brother and his men would be easily suppressed, since Daozi said so, they could only believe it. The distance was not far. It was less than 200 kilometers in a straight line, and with Tai's speed, it would only take a few blinks of an eye. Lisu paused when they were about 1 kilometer away from the courtyard where the GGO base was located. Your Highness? Are you sure there are only 7 people in the base? Everyone looked at Lisu in surprise and nodded without any hesitation. The 15 people who were responsible for decision making in the inner city of the underworld were the 15 of them. There were 8 people here, so there were only 7 people left. Li Su pointed to the courtyard not far away and said lightly, "There are 8 people in the courtyard, and their aura is very strong, stronger than the 7 people added together. They should be above the myth." Upon hearing this, the Bayman people frowned immediately. "It's impossible. GGO has no one above the myth, except Senior Brother Duobeo, and Senior Brother has been trying to capture the position of the rotating king of the 10 kings of hell, and it has reached the final moment. Senior Brother Duobeo." Li Su's eyes moved slightly, and he heard this title again. The last time he heard it was in Daluo Mountain. Thinking of this, a strange color appeared in the depths of Li Su's eyes. To be honest, he still didn't understand when the Black Mountain sect did something to him. You know, the only people he had close contact with on Mount Daluo were the second senior sister of the human sect and Guo Yuan of the Dungeon sect. Although he had contact with the senior sister of the Buddhist sect, they were far away and did not have direct contact. Li Su couldn't help but frown. Undoubtedly, among these people, this senior brother of the G sect had the best chance to get close to him and touch something related to him. Soon, he shook his head because it didn't make sense. After all, what's the point? As the senior brother of the G sect, both his identity and status can be said to be extremely high. He grew up in the G sect since he was a child and was born as a direct descendant. It's not that such a person has no possibility of betrayal, but how much does it cost to make such a person betray? What can the Black Mountain sect give? At most, it is a status similar to that of the G sect, and it can give more resources, but is it worth it? Obviously not. The cost of apostasy is too high. Not only does it mean that the sect he belongs to will be completely offended, but even the saints may be killed personally, and his reputation will undoubtedly be ruined. Even if he survives under the protection of the Black Mountain Patriarch, it will become a label that cannot be washed away for a lifetime, and it will be firmly branded on him. Li Su shook his head and said, "Forget it, never mind, let's focus on cleaning up the internal traitors first." However, with the addition of the myth, the plan to go in directly has to be changed. It's not that he can't beat or catch him, but it's mainly because it involves the myth. If Li Su wants to suppress it, he must use the Supreme, and it is easy to cause accidental injuries if he is not careful. Thinking of this, Li Su turned his head and looked at Bayman and others. His eyes moved slightly. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the GGO station. At this moment, the second brother and others were excited and looked at the person in front of them with great excitement. He was covered in jewels and gems, and there were more than 7 magical weapons and immortal tools on his body, including a golden crown on his head, a necklace around his neck, a ring in his hand, a Taoist robe on his body, etc. His aura was extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary Tai. There seemed to be millions of precious lights in his body, and the highest chapters and scriptures were shining in it. Needless to say, his identity is the eldest brother of GGO, Duobeo. Alas, I didn't expect that so many things would happen during the period of seclusion. I'm sorry fellow brothers, it's all my fault. I really didn't expect that it would be so difficult to obtain the divine power. I clearly feel that I have already passed more than half, but there is always a layer of separation and I can't complete it. The second brother shook his head, and at this moment he said with guilt on his face, "No, we are very clear about what the eldest brother is doing. It is mainly because we are useless, and failed to keep it, which led to the chaos of the GGO people and now it is out of control. There is no need to do this. The responsibility for this matter is mine, and now is not the time to pursue it. Well, tell me, the Black Mountain sect has been expelled, but the warrant I gave you was used. Something must have happened, right?" Several people looked at each other and saw that the second brother took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Eldest brother, although it is not certain, it is possible that the crisis of GGO has not passed. On the contrary, we may have fallen into a deeper crisis." Chapter 911, The Ghost. No wonder. After hearing the words of the second brother, Duobeo's eyes flickered, and he nodded, indicating that he understood why he was still contacted, even though the threat of the Black Mountain sect had been lifted. Xianhuo's sudden behavior, and the disciples who were called away one after another. Although they all spoke later, the abnormal emotions in the people who were constantly called away gradually made them realize that something was wrong. Although the shadow of the Black Mountain sect had passed, the heaviness in their hearts had not been put down. Unfortunately, by the time they realized it, 6 brothers had already been called away, and they were starting to call the 7th. Faced with this result, the second brother's avenue was shaken, and a crack appeared on the spot in his flesh. The shock in his heart was reflected in reality, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood on the spot. Although it was a little unbelievable, what if Cheyenne-Hua had a problem? It means that he had sent 6 brothers to die. Originally, the 7th brother who realized that something was wrong did not agree. But in the end he still went, in order to confirm what the situation of the 6 brothers in front of him was, what kind of situation they were facing at the moment, and who was attacking them. As a result, there was still no news. For a moment, several people seemed to be in the mouth of a terrible beast, and they might be swallowed by it at any time and anywhere. Faced with this result, the second brother no longer hesitated. Although there was a problem within the GGO and the people's hearts were scattered, if all their high-level troops were annihilated, it would undoubtedly be more terrible, which means that all the people in the GGO would become the prey of the other party. Even though he knew that the eldest brother was attacking the position of the rotating king, the second brother did not hesitate at all, and directly activated the hand order given by the other party, awakening the other party. It can no longer be handled, and it is no longer possible to endure it. If all the disciples in Fengdu City died because of him, he would really die without closing his eyes, and he would become the eternal sinner of the GGO. Seeing the guilty and helpless expression of the second disciple, Duobeo said directly, "Brother, don't be like this. This is not your problem. It's because the other party understands people's hearts too well, and has calculated the situation inside GGO, thus dividing you. Now that I'm back, no matter who is attacking GGO at this moment, his conspiracy will not succeed." Listening to Duobeo's comfort, the second disciple of GGO couldn't help but nodded vigorously. Yes, eldest brother. Not only him, but also the third and fourth disciples beside him clenched their fists. Undoubtedly, the person in front of them is undoubtedly the backbone of them. Not only them, but also the backbone of all GGO disciples in Fengdu. The eldest brother is back, and soon the scattered people's hearts will be restored. Looking at the few people who had settled down, Duobeo said directly, "So, how long has the 9th brother been there?" The second brother of GGO took a breath, thought for a while and said, "It's almost half an hour. I'm afraid something has happened. New contact should come soon." "Very good." Duobeo nodded. "Then wait. Let's see who dares to lure and kill my GGO disciples in this way." "Yes." Looking at the few people who regained their momentum, Duobeo didn't say anything. He looked towards the direction of the gate with a hint of surprise in his heart. Have other major sects taken action? It's unlikely. Duobeo shook his head quickly and denied this idea. It's meaningless. Although GGO is still barely maintaining now, it has actually collapsed. Even if the Black Mountain sect's manpower is all wiped out, it has already withdrawn in advance in the subsequent competition for resources in Fengdu City. Although the major sects will fight for resources, they usually won't do it too much and take advantage of others' misfortunes. After all, the major sects that have existed for millions of years will have faced each other many times. This time you have an advantage, you should kill them all. Then can you guarantee that you will always have the advantage? No. There are too many adventures in the cultivation world, especially for the surface layer below TIE. If you are lucky enough to pick up a good thing, you may soar to the sky. Not to mention, the 3 religions of Buddhism, Ghost Gate, and Sichin sect. Buddhism itself has no interest in killing all the people. Compared with the disciples of GGO, Ghost Gate cares more about Fengdu City itself. As for Sichin sect, the 3 religions are one family. It is not just a casual talk. When it was the Black Mountain sect, the Sichin sect was defeated. It's a pity that the sniper failed to keep the people, otherwise it could have severely damaged the power of the Sichin sect. It was also after that time that the other party became alert and kept a distance from GGO. In this case, that idiot still has such a trick. It seems that, although the idiot lacks humanity and has some abnormal thinking due to the relationship between the skills, he is also TIE after all. Did he leave people here in advance? Well, with more than 2000 TIE, it's not too surprising to hide a few. However, although the Tai of GGO is only the 10 fires, it is very difficult to capture him without any movement. Among the disciples, who were called away, there are Tai great perfection, but they were captured without any resistance. This kind of thing is difficult to do even for the 15 fires. Have you prepared any means? After all, it is the Black Mountain sect, which is as famous as GGO, so there are still some treasures. It's a pity that the idiot's body was destroyed by the other 3 sects, and only his soul escaped to the battlefield, and there is no way to contact directly. I don't know who the person who took action is. Unfortunately, because of confidentiality, he and the Black Mountain sect have a single line of contact. Except for the eldest brother of the Black Mountain sect, others do not know his existence and cannot contact him, so they are not clear about this action. However, I think the other party should have done it on purpose. Realizing this situation, GGO will definitely take the initiative to contact him and ask him to come out to preside over the overall situation. Once he is off the field, it basically means that this matter has come to an end. Alas, these people are actually quite useful. It's a pity that they took thousands of years to cultivate them. However, I sold you for a good price, enough for me to practice to the limit of Daluo. Well, just as part of the nutrients, witness me step into the supreme realm. For you ordinary people, it is also a kind of honor. Being able to be one of the cornerstones of the future saints is worth the years of hard work. Obviously, the inner ghost of GGO has been revealed at a glance. Duobeo's mouth curled up unconsciously. To be honest, it was really lucky. When he left the Sea of Blood, he thought he was finished, but he didn't expect that the underworld suddenly turned over, covering the entire western region at once, and expelled all the realms above Daluo. It became a self-contained world inside, and cut off contact with the outside world. After trying it out, he found that at least the disciples of GGO in the underworld did not know the fact that he had betrayed. Duobeo was ecstatic. Although the situation in the underworld put GGO at a disadvantage, it was still a hard bone to chew under the formation. Without anyone's cooperation, the Black Mountain sect would have to reveal its hidden power, otherwise it would take decades, not to mention years, to take it down. The GGO formation is no joke. Faced with this situation, Duobeo naturally took action without hesitation, contacted the Black Mountain sect, and sold the GGO disciples in the underworld for a good price. Suddenly, the eyes of several people in the room, including Duobeo, flashed at the same time, and they looked directly at the outer door. Someone is coming. Not only is someone coming, they are also very familiar with the fluctuations in the breath. Including Bayman and Nanwen who left at the beginning, all of them have returned. Not only them, there is obviously one more person in the breath. One is obviously the taste of the Black Mountain sect, which is very strong. In an instant, the entire stronghold was covered. Is it really so? Let's go out and take a look. Duobeo took a deep breath and waved his hand. It was the end, so let's make it grand. After it was over, he should concentrate on conquering the throne of the wheel-turning king. Once he took that throne and completely became a member of the underworld, the outer shell of a GGO disciple could be thrown into the trash can and burned completely. Chapter 912 Crazy. The two sides met. The second brother of GGO and others were angry. Their eyes were like pillars of fire. Even though they were 100 meters apart, Lee Su felt the pressure. The air was shaking and was penetrated by their eyes. Hatred and anger intertwined together, forming a sharp edge like a sword, cutting the air around him and shaking constantly. After all, it was the Tai realm, killing people with eyes. It was really not a difficult thing. If it was immortal, just a glance would be enough to completely annihilate the other person's soul. The reaction was somewhat unexpected. After all, the feelings conveyed by emotions would not be false. Lee Su's soul had undergone a qualitative change after the sublimation of Yunwen. Capturing this kind of emotion was no different from smelling the taste through the sense of smell. He could clearly distinguish the concentration and nature of the emotion, and whether there was a disguise at a glance. The emotions of those people were all normal, and there was no doubt that they were angry and hateful. This level, if you want to say it is acting, it is really a bit awesome. He is a movie emperor level figure. He completely forgot his identity. His body and mind stood on the side of GGO disciples and completely integrated into his identity. Of course, it's hard to say. Who knows? Under normal circumstances, the other party has forgotten his true identity, and there is another person standing in the middle of the group. The aura is extremely powerful, and the person who is obviously above the myth is still calm at this moment. He did not react to the obviously abnormal expressions of Bayman and others around Lee Soo. So no matter who is the inner ghost in this group of people, this drama still has to continue. After all, from the beginning, Lee Soo never thought that a casual play would make the inner ghost appear automatically. Since he chose to cooperate with the Black Mountain religion, the other party must have contact information and can communicate. At least he can know that the Black Mountain religion is not behind this matter. The real purpose is just to make the other party confused and puzzled. Let him think that, since the Black Mountain religion has not taken action, who is this Black Mountain religion in front of him? Stepping forward, Lee Soo stepped on the air, and the aura fluctuations became more and more violent. The extremely terrible momentum continued to burst out from his body, and the terrifying Black Mountain Sutra floated from his body, and the endless mountain power fell down. Boom. With a loud bang, the GGO stronghold was shaken unprecedentedly. The earth, the sky, and the void were incredibly heavy. It was as if a mountain of 10,000 feet was stuffed into every area, and all the material seemed to collapse. The faces of GGO's second brother and others could not help but change drastically. Obviously, they did not expect that the person from the Black Mountain sect who came here would be so terrifying. Just the steps forward, and the pressure of the momentum could make their bodies indescribable and their souls couldn't help shaking. The terrible scene came into their hearts, and their hearts seemed to be destroyed. Formation. GGO's second brother took a breath, and realized that the person in front of them was not someone they could fight alone. If they joined forces, they would be defeated one by one. He chose to set up a formation without hesitation, and wanted to fight with the GGO formation. However, before they could take action, Lee Soo spoke inexplicably. What are you waiting for? It's the end. In an instant, GGO's second brother and others paused, and couldn't help showing a dull look in their eyes. Although the question was inexplicable, they were not fools after all. How could they become Tai and reach their current status without some brains? In fact, many people, even the second brother of GGO, had doubts because they had found clues. But the feelings that filled their hearts made them dare not, and unwilling to think so. The people around them were not just feelings for a day or two, but for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. This fate was more than 100 times stronger than blood relatives, and it was a bond that could not be cut off by any weapon. Could it be? No, this is impossible. Who is it? In an instant, the second brother of GGO and the other 7 people could not help but roar in their hearts, and their souls were twisted. They looked around them with extremely ferocious eyes, their pupils widened and full of scarlet, and the avenue could not help but tremble, and extreme emotions grew in their hearts. Why? Why betray? GGO, do you owe us? Do we owe you? Why? With voices of accusation and shouting, indescribable emotions erupted with them as a center, and hatred soared to the sky. Unlike the Black Mountain sect, which was a mortal enemy, no matter what the other party did, it was not surprising. As a disciple of GGO, there was only one response, greater anger and thunderous means. But for the traitor, at this moment, even the second brother of GGO couldn't help cursing in his heart. Unforgivable. However, when the eyes turned around, several people were stunned. Even if there was no language communication, thousands of years had passed, and they were already familiar with each other. It's not them. After getting this result, the second brother of GGO and others couldn't help laughing. Haha, so stupid, they actually believed the words of the Black Mountain sect. How could it be them? This is different from what we agreed. It seems that we need to have a talk with your eldest brother. Just when the second brother of GGO and the others breathed a sigh of relief, a voice that should have been extremely familiar, like warm running water, spoke with a chill that could freeze the soul. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the second brother of GGO and the others froze completely. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing a look of confusion, astonishment, puzzlement, and disbelief on their faces. You have to know that, even if the bastard from the Black Mountain sect spoke, even if there was doubt, the thoughts in the minds of the few people were that none of them had ever thought about the person standing in the center. Because for them, let alone doubt, even if there was a little more thought, it was disrespectful and a blasphemy to their own beliefs. Looking at each other, the 7 second brothers of GGO trembled all over, in disbelief, looking at the face that was once very familiar, but now so strange that it was unbelievable. Puff. The second, third, and fourth brothers of GGO vomited a mouthful of vermilion almost at the same time. The huge impact directly shook their hearts and pierced their souls. You have to know that as the leadership of GGO, they are undoubtedly the ones who believe in the person in front of them the most. Even if GGO encounters a major crisis, they are extremely firm in believing that the person in front of them will definitely come with the momentum of Mount Tay at some point and turn the tide. For this, they were even prepared to pay the price of being held accountable. The mistake was this, and the glory belonged to the eldest brother. Why? The worldview, outlook on life, and values all collapsed at this moment. The second elder brother of GGO looked as pale as death. His eyes trembled, and he lay down with blood and tears. A huge hole was torn in his heart, and he was bleeding madly. He looked at the person who spoke, and couldn't help it. His face was distorted, and he roared ferociously. Why, eldest elder brother, why are you doing this? Facing the questioning, Duobeo glanced at the people who were equally incredulous indifferently. His eyes were extremely cold, and he was not touched by their reactions at all. He just said as a matter of course, "It is your honor to die for me." Seeing the other party's words without any guilt, the second elder brother of GGO and several others couldn't help but tremble. They bit their lips tightly, as if they didn't feel any pain, even if they were bitten. How could there be such a person in this world? Finally, after extreme repression, extreme brutality and madness followed. The second brother of GGO had bloodshot eyes and screamed miserably. Duobeo. More than 1,000 disciples. More than 1,000 disciples. They died for such a bastard. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. In an instant, the corpses of the dead brothers piled up under his feet, and they looked at him with their eyes wide open. Boom. The terrible scarlet rushed into the sky, and the 7 people almost simultaneously ignited their lives, their souls, and their own things. They turned around and gave up everything, and even didn't care about the disciples of the Black Mountain sect. At this moment, even if they had to use their mouths and teeth, they would bite off a piece of meat from the selfish devil in front of them. Facing this scene, Duobeo looked very calm and stretched out his hand without being affected by the momentum of the few people. Is the final choice to struggle? Well, seeing that you cooperated with me so much and helped me sell GGO for a good price, let me personally send you to the Netherworld to meet my junior brothers and the others. It is considered to be the friendship between us for thousands of years. Clang. With a loud bang, thousands of soldiers were mobilized, and a grand aura burst out from Duobeo's body. Thousands of magic weapons turned into phantoms, and they immediately fixed the second senior brother of GGO and others in place, and also fixed Zhaozhao in the void. Then, a giant tripod fell from the sky, carrying a destructive aura, and directly pressed on several people. Struggling madly, but found that, no matter how hard he tried, his body, soul, and avenue were completely restricted and crushed to death. He could only watch the giant tripod fall, and watch death come. Faced with this scene, the second senior brother of GGO and several others opened their eyes, and the pain of powerlessness swept through their bodies and minds. Unwilling, so unwilling. Master, ancestors, please know what happened here. Calm down your anger. Kill this bastard. Kill him. Is there anyone in the Buddhist sect? Is there anyone in the Ghost sect? Is there anyone in the Western Chan sect? I beg you. Seeing all this, seeing this scene, it doesn't matter if we die. If anyone sees what happened here, please go out and tell everyone about it. Great kindness, disciples of GGO, will never forget it. We must not let this selfish bastard live. We must not. Just when the second brother of GGO and others were extremely desperate, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect, who were supposed to be the mortal enemy of GGO, suddenly stood in front of the eldest brother of GGO, Duobeo. Looking coldly at the eldest brother Duobeo, who showed a look of surprise and confusion, Lee Su slowly stretched out his hand. Although it is said that the plan itself is to lead out the traitor, this scene is really hard to laugh. It's hard to laugh. Boom. The void shattered, the giant tripod collapsed, and the phantoms of thousands of divine weapons turned into ashes. Chapter 913, GGO Civil War. Boom. A loud noise not only interrupted Duobeo Taoist's attack, but also sent GGO's second brother and others flying. Their blood boiled, and their souls shook. As they flew out, the spells that burned everything on themselves were forcibly stopped. The sudden scene made both sides stunned. Whether it was Duobeo or GGO's second brother and others, they obviously didn't expect that the Black Mountain sect would rescue them. You are not from the Black Mountain sect. Duobeo's eyes moved slightly. Although the aura was very similar, it was exactly the same. But when he really took action, he immediately found that the core was wrong. GGO's second brother and others were also shocked. They heard the words when the other party took action. Lead out the traitor. Plan? Could it be? The next second, they were caught by someone. Looking back, he saw that the Bayman and others, who were supposed to be expressionless, lost their minds, and had their spirits suppressed, had recovered at some point. At this moment, they also had anger, sadness, hatred, and confidence on their faces, and stopped the retreat of the second brother and others. Disciples of GGO. Ignoring Duobeo's words, Lee Su spoke softly. Disciples, listen to my orders. The 8 people from the Bayman looked at Lee Su enthusiastically and excitedly, and couldn't help but roar. Form a formation and watch the battle. Disciples, I have received your orders. Without any hesitation, they directly pulled the still confused second brother and others back quickly, and stopped after several thousand meters, and quickly formed a formation to isolate the battlefield. Who are you? Facing this scene, the second brother and others of GGO had no time to react, but Duobeo frowned. He could feel the emotions of the Bayman and others. It was not the attitude of finding external aid and having helpers, but infinite recognition and respect, just like himself in the past. How could it be possible? How could anyone in GGO be treated like this? As Taii, Duobeo is very clear about his status. He is the only one of the 15 Fire Pride and a legend of GGO for thousands of years. He is not only the elder brother, because of his age. In fact, the second elder brother of GGO is much older than him. He has the status today because of his strength. Lee Su smiled, and he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the terrible sword light shone, and endless sword intent surged up. Clang. A sound of the sword, a sword shadow. Boom. The terrible breath appeared, just for a moment. Fengdu City, the huge Fengdu City, countless people couldn't help but open their eyes. Killing intent, cold killing intent. It was as if a sword was hung above their heads, and the soul, the body, and the avenue were all aimed at by someone. In an instant, countless people got goosebumps all over their bodies, and their souls seemed to be solidified. Who is it? Too terrible. Too amazing. A sword intent made almost everyone feel the approach of death and the oppression of despair. Taii felt a huge chill. The true immortals were completely unable to move. The celestial immortals were almost oppressed to death, and the people below them didn't even have time to make a sound. They fell to the ground with a crackling sound, suppressed by the terrifying sword intent. At the first moment, the first people of the 3 major sects in the western region of the mythology world, Buddhism, Ghost Sect, and Sichin Sect, opened their eyes. They were awakened by the sound of the sword in their enlightenment, and were forcibly cut out of their enlightenment by the killing intent. The Buddhist elder sister had a sacred, holy, but indescribably sad face with a slight touch of surprise. This sword intent. The elder brother of Ghost Sect frowned, and couldn't help but say, what a fierce sword. The elder brother of Sichin Sect also took a breath at this moment. What a cruel intent. In Fengdu City, there are still such masters? In an instant, the 3 flew out from their retreat. Not only them, but countless Taii monks also flew out. They looked directly at the direction where the terrifying sword intent burst out. You. For the first time, Duobeo showed a look of surprise on his face. He was not unfamiliar with this sword intent. He had seen it once with his own eyes, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. The next second, like a meteor, he instantly escaped thousands of miles away. clang. How could Li Su let the other party run away? He directly changed the world. Not only did he intercept Duobao, but he also took him out of Fengdu City and appeared directly in the sky thousands of miles away. He didn't mean to say anything. Since he had taken out the sword and used the magic, the person in front of him could not be kept. Jukesen. In an instant, thousands of scriptures shone, and the sacred supreme penetrated the world. One word and one sword, thousands of swords. Like rivers and seas, like galaxies. Billions of sword lights fell with a bang. The first move was a shocking killing move. Even Duobao's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. He stretched out his hands and grasped the void. Zenshin. Dung. The sacred and boundless 15 fires rose up into the sky. The highest chapter shone through the heaven and earth. The terrifying avenue rose up into the sky. The vast galaxies lay around. Countless divine weapons turned into grand wonders, shining in the sky. A giant tripod that was 10,000 times larger than the previous one appeared out of thin air. It suppressed the void and locked everything. Everything, here, at this moment, was all fixed. Facing the grand suppression, the billions of sword rains trembled slightly and then stood directly on the giant tripod. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang. Accompanied by the dense and extremely dense sound. It was the angry thunder of the sky, and it was the roar of the ground turning over. In an instant of collision, the airwaves turned into a raging ocean, rolling for 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles, and 400,000 miles. The sacred words collided violently above the sky, and each collision was as terrifying as a comet hitting a planet. Even at a height of thousands of miles, the entire Fengdu city could not help but shake in an instant. In the sky, the terrifying sword light frantically strangled the 10,000-foot giant tripod, one sword after another. The tripod that could suppress the sky was actually constantly shaking after being cut and retreated bit by bit. Countless materials on it were cut off and cut hard. Duobao in the tripod couldn't help shaking at this moment. Although he was at a high level, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in the face of Li Su's unreasonable number of stars and saint level skills. He was shaking all over after being cut, and the avenue was ringing, and blood was spilled. Duobao's face turned blue, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he was extremely embarrassed, with wounds all over his body and bleeding. Even if he was frantically repairing, countless sword intentions were still exploding from it. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness and composure he had when facing the second brother of Gigio before. His face was full of anxiety and anger. He could not help but roared, "Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bad Sky." Knowing that the other party was terrible and could not escape, he gathered all his magic power and started to fight. A giant axe appeared in the sky. It was extremely sacred and bloomed magnificently. It was entangled with billions of Dao rhymes, wrapped with millions of small paths, with 3,000 middle paths as a core, forming a light of destruction, which was going to penetrate the world. Trap the immortal. At this point, there was no room for the two sides. Li Su had only murderous intent, and without hesitation, he used the second sword. The sky was full of red light, covering the sky and the earth, bursting with murderous intent, endless. Thousands of clouds were evaporated in an instant, and the whole world was left with endless scarlet. The giant axe shook, cut through thousands of miles, and slashed towards the boundless red cloud. The red cloud shook, setting off a huge wave. In the waves, endless sword light rolled up, and the terrible supreme scripture sank, and floated in it, crashing into the giant axe without a trace of dodging. With a loud bang, the sky exploded. The whole world was blinded by a white light in an instant, and murderous intent rolled down. At this moment, in Fengdu City, the immortals couldn't help but roll their eyes, and fell to the ground. Above the sky, the giant axe and the red cloud did not stop, and they fought madly. The giant axe swung again and again, leaving huge gaps in the sky. The red cloud kept surging, rolling up waves higher than the waves. Boom. 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 The terrible two people were completely entangled with each other, colliding and fighting crazily thousands of times a second. As the two fought, Fengdu City began to burst into light, and inscriptions appeared on it, covering the entire city. As for the outside, it began to shake, and continued to shake. Gradually, gravity began to lose order, and countless sand and stones floated up, with the sky where the two fought as the center. Thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, and hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom. A beam of axe light fell, and the earth cracked, forming a deep pit of hundreds of miles. Boom. There was a red cloud falling, and the place it touched disappeared with a hissing sound. All the matter was destroyed and evaporated. Looking at the shocking battle above their heads, the people of Fengdu City were shocked at this moment. The scene of destroying the world was so shocking that even Tai at the same level showed an extremely horrified look. It was unbelievable that the battle between Tai realms could be so terrifying. The first people of Buddhism, Ghost, and Dzogchen sect also frowned at this moment. There was no doubt that the two people above were not inferior to them and were at the same level as them. No, the people who used swords were obviously stronger, even if they all felt the pressure. One of them should be Duobao of GGO? But, who is the other one? This sword intent feels very similar to that of Blood Sword Master. Is GGO in a civil war? Compared with the three disciples who were shocked by the battle, the disciples of GGO were now in the formation. At this moment, the faces of the second brother of GGO kept changing from surprise, shock, to disbelief. They realized something and couldn't help but look back and look at the people of Bayman. He stared at them intently, unable to help but open his mouth, wanting to get the answer he wanted in his heart. He is? Even though they had never met before, this extremely familiar sword intent in the entire GGO, besides the Blood Sword Master, one of the 9 elders, there is undoubtedly only one person who can use it. And that person, if it is that person. The Bayman people were laughing, with sadness and joy in their eyes. That's right, you guessed it right. Haha, ha 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 ha. After getting the answer he wanted, the second brother of the GGO couldn't help but laugh crazily, and his tears kept flowing, feeling both sad and happy. God has eyes, God has eyes. Chapter 914. How could I die here? Boom, boom, boom. The two kept fighting, the giant axe that destroyed everything, and the red cloud that submerged everything kept colliding. The speed of the two sides fighting was very fast. To put it bluntly, the giant axe and the red cloud were just the scenes presented, the images received by the naked eye. In fact, the collision between the two people on the battlefield was much more terrible and dangerous. In the red cloud, tens of millions of supreme scriptures tilted down. They were the laws of the ancient GGO saints. Each word contained the supreme sacredness, and there was an amazing power constantly descending. They turned into blood-red long swords one after another, constantly slashing at the giant axe. Every time they collided, there were hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of scriptures between the two sides. The sparks that were aroused were like a sky curtain, covering hundreds of miles and thousands of miles. This was the top-level strangulation. The scriptures, extraordinary particles, and taurine were undergoing unprecedented mutual annihilation. The high temperature formed ignited the air and burned through the void. That terrible power, every particle seemed to be able to penetrate a continent and shatter a star. Duobao's face looked very ugly, and his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. At this moment, he was very panicked, really panicked. After recognizing the identity of the person in front of him, he realized that something was wrong and planned to escape at the first time. As the arrogance of the eldest brother of the GGO Tai, he had long disappeared completely. As a result, he was intercepted and directly moved to a height of thousands of miles by the other party with special magical powers. He was trapped here by force and was extremely passive in the battle. This was definitely not the result he wanted, because he knew the strength of the person in front of him. Let alone anything else, the fact that he held the treasure had extinguished all his thoughts. The gap was too big. Even if he had not tasted the power of the treasure himself, the 3 Dalo realms of the demon clan told him how terrible it was to be called a treasure. Therefore, for Duobao, this battle was a dead end, a situation in which he would definitely die. Knowing that he was bound to die, how good could Duobao's mood be? How could he not panic? The battlefield was being pulled away. Duobao didn't think he could win, he wanted to run. The axe that chopped down was not the fighting and arrogance that others saw. It was just him trying desperately to make a gap and escape. but the unexpected result was that he was strong, and the person on the other side was not weaker than him at all. Although his axe was extremely powerful, the red cloud in front of him was equally terrifying. He chopped it again and again, but failed to cut it off completely. Instead, the red cloud quickly surrounded him after each chopped. The terrible sword intent directly strangled the axe, and strangled his magical power. Duobeo's body was shaking constantly, he was bleeding continuously, and there were a lot of sword marks on his body. The opponent's sword was too terrible. It was even more terrifying than he imagined. It was heavy and shocking. Every sword was transmitted through the axe. The terrible sword intent affected him, and left scars on his body. As Taii, Duobeo has an extremely amazing immortality. Even in the depths of the core avenue, a ray of eternal and immortal light has been condensed. That is the power of Daluo. Although it has not yet taken shape, and is still on the way, it gives him an extremely terrifying recovery ability, and can quickly repair his body. However, facing the injuries on his body, Duobeo's healing power encountered a nemesis. The sword intent is too strong. Even if his body continues to burst out treasure light and continuously washes, the effect is very low. Each sword intent, as if attached to the bone marrow, constantly entangles him, making the wound constant there, unable to expel or repair. This is simply incredible. You have to know the realm between the two parties. Obviously, he should be stronger. Sure enough, is it because of the treasure? Duobeo's face became more and more livid, and his wide eyes revealed a look of resentment and jealousy. He cursed and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Twice already. This person actually completely destroyed his plan twice, not only hindering his steps, but also tripping him. Why do you stand in front of him? Why don't you just die? Why not hand over the token of the Emperor's treasury to him? In this way, he can directly become Daluo, without having to participate in that damn war, and directly stand at the top of the living beings. And the treasure, why didn't the other party hand it over honestly, and give it to him? If it was in his hands, he would have achieved Daluo thousands of years ago, and now he has become the ultimate, and even entered the legendary Holy Realm, and entered the sequence of supreme living beings. Duobeo looked at Lee Su, his eyes couldn't help but turn red, and his lips were bitten hard and bleeding. The opportunities in the other party's hands, one after another, should be his. Boom. Another collision. Duobeo's giant axe began to crack, and it could no longer withstand the strangulation of Hangan. The internal part of the Taoist magic was pierced by a large amount of sword intent, and the overall structure began to collapse. Not only that, a sword intent pierced through his defense, cut deeply into it, passed over his eyebrows, and the sword intent cut deeply into his skull, almost splitting his head. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Duobeo was extremely angry and his heart could not help but feel cold. He felt the crisis, the real crisis of death. For the first time, a thick haze covered his selfless soul. Duobeo could not help but roar. His body began to glow, the galaxy in his body was shining, and the 45 stars inside emitted amazing light. In the huge star ring, there were immortal weapons and magic weapons that could not be seen at a glance. That was his continuous collection and accumulation over thousands of years. It was his real trump card and the key to being among the best in the realm of Taii in the mythological world. The super immortal lore of Jijiro, Jishin Sutra was shaking, and countless scriptures fell, intertwining and merging with those immortal weapons and magic weapons. Spiritual treasure technique. At this moment, he activated his own life-defining Taoism, and created his own supreme magical power through the fusion of special talents in Jishin Sutra. He could borrow the power of all the magic weapons and all the immortal weapons, and transform them into his own combat power. It can be said that the more treasures he holds, the stronger his strength will be. The giant axe disappeared, and Duobeo appeared. He raised his hand, and chopped it out, and light sprouted from his palm. A huge column of light instantly shone for thousands of miles, forming an endless long river, hanging upside down in the void. In that long river, there were endless phantoms of divine weapons, with swords ringing, knives chanting, dong dong sounds, and ding ding sounds. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of divine weapons were gathered into one by him, and a shocking divine weapon light was chopped out. This attack was terrible. There was no doubt that it broke through the upper limit of the Taii surface. That brilliance was mixed with hundreds of thousands of completely different powers, millions of unpredictable changes, the power of the five element, the power of light and darkness, the power of curse, too many. They intertwined together, forming an all-round attack on the flesh, the soul, and the avenue. There was a sign of all things returning to one. It was Duobeo's strongest attack. How could I die here? Chapter 915 No Trace. Facing the flying light, Lee Su's eyebrows twitched slightly. He was indeed the top genius of this era. Although he was not as high as the saint he mastered, he had undoubtedly entered the highest level of the skills, and reached the category of super great and above, which gave him amazing pressure, and made him feel the threat to his life. Lee Su raised his hands, and a grand chapter flew out of the shanking Dao fruit. 117 stars shook, and a sword condensed and appeared directly in front of his body. In an instant, endless murderous intent gathered in it, and all kinds of terrible auras of destruction, death, and withering floated in it. Before the sword came out, the world was already dead silent, as if the end had come, as if the end of the world was coming. That was the sword of absolute killing, that was the sword of death. Sword of immortal slaughter. The light was not as gorgeous as that of Xiangxun, and the speed was not as fast as that of Juxun, so fast that it could not be caught by the eyes. Only the amazing death intention was beyond everything, slaughtering everything. The light of the magic weapon, the sword of killing. In the blink of an eye, they collided, and the two forces instantly burst into amazing brilliance. There is no doubt, that is Duobeo's strongest attack. It is also his origin light. The brilliance of the magic weapon is really very powerful, so powerful that even the same 15 fire great perfections will be injured, and there is a possibility of being killed, if you are not careful. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, he is facing Lee Su, who has mastered the true supreme saint. Even among the super great immortals, he is also the person who belongs to the top of the Tao. The light of the magic weapon is indeed terrible. Facing the sword of the saint, there is no doubt that the level is far behind. Although his moves are infinitely close to perfection, and there are signs of all methods returning to one, after all, there are still gaps and loopholes between them. There is no way. After all, he is only Tai. Even if he has reached the extreme, he is still stuck there, and cannot get involved in the realm of Tao, that can only be touched by Daluo. It can be said that, if both of them were in the Daluo realm, perhaps it would not be like this. The terrifying sword intent rang, and the vast sacred light began to tremble. The structural defects allowed the immortal sword to find its flaws, and it withered from the gaps, began to decay, and was chopped off by the immortal sword. Ah! A wailing sounded, and Duobeo was severely injured. The terrifying sword almost cut him in half, and his mind was affected. The body with radiant treasure light had terrible cracks, and an astonishing sense of destruction flowed out of it. His body was torn apart, not just his body, but also his soul. After being slashed by the sword, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were all cut open, and 1 soul and 2 spirits were severely injured and almost annihilated. He had clearly used the strongest Taoism, but the result was so unexpected. His divine weapon light was actually directly shattered by the opponent. Damn it, damn it. Duobeo couldn't help but roar. His jealousy became more and more intense, and his hatred became more and more unforgettable. Supreme treasure, everything, is the supreme treasure. He naturally didn't believe that Lee Su, who was at a lower level than him, could defeat him so easily. The only reason he would lose was the difference in treasures. An amazing light appeared, and an immortal weapon appeared in front of Duobeo. The injury was too severe, and the avenue was cut. This was a damage that could not be repaired by Tai's power alone. Bang! The immortal weapon shattered. With its shattering, Duobeo's broken body immediately recovered, and the previous injuries disappeared. This was one of his references to the Lingbao technique, which allowed the immortal weapon to bear the damage on its behalf. But this is definitely not a technique that can be performed frequently, because the immortal weapons are limited. Duobeo's eyes were full of venom. He stared at Lee Su intently, and almost without any hesitation, another immortal weapon appeared. The immortal weapon shook and shattered. It was still the Lingbao technique. As the innate Taoism, it can not only be used for attack, defense, treatment, and even escape. 2 immortal weapons. This loss is too great for Duobeo. Each one cost him countless efforts, and for this reason he concealed his identity and destroyed many sects. These are all middle grade immortal weapons, corresponding to the level of Tai, which can only be possessed by the upper domain sect. Over thousands of years, the number he has accumulated is only a few. Not only that, this immortal weapon is also related to his strength. The spiritual treasure technique needs a powerful immortal weapon to be effective. And it is obvious that, even if there are 100,000 magic weapons, it cannot match the bonus brought by a middle grade immortal weapon. If possible, he doesn't want to use it at all. But facing Lee Su, who has the treasure, Duobao knows that, if he doesn't plan to pay some price, he can't get away. As the immortal weapon broke, his body dimmed inexplicably, as if he wanted to disappear from this world and this place. Want to leave? Feeling the other party's behavior, Lee Su raised his eyebrows. How could he let it escape? Another Tao fruit appeared in his pupils. It sat on Lee Su's spiritual platform, with the supreme chapter of Yu King listed on it, and the phantom of Pangu banner floating in it. He raised his hand, and punched directly on the void. But, the space shook, and the area of 100,000 miles was like water. The next second, with a thud, thousands of miles away, Duobao's disappeared figure was knocked out of the void. In an instant, Duobao's face changed, and his pupils showed horror. How could it be possible? However, Lee Su did not give him time to think. A distance of 1,000 miles was just a glance for him. The moment the opponent appeared, he had already brought the immortal killing sword, and arrived not far from the opponent, and struck again. With a clang, Duobao's body dimmed directly, and the amazing treasure light on it was extinguished. The terrible sword intent stabbed directly into the opponent's star along the flesh and soul, trying to cut it into pieces. Bang! The sound of objects breaking rang out, not one, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. This time it was not an immortal weapon, but a divine weapon. After all, there were a limited number of immortal weapons, and he didn't have so much to squander. Tens of thousands of magic weapons in Duobao's body exploded almost at the same time. The one who should have been killed by Lee Su appeared 1,000 meters away with a pale face. His injuries healed again, but Duobao was panting. Even if he was replaced quickly, he still couldn't help trembling. The severe pain of strangulation formed a shadow, covering his heart, and became a mark engraved in his brain. Escape. At this moment, he no longer had time to think deeply about how Lee Su did it, how to cut the escaping self out of the void. Thousands of magic weapons emerged, shattered, and Duobao's body dimmed. Lee Su's eyes moved, and he disappeared. The next second he appeared 100 miles away, and chopped directly into the air with a sword. With a loud bang, a figure appeared in an extremely embarrassed state, and a large piece of blood splashed. It was Duobao, and he was cut out again. Looking at Lee Su with extreme resentment, Duobao disappeared again without saying a word. Lee Su also did not hesitate, and quickly caught up. Boom. 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 The two figures quickly left, but in just a few breaths, they had already left the territory of Fengdu City. As for the earth-shaking loud noise, it continued to echo in the distance, and countless pieces of magic weapons continued to fall. The battlefield became quiet as the two left, but Fengdu City did not calm down because of this. Asterisk 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 at this moment, everyone's heart was extremely shocked. Not only the identities of the people fighting, but also the horror shown by both sides. The most terrifying thing was the ending. A 15-fire great perfection was so embarrassed. Facing another person with an unknown identity, he was suppressed quickly and powerfully, and it was even difficult to escape. Even the Tai chief of the other three religions couldn't help but look solemn at this moment, feeling unprecedented pressure. Duobao, definitely not bad. But the other person was so strong that it was a bit suffocating. As 15 fire, they felt great pressure for the first time in the same realm. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their hearts, and their breathing became heavy. If the person facing him was me, could I beat him? If they can't win, they won't be much better than Duobao. After all, everyone's strength is almost on the same level, with little difference. Taking a deep breath, the three of them looked at each other from a distance, and they could see the heaviness in their eyes. Let's talk. The eldest brother of the Zichan sect spoke directly, and the other two nodded directly. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the disciples of GGO are here. At this moment, the disciples are like falling into a dream, sluggish and speechless. The appearance of His Highness is like a hand that pulls them out of the abyss of nightmares, but the development of the battle undoubtedly shocks their hearts and is unbelievable. How strong Duobeo is, they can best understand it. As a result, after only a few moments of fighting, they began to bleed, were completely suppressed, and finally had to cut off their arms to survive. They knew about the Lingbeo technique, and understood the power of the Taoism that evolved from the Jishin Sutra. Even the saints had praised it, and admired this technique very much, saying that it was possible to be close to saints. But the result was that they were directly crushed by His Highness, and could only flee for their lives. Originally, Duobeo's betrayal and His Highness's appearance were like a new backbone for the disciples of GGO. Although they were excited, they were still uneasy. After all, they were increasing and decreasing, which was actually equivalent to keeping the same. But the Black Mountain sect was different. Once Duobeo and the other party met, the other party was actually equivalent to having one more top-level Tai combat power. For GGO, the situation was not optimistic, but even worse. Now, with the strength shown by Lee Su, everyone felt indescribable peace of mind, while being extremely shocked. Duobeo, the traitor, must be very regretful. Some disciples couldn't help it, thinking back to the other party's betrayal and everything that happened before, and gritted their teeth. The Bayman people didn't say anything, but couldn't help but glance at the second brother of GGO. You know, in terms of feelings, the second and third brothers have the deepest feelings for Duobeo. At this moment, the second brother of GGO suddenly laughed, holding his stomach and laughing, and tears of laughter fell. Looking at the second brother who laughed loudly, and tears were streaming, everyone couldn't help but feel indifferent. After a while, the second brother wiped away his tears and chuckled. It is our honor to die for you. I don't know if he will regret it, but I know that his face must be hurting at this moment. Everyone was stunned, and many people couldn't help laughing. Soon, the laughter became louder and louder. Indeed, they didn't know whether he would regret it, but they were sure that Duobeo's face must be hurting, very hurting at this moment. Asterisk 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 Duobeo himself obviously didn't have time to think about whether his face hurt or not. He was running madly, towards a certain direction. He was beaten out of the void by Lee Su again and again, and he destroyed countless magic weapons again and again. He had only one thought. It's almost there, it's almost there. 10 more times, and he will arrive. The territory of the Dead Soul Clan, the partner of the Black Mountain cult. As long as he gets there, he can survive, and everything can be reversed. With a thud, he was beaten out again. Duobeo spit out a large mouthful of blood, and even rolled over several times in a very embarrassed manner. But he didn't care. He had always been like this, pure and extreme. For himself, he could ignore everything. There were 9 more times. There was light in his pupils, blooming with hope. As long as he could survive, nothing else mattered. As for Lee Su, sooner or later, there would be that day. He would devour everything the other party had, all of it, all of it. But, the next second, Duobeo paused and completely solidified. He clearly still had a lot of magic weapons left, and there were clearly 7 immortal weapons left, but he was solidified in the void. Except for his eyeballs, he couldn't even move his eyelids. He looked at Lee Su in disbelief, looking at the terrifying flag that appeared above Lee Su's head, which he had seen once before. Supreme treasure. Feeling the boundless power suppressing him, Duobeo couldn't help but have an incredible thought in his mind. How could it be possible? It wasn't that Lee Su took out the supreme treasure, but the suppression of the supreme treasure made him realize that the opponent was useless in the previous battle. Lee Su walked in front of the other party calmly. He naturally did not use the treasure in the previous battle. Just kidding. How could Tai bear something that even the near saint's suppression realm could not bear? The reason why he did not suppress it directly and forcefully was very simple. He did it on purpose. Otherwise, what would you let the other 3 disciples think? What would the people of the Black Mountain religion think? What would all the cultivators and the entire Fengdu city think? Killing the 15 fires is like killing ants. Although the situation of the 15 fires in front of him needs to be considered, there is no doubt that it is still the highest level of cultivators in Fengdu City, right? High will make people afraid, and too high will make people afraid. Although Li Su is not afraid of everything in the underworld Fengdu, he will eventually go out and return to the myth world. He raised his hand and chopped the other party's head directly, cutting it in two with an unbelievable look on his face. The immortal killing sword intent broke out, and in the blink of an eye, the opponent's body, soul, and even the avenue were directly annihilated by Li Su. There was no extra movement. The great master Tai of GGO died here. As Li Su swung the immortal killing sword in his hand, there was no trace left. The scourge was finally solved. It was not easy. 15 fire Tai was really hard to kill. After all, Li Su was one level lower in realm. That was no joke. Although he made up for it with his peerless foundation, he was actually only a little stronger than the other party. It shouldn't be so one-sided. Don't think that Li Su still has a lot of supremes that he hasn't used, which is almost equivalent to not using his full strength. It's not that way. After all, no matter how strong the attack is, it has to be so big for you to hit. In terms of the single pole, there is no doubt that Li Su used his full strength. Don't look at the one-sided battle. That's because the opponent's power was reduced by his shanking supreme. When it fell on him, there was not much left, and the flesh and blood supreme could easily deal with it. Of course, more importantly, Duobao was too scared. From the beginning, he was alert and didn't fight him at close range at all, but chose to bombard him with super long-range magical powers. This kind of collision can best reflect the difference in the grades of the skills, and the highest and the most extreme are presented in exquisite detail. If he had compressed his strength and fought Li Su in close combat without using the treasure, he would not have been defeated so easily. After all, once the strength is compressed, even if the strength is not enough, the number can be accumulated to ensure that his magical power will not be easily destroyed. The larger the range, the greater the consumption and the more difficult it is to replenish. This is common sense. Rather than saying that the other party lost to Li Su, it is better to say that he lost because of his own state of mind. Next, let the GGLO recover some energy, make more money, and occupy some god positions. Of course, I have to hurry up and learn the upper grade Yin Wen, obtain higher Yin positions, and the first origin. The first 2 times were undoubtedly successful, especially the second time. The third time, I'm afraid it will not be so simple. The Black Mountain sect cannot sit still, and the dead souls will never sit and wait for death. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Damn it, why does it feel that things are not only not less, but more and more? Can't he practice peacefully for a while? Suddenly, Li Su's eyes moved, and he couldn't help but look into the distance. There was movement over there, and something was coming. After a moment, Li Su frowned slightly. Is that a dead soul? Chapter 916 Arrangement. Dead soul? Li Su frowned slightly. He didn't think it was just a coincidence that he suddenly appeared in the distance. Although Duobao's running direction was strange, the general direction had not changed. At this moment, the group of things were not far away from him. With Duobao's situation, he would probably reach it after moving a few times at most. It was hard to believe that he ran to a place where dead souls appeared in such a large western region. You know, although Li Su had encountered dead souls, it was just a coincidence, and the dead souls were chasing other monks at that time and had already left their territory. Otherwise, if Li Su wanted to encounter dead souls, he would probably have to walk for several days and change directions. And being chased by himself, Duobao should be very clear that, if he couldn't find a way to get rid of himself, the only end waiting for him was death. Therefore, he didn't think that the other party was running around blindly and just encountered the dead soul by chance. In order to avoid his pursuit, he went deep into another tiger's den. This possibility is naturally there. But how did the other party know that he would encounter dead souls when he came here? According to the memory of GGO disciples, when the underworld covered the western region of the mythical world, it didn't take long for the disciples of the 5 major sects to enter Fengdu City. Not long after that, the Black Mountain sect began to attack GGO, and this GGO master brother has been in seclusion since then, and has not appeared. In this case, how did he know that the dead souls would be here? Lee Su blinked, and he directly mobilized the Xinhuo flag. At the same time, the Soul Daoguo opened his eyes. A large number of them were attracted by him, and merged into his body. While suppressing the anger, the black mud in the ghost domain under his feet surged up and quickly covered him. Originally, if the dead souls only appeared outside Fengdu City, Lee Su would not care too much, but it is obvious that this group also appeared in the battle area and infected the first and second origins of Fengdu City, which means that they are also involved in Fengdu City, and the degree of strategy is quite high. This race is not a good person at first glance, and it is obviously a big villain in the book. For the safety of hundreds of millions of people in Fengdu City, Lee Su must not let them succeed. Just kidding. Lee Su would not eat alone, but at least 80% of the resources should be his. How could he let such a thing covet them? After thinking about it, Lee Su took out his life card from the ghost domain. He originally planned to go back to organize it, but now it seems that he needs to delay it first. He thought about it and sent a message directly to the life card group. Ahem. With Lee Su's light cough, the internal group of GGO, which had become extremely fierce because of a big battle, immediately became quiet. Unlike ordinary disciples, as a GGO Daozi, Lee Su has great authority. In the same realm, Lee Su's status in GGO is undoubtedly at the top. Even if he is one realm higher than him, the authority of the Daozi is still extremely high. Although he cannot completely cover the opponent's domain, he is basically not subject to the opponent's jurisdiction. In the entire GGO, only the GGO Saint and the 9 elders under him can directly give orders to Lee Su. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice almost directly reached everyone's heart, and they realized who the person who spoke was in an instant. In addition to the battle just now, Bayman pointed out Lee Su's identity at the first time, and told everyone why GGO had been suppressed so miserably recently, and who turned the tide. As Xianhua and Yangping spoke, especially Yangping, he was the most excited. The respected gentleman turned out to be his own Daozi. He couldn't help but roared 3 times on the spot with the life card. At the same time, he began to suspect that the destruction of Wanshao Palace was probably related to His Highness, although he didn't know why it was the Buddha's aura and the Ghost Gate. After all, it was too coincidental. It diverted the attention of the Black Mountain sect and loosened the rope around GGO's neck. So, after a while, Wanshao was destroyed, the central mansion was suppressed, and a traitor was found inside GGO. Finally, the traitor was found and chased and killed personally. One by one, listening to Yangping's words, you can imagine how shocked everyone was. The name of Daozi is not unfamiliar in GGO. 99% of the people had received his favors. After all, the priceless monkey wine incident had not been over for long. Now, they were trapped in the abyss and pulled out of the incomparable despair. It is entirely possible to imagine the mood of many disciples at this moment. In an instant, nearly 20,000 disciples in Fengdu City could not help but take a breath and speak. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Voice after voice, indescribable emotions were pouring out and surrounding. A simple sentence was filled with extremely intense emotions, including excitement, happiness, and finding a backbone. At this moment, all the disciples of GGO seemed to have returned to the normal western regions, with the support of the saints and the 9 elders, and the whole world was free. Feeling the extremely excited emotions in the group, Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes and coughed unnaturally. Really, pairs of eyes were burning and restless. After being excited for almost a minute, the voices in the group gradually died down. It was not until everyone quieted down that Lee Su said, "Second senior brother." The second senior brother of GGO could not help but clench his fists. As one of the parties involved in the whole thing, he had too many thoughts and guilt in his heart. He suppressed the words that came out of his mouth and said slowly, "Your Highness, I'm here. Organize yourselves. I have passed on 2 copies of Xianhua's Heart Sutra, which correspond to the outer and middle Yunwen of Fengdu. After practicing, they can nourish your souls and bear more Yunwen. Organize your manpower and everyone returns to the outer city to comprehend it again. As Lee Su spoke, everyone was startled. Warm up the soul and bear more yin. According to my calculations, after learning these two scriptures, you should be able to withstand at least 500 to 1000 lower gradient texts, which are the 8th, 9th, and 13th levels. Everyone should slowly comprehend them, and when the soul begins to feel swollen and painful, go to the battle. There are special particles over there that can activate the yin texts and awaken them. Although the effect of this awakening varies depending on the number of yin texts you comprehend, it should be able to increase the strength of your 2/3 level souls. Then before learning, exchange some dragon liver and phoenix marrow first. I will transfer 2000 yin gold yuan to you. In terms of quantity, 1 penny for 100 people in the foundation building stage, and 1 penny for 10 people in the golden elixir stage. Eat them first, and then start practicing. Next, all disciples of GGO will focus on the outer city and improve themselves as much as possible. After completing the practice, they should be able to obtain yin positions. Disciples at the 3 superficial levels of foundation building, golden elixir, and celestial immortals should strive to obtain the status of ghost messengers as much as possible. As for the true immortals, ghost messengers are also fine depending on the situation. If they can go to the middle city, they will focus on the 3 officials of the underworld. As for TIE, the 3 officials of the underworld and the 6 case officials are the main targets. The 3 divisions should focus on the judge division and obtain as many positions as possible here, especially the Yinlu division among the branches, which is the most important. The Samsara division and the Hell division can be ignored. If the 3 divisions and 6 cases occupy more than 3 levels of the rank of the true god, then take the initiative to contact the other 3 religions, that is, the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect, and delete the last line of the 2 scriptures I passed on to you, as a favor, and cooperate. Together, the 4 families will take all the positions in the 2 cities of the outer and middle. After explaining the arrangements for the GGO in one breath, Lee Su paused and said, "Do you understand? Understand? How can you not understand this? It's almost like holding them hand in hand and telling them what to do." Disciple understands. The second brother of the GGO took a breath directly. He nodded, and at the same time, he couldn't help but worry. It was obvious that His Highness could take them personally in these matters. Did Duobeo escape? His Highness, will he continue to chase? He couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what about you? Aren't you coming back?" "Don't worry about the traitor. I found something here and need to go take a look. Don't worry. I'll tell you all about this. I'll stay in the inner city after I come back. You have to control the specific situation." "Okay, that's it." After that, Lee Su once again sealed the breath of the life card with firewood and threw it into the ghost domain. Then he moved his body and flew directly to the direction of the dead soul without any hesitation. As Lee Su's breath disappeared, at this moment, there was silence in the GGO group for a long time. But it was obviously different from the previous dead silence. At this moment, all the GGO disciples had a glow on their faces. Their eyes were shining, hot, excited, longing, and impulsive. Unlike the eldest brother, His Highness Daozi not only stood in front of them, but also sprinkled endless brilliance, forming a road behind him, a road for them to go up. I must become a ghost messenger. It's me. Pa, it's me. Listening to the noise in the group, it seemed as if we had returned to the time before the underworld appeared. In the inner city, the second brother of GGO turned his eyes and looked at the other brothers. He took a deep breath. "Everyone, I think there is no need to say anything more, right? His Highness Daozi not only saved us and everyone else, but also arranged the way forward for us. We have made a mistake once, and it was His Highness who made up for our mistake. Now His Highness has given the order." He did not continue to speak, because at this moment, the emotions in everyone's eyes were very simple. "I will not let His Highness down. I won't." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917 Soul Crystal, as big as a mountain. Hurry up, everyone, cheer up. You should understand how it feels to have delayed the arrangements from above. Boss, what's going on above? They suddenly asked us to speed up, and we are not repairing day and night. If this goes on, all the soul servants we have collected with great difficulty will die. Shut up. If we fail to complete the task, not only will your soul servants die, but we will all die. In a valley, dozens of dead souls, commanding thousands of souls with broken souls and extremely painful expressions, are constantly gathering the surrounding yin ki to themselves. As their bodies tremble slightly, turbid liquid slowly flows out of their broken bodies. Under the bodies of these residual souls, there are traces carved one after another. It is very strange. There is a certain order in the chaos, but when you want to find this order, the only thing you can feel is incomparable chaos. It is a formation, a very special formation. It is full of ominousness, coldness, and dead silence. To describe it in words, it is like painting the wasteland, recording the end of the world, and recording destruction. It is a trajectory of returning to nature, anti-life, and anti-order. Living creatures will feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. If they get close to them, they will resist instinctively. Once they get close to a certain extent, their spirits will collapse, and they will go crazy. Standing not far away, Lee Su frowned. He was just a little curious whether this was the territory of the dead souls. After all, Duobao's last direction was here. But after getting closer, he found that it was not the case. Instead, dozens of dead souls were leading a group of residual souls to set up an array. From the nature of the array, it was undoubtedly a very bad array. Although the picture looks like only dozens of dead souls with a bunch of residual souls, letting them absorb yin ki and then produce turbid liquid. In fact, this process alone is extremely cruel. It is equivalent to force feeding the other party and then immediately squeezing blood, and this process will be very long and extremely painful. After all, the residual souls are different from living people, and they will not die so easily. In the case of these residual souls, if they want to completely disappear, they may have to go through this process repeatedly for several months of torture before they can be completely squeezed dry. It can be regarded as the soul version of blood. The liquid dripping down is actually the same as blood. The turbid appearance is actually a mixture of extreme emotions, which dyed the colorless liquid that should have been nearly transparent with mixed colors. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su couldn't help but look up and look into the depths. Of course, there are more than one such formations here. Looking around, there are countless such teams in the undulating mountains, leading a large number of residual souls, constantly expanding. It can't be described as many, but also long. Not only are there many teams laying out, but they are also constantly spreading outward from the depths. What is being prepared? Lee Su showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. After all, this formation is too weird. No matter how talented you are, you must first understand what others are painting. If you understand one method, you can understand all methods. That means that everyone is human and based on the same worldview. This is like in the previous life, someone used a pile of rags to pile up a weird thing and insisted that it was art, and someone actually spent hundreds of thousands to buy it. In depth. Lee Su hesitated for a moment. He had only intended to come and take a look. If nothing unexpected happened, he would choose to leave immediately. But when he saw this scene and heard the conversation of the Dead Soul clan, it was obvious that the other party had only recently started to accelerate. This meant two things. The first was that this plan was originally prepared. The second was that for some reason, the Dead Soul clan further accelerated this plan to the point of not caring about the cost. The first one was fine, but the second one had a bit of a conflict in time. It just happened that it was not long after he had dealt with the second origin. If it had nothing to do with Lee Su himself would not believe it. If it had something to do with him, it meant that this plan involved the origin. Lee Su saw the effect of the loss of the two origins with his own eyes. Although he only saw it from a distance, it was obvious that the situation on the second battlefield had been completely changed. The underworld had formed an absolute advantage and completely suppressed the dead souls. At present, if you don't feel that the breath is too far beyond your own, go in a distance first to see. If it doesn't work, then retreat. Taking a breath, Lee Su didn't hesitate too much. There are indeed some people in the Dead Soul clan that he is very afraid of, but as long as the curtain of the underworld covers his head, he is not afraid, even if he really encounters Daluo, or even the ultimate Daluo. With the protection of the Xinhuo flag, he can just retreat. Integrating into the Yin Qi, Li Su quickly moved forward. The speed was not fast, and he was 10 miles above the ground, so he would not be pulled by the residual souls below. 100 miles, 500 miles, or 1000 miles. The deeper he went, the heavier Li Su's face became. Too much, too much. It was not visible from the outside, but when he went deep enough, he immediately found that the ground below was almost filled with those strange marks. Looking from above, it was like the roots of a big tree piercing the ground, extending deep into the ground. Moreover, because the traces of the formation were relatively complete, Li Su felt the fluctuations. Those engravings were glowing, and every time they flashed, it was as if something was being sucked away. The earth itself gave people a feeling of withering and death. There was no need to deliberately look at the formation. Even if he stayed 10 miles high, Li Su felt a strong discomfort and physically hated the atmosphere below. There is no doubt that this piece of land is very effective for dead souls. It is obvious that the breath of dead souls below is increasing, just like a cultivator standing in a place full of extraordinary particles. Is this formation transforming the environment of the underworld to make it more suitable for the survival of the Dead Soul clan? Li Su couldn't help thinking that, if this is the case, with the speed shown by the Dead Soul clan, if they want to cover Fengdu City, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Because this is definitely not something that can be completed in a few days or a few months. It will take hundreds of years, or even several hundred years. So many things before it is enough for him to complete the practice of the upper 3 sections of Yinwen. No, even mastering the only first grade Yinwen is not a problem. Once he has mastered that, he should be able to try to see if he can integrate the throne of Fengdu Emperor. If he has that throne in his hands, the entire underworld is almost in his hands. No matter what the Dead Soul clan wants to do, it will not make much sense. As long as the curtain of the underworld is opened, and the saints of the mythical world are allowed to leave, even if the Dead Soul clan has unexpected combat power, it will not make much sense. In the face of absolute strength, if the realm is not enough, no matter how large the clan is, it is meaningless. The saint will leave, at most, a slap in the face. If it is not enough, then add another slap. Take a deeper look, or 1000 miles. If it is still the same, then retreat. Li Su took a breath. Although it seems that this formation seems to be changing the environment of the underworld, there is one thing he still didn't think of. This kind of plan itself is destined to be a slow process. You can't be impatient, you can only take it slowly. Why do the Dead Soul clan want to speed up? They may have captured a lot of residual souls, but at that speed, the consumption will be very large. It is far better to follow the steps and gain a larger range through time. At that speed, it won't take long for all the residual souls to collapse. Without the residual souls, what will the Dead Soul clan use to change? Use themselves. With this idea in mind, Li Su floated forward again silently. 100 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles. Finally, at the position of 800 miles, he stopped. His pupils couldn't help but widen, and an incredible look appeared on his face. There was a mountain about 500 miles away from him. Of course, surrounded by mountains, he shouldn't be surprised, even if the mountain is a little higher. What really surprised him was that the number of dead souls around the mountain was simply incredible. Not only that, there were several extremely powerful auras inside, even if they were only at the Tai realm, which gave Li Su a great sense of oppression. Of course, this was not the main reason that attracted Li Su. Since as a clan, there are many strong people and a large number of people, it is not surprising at all. Although there are many on the mountain, they only add up to only 100,000. What really attracted him was the mountain itself. It was glowing, the azure light, like crystal. He had seen that thing, and had obtained it before. He got a piece as big as 3 fingernails from the dead soul he had killed before, which made his soul feel comfortable, and relieved from the oppression of the soul. It was a divine object, a top-level treasure. Now, it was as big as a mountain. Oh my god. Even Li Su, who was a pure-hearted person, was shocked at this moment and almost blinded. Just when Lee Su was attracted by the crystal mountain, suddenly, his body shook and his soul couldn't help shaking. An irresistible nauseating bloody smell filled his mouth. What was going on? Lee Su was startled and shocked by his own feelings. Because this bloody smell did not come from the outside, but from himself. It was because his stomach released a large amount of gastric acid uncontrollably, which directly formed a large area of ulcers. A large amount of blood flowed into the stomach bag to fill it, and then went upstream, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. But, with a slight sound, the fire flag moved, and a large amount of fire overflowed, filling Lee Su's soul and body, directly cutting off the infection of that breath. Faced with this result, Lee Su was sweating coldly, and his face turned pale. It was just a breath, but it actually gave such a huge pressure to the body and soul. It was like a mortal suddenly seeing a ghost, and was almost scared to death. Are you kidding? What is the owner of that breath? What realm? Near Saint. A voice sounded faintly in Lee Su's ears. It was the fire flag. It woke up. The ultimate living beings are close to the Tao. Their joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness can even directly affect the world. When it is happy, all the living beings in its world will be happy, and when it is angry, all the living beings in its world will die. And you, just now, obviously stepped into the realm of the ultimate living beings, and touched its malice. It should be because of the curtain of the underworld. It suppressed the realm. Otherwise, you would have vomited blood 100,000 kilometers away. Lee Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking, and he almost turned around subconsciously. Fuck. Chapter 918, all prepared. As a calm, rational, and heart-following person, the moment he heard the word near Saint, Lee Su should have immediately run away without looking back, and completely away from here. But at this moment, he seemed to be fixed in place. Even though he had just felt the danger of his life, he still couldn't move his feet at all, as if he had taken root. His breathing was as heavy as a cow. His chest couldn't help but rise and fall again and again. His eyes were firmly pulled by the amazing mountain, and rooted in his soul. An incredibly strong desire was constantly bursting out from the depths of his soul, revealing an extremely strong desire for the azure crystal. Lee Su found that it was difficult for him to resist this emotion, just like a newborn subconsciously looking for breast milk, and like a wolf that had been hungry for 7 days and 7 nights. It was a matter of life and death, and it could no longer limit him. At this moment, the mountain was as important as the meaning of Lee Su's life, and everything else was thrown out of his mind. This is wrong. It's very wrong with me. This is too unselfish. Lee Su was a little horrified at his own reaction. Don't be surprised by your reaction. As long as it is a living thing, it is difficult to refuse. The voice of Zinhuoki sounded. That is the crystallization of the soul, an extremely rare substance. Even in the ancient times, it was extremely rare, especially after the establishment of reincarnation, which caused the environment where it was born to no longer exist, and it was completely extinct. Reincarnation establishment, environment. Well, the environment for its creation requires the world to collapse, all things to die, and the spirits of heaven and earth to find no way out. Only when a large number of them gather together can it appear. Before the establishment of reincarnation, once the souls of the ancient world died, the souls had no way back, causing the earth to be filled with evil spirits, and forming one dead place after another, thus producing this special crystal. Later, with the sanctification of Hatu and the establishment of reincarnation, countless souls in the ancient world had a way back. The evil spirits disappeared, the dead places became extinct, and the environment for its creation was gone, so it naturally became extinct. This thing is extremely tempting to the soul. After all, it is the crystallization of the soul. Absorbing it will be of great benefit to you. It can increase the total amount of your soul, and will be of great benefit to your future achievement of the holy realm. Help? Well, the level increase will increase the strength of your body and soul, especially when you reach the Dalo level. The improvement will be amazing, so amazing that you need a lot of time to settle and digest it before you can master it. But before that, if you absorb a lot of soul crystals, you can greatly reduce the time of this settling, and quickly adapt to your own breakthrough. Hearing this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. The desire that was already irresistible was even more irresistible now. There is no doubt that compared with the improvement of strength and realm, reducing the time of self-sedimentation is huge and amazing for Lee Su. His talent is there, as long as he continues to work hard. It is undoubtedly a matter of time for him to achieve the Holy Realm. But it is a little unclear how long it will take to become a saint. The precipitation of the middle stage of Tai has made him very uncomfortable. He has not been able to settle it now, and he needs to wait for a long time. And obviously, for Lee Su now, what he lacks most is time. Talent is a thing, before it becomes strength. No matter how awesome and powerful it is just a sign. After a moment of silence, Lee Su slowly said, "Brother Qi, under your protection, what is the probability of being discovered by a near saint?" "It depends on the distance. The closer, the greater the probability." "What about the probability of escaping after being discovered by a near saint?" "This depends mainly on how fast you run." Question mark, question mark, question mark. What do you mean? The faster you run, the fewer times you will be beaten, and the less injured you will be. Lee Su asked suspiciously, "Will you not be beaten to death?" Zinho Qi bared his teeth. "Who are you looking down on, kid? Under this big curtain, I can still let you be beaten to death by a mere saint. I'm not worthy of being a treasure." After getting Zinho Qi's guarantee, Lee Su's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." "Really? If you are discovered, although you won't die, it will definitely be miserable." Zinho Qi couldn't help but give a shot of prevention. Lee Su took a deep breath. As long as he didn't die, he was afraid of nothing. "Do it." "Okay, prepare." "Prepare? Prepare for what?" "Please, don't you think that with your little mana, you can support the pursuit of the near saint?" "Naturally, prepare more mana." Lee Su was stunned for a moment. That's right. After all, he is only Tai, and his mana is too little. It is obviously not enough to supply the treasure to the near saint. Leave first, and come back after you finish preparing. "Okay." Lee Su nodded directly. This time he left very casually, without any hesitation, and didn't think about whether he could run away in advance without being discovered. Nonsense. It is naturally good to be able to run away in advance, but what if? As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. For such things, especially such dangerous things, it is not an exaggeration to make more preparations. In his heart, Lee Su is still more sincere. It took a long time for Lee Su to leave the range where the dead souls were. Soon, the Xinhuo flag began to extract his mana. 117 stars. There is no doubt that as Tai, Lee Su's mana is really amazing, which can be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. However, it was not good enough in front of the treasure. After a while, more than 100 stars became dim and almost drained. Facing this scene, Lee Su did not hesitate to start extracting a large amount of spiritual energy, yin energy, and the long river spiritual energy above his head to replenish himself. Damn, this underworld appeared at the wrong time. If he waited for a full year, it would be much easier to expand the supply of the long river in the next copy. Fortunately, because of the yin text, he had the ability to directly convert yin energy into mana, and it was obvious that as the underworld, this energy was undoubtedly the most. It took almost a day for Lee Su to recover. However, the next second, it was drained again. Drain, dry. Drain, dry. Back and forth 20 times. A full 20 days later. Almost done. Xinhuo Qi spoke. Lee Su nodded. He had lost a lot of weight. Even if he absorbed it quickly, the underworld's extraordinary particles and yin energy were extremely large, and the consumption was still very large. Another day passed, and as his mana recovered, Lee Su plunged directly into the ground without any hesitation. This time, he did not go through the sky, but chose to dig a hole directly. After all, the mountain is underground. What if he gets close to it, and then drills the ground? What if he is discovered? Fortunately, he has many means. The Supreme of Flesh and Blood, the Supreme of Shanking, and the Supreme of Yuking are all suitable for digging holes, and they are silent throughout the process. He dug very quickly, heading towards the mountain formed by the soul crystal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, he felt an ominous breath, and it was under the dead ground transformed by a special formation. Lee Su took a breath, and his movements became more and more careful, and his gestures were extremely gentle. However, at a distance of only 1,000 miles, he found that the soil around him became more and more dead. You must know that at this moment he is a full 1,500 meters underground, and the pollution of the formation is much more severe than he imagined. He had gone nearly 1,800 miles deep before, and when he saw the mountain, there were still 500 miles. In other words, the actual distance is about 2,300 miles. It took him almost 2 days to dig 1,000 miles. If he continued to dig slowly, he should be able to reach the bottom of the mountain formed by the soul crystal in about 3 to 4 days. Now the only hope was that during the days he was preparing, there would be no movement from the soul crystal, and the dead soul clan would not move it away. Well, it was unlikely. After all, although he was practicing, he was always monitoring the actions of the dead soul clan. They were still moving and expanding. Asterisk 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 how many acres of land have been expanded? Your Highness, as of now, 1.9 million acres of dead land have been added. Not enough, it's still too slow. Notify them and tell them to speed up. Within a month, no matter what, the number of dead lands must be increased to 5 million acres. Yes, grandson understands and will go to urge them immediately. How are the preparations for the war over there? All preparations have been made. 2,000 Ta'i from the Black Mountain sect have been scattered around the throne of Emperor Fengdu. All we need is the east wind. Very good, go ahead. Yes, old ancestor. Watching the other party leave, the ancestor of the dead soul clan slowly raised his head, looking in the direction of Fengdu city with a grim look. Black and white impermanence, I must admit that I underestimated you. You actually destroyed my 2 clones. You almost overturned the GD. You should be very happy and excited now, right? You can celebrate slowly. Soon you will find that everything is in vain. The second origin and the first origin have never been my goals. From the moment I occupied the third origin, the ending of this game has been set. It was an Ea Saint ancestor, the supreme being, whose clones were killed by Li Su twice in a row. At this moment, it was full of sneers, and showed an extremely mocking look. Looking at the mountain of soul crystals below, my plan of 100,000 years, how can you understand it? Can it be easily broken? Soon, the astonishment and despair on your faces will be a good delicacy. Chapter 919. Finished digging. 6 days, a full 6 days. It took longer than expected, and Li Su finally arrived at the expected location with sweat all over his head. It's not that he was more afraid as he got closer, but the deeper he went, the heavier the death intention of the surrounding land became. Even with the protection of the Xinhuo banner, Li Su was still very uncomfortable, and the breath lingered in his heart. A feeling of despair continued to permeate his mind. The impact was very intense. As he continued to move forward, he had to slow down his movements, which delayed him a lot of time. Looking up, Li Su's eyes couldn't help but tremble. Even though the concentration of death intention around him had reached an extremely high level, his attention was still attracted by another thing. Even though he couldn't see it, he still felt it very clearly. The soul crystal was just above his head, about a few hundred meters away. The attraction was too strong, and his soul was shaking. He couldn't help but want to run out of his body, rush up, and then dive into it. It's hard to imagine that when it was only the size of a fingernail, although he could feel the desire of the soul, it was completely different from now. Taking a deep breath, Li Su's eyes became more and more scorching. Brother Qi, are you sure there is no problem at this distance? Just go up with peace of mind. I have completely suppressed your breath fluctuations for you. Not only that, the dead air in this position is also fatal to Tai. Under the cover of the curtain, it is almost impossible for anyone to sneak into this place. Even Dalo Realm can't sneak in silently. It is equivalent to a natural fortress. Unless the other party covers this area with consciousness for 12 hours, it is absolutely impossible to detect your existence. And that kind of thing is impossible. Soul crystals are essentially the real material of thinking. If they are covered with consciousness, even if they are not active, soul crystals will be absorbed. It is impossible to store so much. Xinhuo Qi said faintly, this is not a scale that can be formed in 1 or 2 years, but the result of continuous accumulation over tens of thousands of years. Li Su heard this. He nodded, changed his angle directly, and moved upwards little by little. A distance of several hundred meters is not far for him. Lee Su directly used his hands to slowly dig up, without even using the supreme purity technique. He only protruded a section of his 5-finger bones, and all his strength was hidden in his body. He only used the power of the fire flag to dig hard 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Closer, closer and closer. Finally, after rising about 500 meters, Lee Su paused. He did not continue to move upwards, but began to dig around. He moved very carefully. Beads of sweat kept sliding down his forehead. At this moment, Lee Su undoubtedly entered a highly concentrated and tense atmosphere. Not only did he feel a strong desire to die, he also felt an extremely amazing pressure. It felt as if a world was pressing on every cell, so heavy that he could hardly breathe. It took almost an hour for Lee Su to finally create a space where he could move freely. The consumption was very large and very amazing. 20 galaxies in his body had been extinguished, consuming almost more than one layer of mana. One layer of mana, in other places, would be enough for Lee Su to kill late Tai. But here, he just dug a small earth pit. After lying in the earth pit and resting for a while, Lee Su felt that the oppression brought by the heavy pressure was not so serious. Then he stretched out his hand very carefully and dug away the dead soil on his head bit by bit. As he slid down bit by bit, a ray of blue light immediately shone into his eyes. For a moment, Lee Su's breathing almost stopped. The soul crystal he had longed for, finally appeared in front of him. Subconsciously, Lee Su couldn't help but stretch out his hand and touch it. Don't get excited, kid. Just when Lee Su's palm was about to touch the soul crystal directly, his movement froze, and the fire on the surface of his body pressed him in place. Lee Su paused, and then his expression became a little anxious. What does this mean? Feeling Lee Su's strong dissatisfaction, the Xinhuo flag rolled its eyes directly, but it didn't say anything, because it was normal. At this distance, ordinary cultivators would probably go crazy, even if it suppressed them. The attraction was too strong. For the soul, it was no different from opium, and the soul itself was equivalent to a deep drug addict. Lee Su was just dissatisfied, not angry, and full of murderous intent, which was already amazing. Xinhuo flag slowly said, touch it directly with your hands. Do you intend to absorb such a large soul crystal all at once? Not to mention that the near saint will find it immediately. Such a large one, with your current soul, will be directly crushed. Lee Su was shocked. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and quickly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. His eyes were very red, but reason had already appeared, suppressing the strong desire. Sorry, brother Key. The voice was a little hoarse, and the body was shaking constantly. Undoubtedly, it was quite hard. Xinhuo Qi shook his head. It's okay, it's just that your soul is too empty at the moment, which is equivalent to a person who has been walking in the desert for several days and is about to die of thirst. Once you have eaten enough, its attraction to you will decrease. Lee Su nodded. Next, what should I do? Make a bone blade. I will help you kill the vitality inside. Use the firewood to stabilize its structure. Cut it bit by bit. Don't cut too big at a time. Come piece by piece. Cut a piece and absorb it. Don't be anxious. Such a large amount, even a near saint can't detect it in a short time. Okay. He opened his palms and separated his palms. A bone blade quickly grew on the metacarpal bone. The firewood wrapped around him shook, and the vitality of the bone blade that grew was instantly killed. The bone itself immediately died and turned into pure bone. Okay, come on. Lee Su took a breath, grabbed the bone blade, and stabbed it slowly. With a slight sound, it stabbed into the soul crystal. The resistance is not great. Although it is a solid, its hardness is not as high as stone. He turned it gently and instantly scraped off a piece about the size of a fist. The other hand quickly stretched out and caught the falling soul crystal. It melted as soon as it touched his hand. Lee Su didn't even have time to make any extra movements, and the falling soul crystal melted directly into his palm. In an instant, an incredible coolness penetrated his whole body, like ice water in the dog days of summer, chilling his heart. The blood-red eyes recovered a lot at this moment, and the extremely strong desire seemed to be redeemed, and the unbearable and hot tempers eased a lot at once. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled his body and mind. In an instant, Lee Su's eyes were completely bright, and he couldn't help but gasp. It was worthy of being the treasure that tortured him so much that he almost forgot it from the heart. It really deserved his desperate efforts at this moment. There was no need for the fire flag to remind him anything. Lee Su quickly took action. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. The movements were extremely clean, and each one was as big as a fist. He had already got 1 piece, and he completely suppressed his impulse, and continued to harvest. 10 catties, 100 catties, or 1000 catties. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. In less than half a day, Lee Su swallowed almost 30 square soul crystals. His soul couldn't help but vibrate, and the pleasure was simply unstoppable. It was a kind of pleasure to absorb, and it was always pleasant to absorb. Not only himself, but the 7 saints were all open-eyed, smiling, and soul crystals were also the top treasures for them. They kept absorbing with Lee Su. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day and a night. Finally, after deeply eating nearly 100 tons of soul crystals, Lee Su stopped with a happy face, and a look of great satisfaction appeared on his face. He was full. He was full to an unprecedented degree, and he couldn't eat anymore. The soul couldn't fit in. At this time, it also confirmed what Zinhuoki said. As long as he ate enough, the attraction of soul crystals to him would decrease infinitely. At this moment, he took the initiative to stop, and the legendary treasure could no longer affect him. Reason completely returned, and desire completely dissipated. The smile froze, and at this second Lee Su showed an expression that he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, what did he do? He actually stole the other's things under the eyes of Jinsheng? Run away. Run away. The first thing Lee Su did was to run away, and run away at the speed of light before the other party found out. He didn't even think about taking some back. The only thought was to escape from this place safely. Enough. Sensing Lee Su's emotions, Zinhuoki suddenly spoke. Yeah. Lee Su nodded quickly. Enough. Too much. Too much. Very good. Zinhuoki nodded, and before Lee Su could speak, it jumped out of Lee Su's body. Lee Su was startled. His face turned pale in an instant, and he looked at Zinhuoki in horror. Brother, what are you going to do? Before he could speak, Zinhuoki smiled in his heart, and he was so scared that the flag rolled up and pressed Lee Su in, and then the head of the flagpole gun pointed directly at the sky above his head and stabbed. There was a loud bang. A huge soul crystal mountain that is 1,000 meters high and covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. It's gone. In the flag, Lee Su's face turned pale with fear when he saw this shocking scene. Before he could speak, a thunderous roar sounded. The sound was so loud and powerful that Lee Su's mind went blank. A peerless figure appeared. At this moment, it was full of auras, surrounded by infinite avenues, and terrible power penetrated the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything within a radius of thousands of miles withered directly, and all things decayed under its power. It was a near saint, a legendary creature, an extremely sacred existence. At this moment, its face was distorted, and its anger had reached its peak. You deserve to die, deserve to die. In hundreds of thousands of years of being a near saint, there has never been a day when he was so angry. Chapter 920, The Battle of Near Saints. Light, breaking through the clouds. A huge and boundless flag, spanning the sky, with countless fires, vast brilliance, covering the sky and the earth. Afterwards, a figure exuded an amazing breath, and the strange words turned into a 10,000-foot high wall. The decayed breath opened with the wind, and turned into a shadow of death, sweeping across the world. 2 figures, one chasing, one fleeing, were so fast that it was unimaginable. That was no longer just speed, but a higher level of movement. The scope involved was not just speed, but also space, time, and even the causal surface. Don't look at this chase and escape. In the whole process, there was a war every second, an amazing, terrible war. The fire flag, the gun body burst into amazing brilliance, and there was an unfortunate article on it. That was the supreme classic, the source of its enlightenment. Many fire flames, as the gun body vibrated, burst out, forming light, extremely dazzling light, directly pierced through the sky and hit the chasing figure. The man held up the sky with one hand, and when he stretched out his hand, it seemed that there was a universe in his palm that was captured by him, with billions of stars floating in it, which directly distorted the surroundings and affected everything. All matter was pulled and gathered by it, and the light formed by the fire was also captured by it, and gathered towards its palm. Boom. 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 The two supreme powers, the power of the saint, exploded directly in the other's palm, and the palm instantly turned into a pitch black color. All the light was dimmed, leaving only the distorted power, steaming inside. The man squeezed hard and directly extinguished the power in his hand, then raised his hand and punched. With a loud bang, the fist pierced the void, pierced the distance, and even pierced the cause and effect, and appeared directly on the gun body of the fire flag. The terrible punch, with an astonishing smell of decay, fell in an instant, and all matter withered directly. Facing this punch, the body of the Xinhuo flag was illuminated, and a special wonder emerged, covering it and wrapping it. There was a hazy scene inside, and the world and all things flowed alternately. Time, around it, passed 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and 1,000,000 years in 1 second. The sun and the moon changed, and the mountains and rivers overturned. In a short moment, it was as if I saw the passage of the stars and celestial bodies. The fist of the near saint was actually directly dissolved by the power of time, and the eternal time directly washed away the decayed death. The next second, the body of the Xinhuo flag rolled up, like a knife, and turned into a divine blade. It turned in the void and directly slashed out. The blade light was green, adding good fortune, with magic, forming a hazy, carrying the past. It was the blade of time, involving the strongest power of the world. In an instant, the blade light directly covered the person who was chasing, and in an instant, the past bloomed, and the person was directly thrown into the past, and exiled from the real present. Boom. In just less than 0.01 seconds, the terrible black and green light burst out. That was the extreme decay, the light of decay that ruined all the material in the world. It broke out, like a tsunami, and exploded. The exiled figure reappeared, and with its absolute power and boundless decay, it directly decayed the time, and obliterated the past in the vast decay. It came out with eyes like torches, surrounded by the supreme, and a terrible avenue turned into a grand sky curtain, penetrating the universe. Its eyes moved slightly, and its face was extremely cold. Because in this 0.1 second, the Xinhuo flag had already escaped into the void, flew away, entered the past, rushed into the future, and wanted to break the cause and effect with it. Leave it behind. With a roar, it punched and shook the sky. The past time solidified, the future time stopped, and the Xinhuo flag that had disappeared emerged, and it was locked by fate through cause and effect, and forcibly projected. The body of the Xinhuo banner was shaken, and in an instant, it forcibly moved its own body. The breath of time flowed on its body. At the moment of extremely strong contact, it turned the gun head, and aimed at the opponent's fist. Boom. With a loud noise, both of them shook. The terrible black and green power of decay wrapped around the body of the Xinhuo banner, covering its entire body. The power of decay emitted a shocking power, trying to decay it. However, on the Xinhuo banner, a large amount of the breath of time continued to flow, and a large piece of fire poured down, directly dissolving the power of decay, and cutting it off. It moved quickly, but still couldn't help trembling slightly, and its breath paused. Obviously, this punch had some effect on it. On the other side, the dead soul near saint was not doing well either. Its palm was dripping with blood, and there was a wound on it, stabbed by the Xinhuo banner. Of course, this is not terrible. The terrifying fire flame flag spear not only pierced his arm, but also pierced directly into his past, attacking it from the past. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the opponent's arm became larger and larger, and the injury became more serious. Although the dead soul near the saint was angry, he couldn't help showing a solemn look on his face at this moment. Involving the power of time on the 3000 avenues, even if it is placed in the saint realm, it is definitely the strongest saint way. This kind of attack directly targeting the past is quite difficult. Where did the treasure come from? Why has it never been heard of in the myth world before? It shouted in a low voice, not daring to let the other party continue to chase the past. Although it's near saint years along, the other party's tracing is full. However, in the blink of an eye, it has already gone back to hundreds of thousands of years ago. If it continues like this, if it finds the time before it nears the saint, it will be troublesome. The decayed breath burst out and poured directly into the palm of the hand, corroding and withering the firewood inside and quickly strangling the power of time. In an instant, the two sides fought again. The power of decay fell one piece after another. The dead soul near saint repeatedly knocked the fire flag down from the past. The terrible fist landed directly on its spear shaft and the flame flag. Similarly, the fire flag was not polite. Almost every time the opponent's attack fell, it would turn the spearhead and stab the opponent's body directly, leaving one hole after another. The power of decay was erupting, sizzling on the fire flag. The power of time was also shaking, exiling the dead soul near saint again and again, going back to the past, and causing damage to him. The near saint was bleeding, and the treasure was shaking. The two sides fought too fast. They fought for more than tens of thousands of times over a distance of thousands of miles. Leave the things behind, otherwise you can't leave. The dead soul near saint's eyes were extremely cold. It would never give up after 100,000 years of planning and preparation. What a joke. I never spit out what I swallowed. Zinhoki also sneered. With a naturally violent temper, how could it spit out what it had eaten? Why did it wake up specially? Did it really think it was a near saint? You're kidding. As the most precious treasure of the human race, the great Zinhoki, how could a mere near saint be qualified to shock it? Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, which one is not more powerful than this bastard in front of it? It woke up because of the soul crystal. It is a great tonic for the soul, for Lee Su, and for it as well. Although it woke up from the heavy blow of the ancient times, it has not recovered yet. Not to mention the injuries to its body, its soul has also been left with a huge wound. This soul crystal is undoubtedly what it needs most at the moment, and it is the real supreme tonic. Otherwise, why would it spend so much effort to cover up Lee Su's breath, quietly run over, and let Lee Su prepare enough mana to support it in advance? In that case, you will die here. The dead soul near saint was furious. Although the thing in front of him was a treasure, it was not moved at all at this moment. Unlike immortal tools, treasures have their own will, and are the top existences. Unless they are willing, others cannot use them. Unlike those guys, who can't move their eyes when they see treasures, it knows very well that, even if a saint wants to refine a treasure, he must cooperate with the other party. If he doesn't take the initiative, even a saint will find it difficult to surrender in a short time. Not only that, the most important thing is his preparation this time. This plan itself is to seize the treasure of the underworld. Hundreds of thousands of years of operation, a full 100,000 years of preparation. It has no time to argue with the treasure in front of it. Because compared to this treasure, the treasure of the underworld is more suitable for it. Once it masters it, it can break through the boundary of near saint and achieve the realm of true saint. A mere near saint, the ancient destruction can only make the maggots come out of the mess. It's really a mountain without tigers, monkeys or kings. You are not qualified? Who is Zinhoki? It was forged from the great history of the human race, and it was also the history of the Huaxia people in this world. What it inherited was the greatest spirit of the Huaxia people, to defy the heavens, the earth, and the air. Natural disasters, the Huaxia people dare to defy. Earth disasters, the Huaxia people also defy. Divine disasters, the Huaxia people still defy. The Huaxia people have never lost in this life. Therefore, the Zinhuo flag has never lost in this life. Huh? You mean last time? Last time it was a sneak attack. It was careless. After all, lions also have times to nap. You have been the king in Shankaka for a long time. Do you really take yourself seriously? In this world, you are a small ant, not even a dish. Arsehole. The nose of the dead soul near saint was crooked with anger. As a near saint for hundreds of thousands of years, who would not bow to it? Who would not kneel when seeing it? Who would not even tremble when seeing it? How could he be humiliated by such words? Even the Black Mountain Patriarch was polite to it. Now, a treasure that no one has ever heard of jumps out and acts arrogantly? You are looking for death. In an instant, the war broke out again, and the terrible fight was staged again. The near saint and the treasure collided amazingly. Boom. The terrible war, the arrogance impacted thousands of miles. That kind of superficial war, even if only a little spark fell, would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the entire world, enough to become a terrible disaster. Fortunately, there is a curtain in this world, which is covered by the sky of the underworld. All forces are affected by it and quickly suppressed. The power that falls will immediately decay when it leaves a certain distance from the two, and the damage is minimized. Of course, even if there is a curtain covering it, the power that escapes is greatly reduced, but it still forms a tsunami-like wave, stretching for thousands of miles. At this moment, in the vast underworld, all beings with will can't help but look up, and can't help but look at the terrible waves and clouds in the distant sky. Palpitations, panic, and oppression. An unspeakable fear filled my heart. Unlike when Lee Su fought against Duobao, everyone felt an unprecedented fear at this moment, and the shadow of death seemed to be right in front of them. They couldn't sit still. All the monks opened their eyes wide, staring at the sky with a look of shock on their faces. Who is it? Who is fighting with whom? This breath should be the near saint of the Dead Soul clan, right? At this moment, on Fengdu City, the black and white impermanents, the ox-headed and horse-faced gods stood in the void. They looked at the depths far away with solemnity and confusion. Who is the other one? Although there was a curtain suppressing them, they still knew how strong the near saint of the Dead Soul was, and how terrifying the opponent was at close range. If it weren't for Fengdu City, where there were treasures protecting Fengdu City, Fengdu, where almost all the high-level officials had disappeared, would have no way to resist the Dead Soul clan. But suddenly, Fan Wash's arms vibrated, and a yellowed ancient book flew out spontaneously. On his body, it was wrapped in a halo, and shone with holiness. That was the treasure of the underworld, one of the three great ancient books, the Book of Life and Death. As soon as it appeared, the pages of the Book of Life and Death could not help but turn over. The fragrant words that had shocked the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons for 30 years poured directly from the Book of Life and Death. Asterisk and %%#%%. Black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons were first shocked that the Book of Life and Death actually spoke. Then they were shocked that they did not understand the content, but it was definitely a swear word, full of fragrance. Wasn't the Book of Life and Death dormant? Why did it suddenly wake up? And what happened over there? Not only did it wake up the Book of Life and Death, but it also made it so angry. Chapter 921, The Book of Life and Death. Without waiting for the black and white impermanents to ask, the Book of Life and Death trembled and disappeared. The next second, Fengdu City shook and saw endless scriptures rising into the sky. A palace wall carrying the highest avenue appeared, and there were scenes inside, one scene after another, one piece after another, appearing. It was souls, endless souls. There were people, beasts, insects, heaven and earth, and the stars in the universe. All spiritual things in the world were presented in it. With a loud hum, the terrible palace wall burst out with a vast and boundless light, piercing into the sky. This scene was naturally not only seen by black and white impermanents. In Fengdu City, countless people raised their heads and obviously saw this amazing scene. When they looked up and saw the yellowed pages floating in the void, they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's pupils shrank almost at the same time, and a word couldn't help but emerge in their minds. Treasure. Even if it was the first time I saw it, I couldn't help but pay for this word in my heart. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people were shocked, and their pupils were filled with incredible brilliance and a desire from the soul. What if I could get it? I couldn't suppress it, and this thought directly emerged in my mind. The real treasure, the treasure that carries the great way of heaven and earth, once obtained, there is no doubt that my life will take off completely. As long as I have it, the road to Dalo and the road to saints are no longer unreachable goals for them, but directions that can be grasped in the palm of their hands. The only problem is the problem of time and resources. The chiefs of the three major religions, Buddhism, Ghost Gate, and Zichinjiao, couldn't help it at the first time. They flew into the sky and wanted to get this treasure. This is already a subconscious behavior, driven by instinct and the desire of the soul. Their movements are undoubtedly the fastest. The next second, dozens or hundreds of lights rushed up from the ground and flew into the sky, trying to touch and obtain the supreme treasure between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, just after they flew less than 1,000 meters into the sky, the Buddhist elder sister, ghost elder brother, and Sitchin elder brother were shocked and couldn't help but groan. Their eyes, which were attracted by the treasure, trembled and they woke up. They couldn't help but wake up. As the distance got closer, a very terrible thing was happening. Their souls were out of control and were being pulled by strange forces. They wanted to break away from their bodies and be pulled by the wonders around them. The three of them were shocked and stopped their steps directly. Cold sweat couldn't help but slide down their faces. At this moment, below them, hundreds of Tei flew up quickly. Before they reached the few people, they stopped with a look of horror on their faces. Obviously, they felt the same situation as the three people, and their souls wanted to leave their bodies uncontrollably, which alerted them. Tei paused, and without any hesitation, he turned around and landed. Their intuition told them that, if they continued to stay in this wonder, something terrible would happen. Their souls would ignore them, and become part of the wonders around them. Obviously, as a legendary divine object, the treasure circulated in the ancient times. Not everyone is qualified to approach and obtain it. Facing the situation of the creatures below, the Book of Life and Death did not pay attention, but just pushed his supreme power and rushed to the sky. The next second, sensing the breath of the Book of Life and Death, the curtain of the underworld also shook, reacting to the burst of light, and huge words began to appear on the sky with amazing brilliance. With a buzzing sound, the brilliance exploded, forming a light halo, which exploded in all directions. Circle, circle, layer, layer. The underworld, which was shrouded in darkness, was directly covered by a bright yellow light halo at this moment, and was lit up with Fengdu City as the center. Soul. Countless souls. There were people inside. They were dressed in costumes from different times, and appeared on the earth, numbering trillions, trillions. Trillions. There were insects inside, all kinds of different looks, living in different environments and regions, and very strange shapes, all over the mountains and plains. There were beasts inside, ancient species, medieval giant beasts, and modern monsters appeared one after another. They were big and small. The big ones were thousands of miles long, and the small ones were less than an inch. There were too many, heaven and earth, people, gods, and ghosts, Yinglin, Mao, Yukon. All spiritual things were presented at this moment, and appeared on the land of the underworld. At this moment, they all lowered their heads, whispering, and making sounds. The dark voice was spit out by them, turned into substance, rushed to the sky, and merged into the curtain of the underworld. The curtain shook rapidly, and in an instant, terrible pressure fell from the sky. With a boom, Fengdu City shook. Countless people turned pale, staggered directly, and sat on the ground on the spot. Realm. Beheaded. Tei fell from the true immortal. True immortal fell from the celestial immortal. Celestial immortal fell to the golden core. Golden core fell to the foundation building. Foundation building fell to the mortal. The boundless power in the body, like a dream, disappeared without a trace. This, not only them, but also the fire flag and the dead Solnia saint who were fighting thousands of miles away. The sky curtain shook, as if it was angered, and a vast pressure fell directly on the two warring parties, pressing heavily on their bodies. Facing this scene, the fire flag was happy at first, but then he couldn't help but change his face and screamed. Damn. Old student, you are going to fight me too? Question mark. For a moment, the light on the flag dimmed, and the terrible aura quickly fell, and its own power was forcibly suppressed. Not far away, the dead Solnia saint's face changed. Unlike the fire flag, it was not suppressed, but something more terrible was happening. The world is rejecting him. Obviously, the explosion far exceeded the permissible realm. The Hades was expelling it from this world just like the saints of the mythical world. Unlike the severely damaged Xinhuo banner, and the Pangu banner, Zuanhuang Tower and other treasures that suppressed the foreign demons, the Book of Life and Death in the Hades was not damaged, or its origin was damaged. It was a truly complete treasure. Damn it. The face of the dead Solnia saint changed drastically. Obviously, this kind of thing was unacceptable. Once expelled, not only would the plan of the Dead Soul clan be completely shattered, but as a dead soul, it was obviously different from living beings. Although it was not an evil demon from outside the domain, for the creatures of a mythical world, there was no doubt that its existence itself was unacceptable. And you have to know that outside the curtain of the Hades at this moment, the saints of the mythical world were staring at this place. Once it was taken out, the fate waiting for it would not be good. The Dead Soul Near Saint did not hesitate at all, directly suppressed his own aura, and completely restrained the Near Saint's edge, and quickly retracted the terrible decay aura. The realm dropped directly from Near Saint, extreme Daluo, peak Daluo, Daluo, Tei great perfection. Ha. Facing this scene, Xinhuo Flag laughed loudly, and the flag body rolled up, breaking through the void directly, blinking thousands of miles, entering the past, and cutting off all the causes and effects of the present. Under the suppression of the realm, although the Dead Soul Near Saint wanted to act, he could not catch up at all. After all, cultivators and treasures are completely different. Once the cultivator suppresses the realm, the supernatural will be restrained. The treasure is different. Its realm is constant. The difference lies in the size of the energy. This is the fundamental reason why they are called treasures. Watching the other party leave, and watching the things he had been preparing for 100,000 years being stolen, the Dead Soul Near Saint's pupils were spitting fire, and all the distortions in the proud face were revealed at this moment. At this moment, in Fengdu City, the Book of Life and Death did not say a word. After several minutes, it trembled slightly, the light converged instantly, and the terrible suppression force quickly declined. In just a moment, it disappeared. At the same time, the countless dead souls that appeared on the earth also disappeared like smoke in the next second. It was as if they had never appeared, and disappeared without a trace. Standing in place, the Near Saint of the Dead Soul clan directly spit out a mouthful of black blood. It was so angry that it couldn't help but raise its head and roar loudly, "Book of Life and Death." Unlike before, this time it was really different. It was a complete blow to it, completely destroying its plan, regressing 100,000 years overnight, and returning to the original stalemate. The loss is too big, too heavy. It is simply unacceptable. The lingering sound resounded over the underworld for a long time. Asterisk 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 on the other side, the Xinhuo flag, which cut off all causes and effects, and ran away with a big laugh, appeared thousands of miles away. The flag body shook, and a lump of something fell out. Looking at the lump of something, the Xinhuo flag couldn't help but cough dryly, and his eyes were a little wandering. Obviously, that was our protagonist, Li Su. It took more than half an hour for the lump to barely restore its human form. Li Su raised his hand and pointed at the Xinhuo flag with a trembling look. If he could kill someone, he would have to scrape the Xinhuo flag. You. Wow. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Su bent over and vomited. He kept vomiting and vomiting until the bitter bile came out. In one word, it was too miserable. The process was completely undesirable. The two nearly saint-level powers collided. Even though he was protected by the Xinhuo flag, Li Su suffered a lot. He was shattered almost 180 times. At this moment, the stars in his body were shaking, the 7 saintly fruits were all mosquito-repellent eyes, and the avenue was fucking upside down, jumping up and down. It was too pitiful. I never thought that the Xinhuo flag would be so pitiful. The moment the other party took action, he understood it, and instantly recalled what the other party said before stealing things. God damn, how fast I run, how fast you run, right? And, there was no possibility of not being discovered from the beginning, right? Of course, the above are not the most infuriating. After all, he survived and got the treasure. Although he suffered a lot, it was not unbearable. But the problem was that he was not only tricked by the other party, but he only dug 2 buildings with the benefits he got. What about the other party? The whole mountain was taken away, which was actually not even 1% of the whole. For a moment, Li Su was so uncomfortable that tears came out. He felt so wronged. Seeing Li Su's reaction, Xinhuo rolled up the flag, a little embarrassed. The little guy in front of him was its holder after all. It was thanks to him that he could recover from the serious injury. Okay, don't be like this. I will give you another 1,000 tons. When you reach the Daluo realm, you can use it. Li Su heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled. Although 1,000 tons is not much, it is still a small amount compared to what Zinhuoki took away, but his family knows his own business. If this soul crystal is not Zinhuoki, he will not get a single piece. Or 1,000 tons, plus the 100 tons absorbed before, is undoubtedly a lot for him. Zinhuo Banner also smiled like an auntie. This was the good thing about the little guy. He was not greedy and was easily satisfied. Should I get some too? However, just when everyone and every banner were very satisfied, a figure joined in. Li Su and the others were startled and couldn't help but turn their heads. They saw a yellowed book floating quietly not far from the two of them. A breath was like a look, staring at them quietly. The Book of the Underworld, the Book of Life and Death. Chapter 922, A Question of Position. Li Su was shocked. He didn't recognize the ancient book, but only felt the other party's magic. The scriptures floating on the pages were extremely terrifying and had a great attraction to the soul. This attraction was not the kind of desire. Instead, it was to be sucked into the book itself and separated from one's body. Is this a treasure? Li Su's heart couldn't help but jump. His realm was not low, and he also had the Supreme Saint. Ordinary immortal artifacts could not have such a huge impact on him. Just feeling its power, it exerted a pulling force on his soul. Looking at the other party's image, coupled with the impact on the soul, he was shocked and immediately thought of the treasure related to the thing in front of him. The ancient prehistoric, one of the 3 great books. I didn't expect it to stay in this underworld and didn't disappear because of the ancient war. On the side, the Zinhuo flag was directly furious, staring at the Book of Life and Death with a rather unfriendly look. For Li Su, it could happily hand over part of the spoils, but changing it was another matter. Not to mention that the Book of Life and Death had also targeted it before. Facing the fluttering Zinhuo flag, the Book of Life and Death was very calm, as if it had not noticed the supreme scripture floating on the gun. You woke me up. You didn't have to wake up. I didn't want to wake up either, but you made too much noise. I'm not responsible for this. The noise was made by the other party. I was forced to do business and was just defending myself. This matter is not my fault. This is not a question of right or wrong. Besides, you stole something, and the main responsibility for this matter is still on you. Do you really have to? It's just a one-time attack, and you still care about such a small matter? With the friendship between us for centuries. Are you stealing my soul? Or are you calling out a large number of human heroes who have died and are in the underworld every now and then, making the already busy underworld even more chaotic? Ah, cough. You are in charge of all life and death in the world. If you want a mere soul crystal, isn't it easy? In the ancient war, I was injured, not only my body, but also my spirit. I need this thing to recover myself. So I asked you to share, not to return all. These soul crystals are gathered in the form of a decaying underworld. They are part of the underworld. If you take them away, it means that the underworld will lose this part forever. Besides, although your spirituality is damaged, you don't need so many soul crystals to repair it. Taking away 1/3 at most is enough. How is it possible to just repair it? Don't I have to warm it up? So, I want half. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you are willing to share, then for the sake of our ancient friendship, I only want half. If I come to take it in person, then I will take the remaining 2/3. Do you think I'm made of mud? No. But the current reality is that you can't beat me and you can't run away. After a long time, the fire flag uttered an idiom. Don't tear down when you are in trouble. Are you human? The Book of Life and Death asked in confusion. The fire flag's face turned black, and it didn't want to talk to this bastard. It moved its body, and something fell out of the flame flag, wrapped in amazing firewood, and hit the Book of Life and Death. Before it landed on the Book of Life and Death, a big mouth suddenly appeared in front of it, swallowing up the firewood and the things wrapped in it. After it was done, the Book of Life and Death nodded and disappeared. Unlike Zuanhuang Tower and the others, it never spoke a word to Li Su from beginning to end. As the Book of Life and Death disappeared, the next second the fire flag rolled up and directly covered Li Su. After locking the surroundings with the firewood, it whispered, "Boy, you have to be careful." Huh. Li Su's heart tightened. What did it mean? This guy is obviously different from us. He has no stance and doesn't distinguish between good and bad. He doesn't miss the prehistoric world as much as we do. He is not one of us. Why can the Dead Soul Clan condense so many soul crystals? As the Book of Life and Death, without the 6 paths of reincarnation, it is the absolute controller in the underworld. If it doesn't agree, the Dead Soul Clan can't make soul crystals at all. Unlike us, this guy's not damaged, and it is not difficult for him to control the underworld. So, I can tell you with certainty, little guy, the Book of Life and Death is not right, and it has a lot of problems. You have to be careful. Lee Su's eyes couldn't help shrinking. He didn't care too much about the indifference of the Book of Life and Death. As an ancient treasure, this attitude is normal. He just took advantage of the inheritor, so that Pangu Bana and others looked at him differently. Although the Book of Life and Death belongs to the underworld, it is not his teacher How To Nyang Nyang's thing, but is in the hands of the judge of the underworld. There may be a certain degree of affection between the two parties, but in essence, the relationship is not great. Therefore, Lee Su was not surprised by its indifferent attitude, nor did he think that, as long as it was an ancient treasure, it should be given priority. But now, after hearing what Zinhuoki said, Lee Su immediately took a breath. It didn't matter to him if he didn't care, but if he didn't have a position, that would be a big problem. He nodded immediately. No matter what, it's better to be careful. It is said that Zinhuoki is not kind-hearted. Be careful if you provoke it. This guy has 100 ways to make trouble for you. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. The voice of the Book of Life and Death, which had disappeared, sounded again, and this time, it didn't come from the surroundings, but directly from the bottom of Lee Su's heart. One person and one flag were shocked, especially Zinhuoki, who shivered directly. Meow. Sound, how could it be? Lee Su was also confused, because the sound of the Book of Life and Death came from his body, not from the outside world. No, brother, when did you go in? As for the treasure, as long as you are a cultivator, you will like it. But I guess no one will like the kind that opens the door and comes in by themselves. He couldn't help but close his eyes and sense, and immediately found the object that made the sound. It was his household registration card, Fengdu household registration card. Damn it. After entering the city, it went directly into his body. Lee Su's eyelids couldn't help twitching. You know, there are so many people in Fengdu City, 1 page per person. Does this Book of Life and Death have a lot of pages? No, only the household registration card in your body is my page. Feeling what Lee Su was thinking, the Book of Life and Death shook its head directly. Although its pages are infinite and infinite, not everyone can carry them. Nanny. Hello, heir of the ancient times. The Book of Life and Death said lightly. Can I say that I'm not good at all? Lee Su couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, mainly because this was too weird, without even a greeting. The Book of Life and Death did not explain that the reason why Lee Su could carry it was mainly because he had the ancient inheritance, the inheritance of the underworld. It directly addressed the topic of the fire flag and said, I'm sorry, I can't communicate with you too much. Originally, my conversation with you should have been after you inherited the throne of Fengdu Emperor, but in order to avoid someone deliberately distorting the facts, I communicated with you in advance. Hearing this, Lee Su couldn't help but glance at the fire flag beside him. At this moment, the other party said nothing, tilted the flag, and looked silly. What did I say? I didn't say anything. The Book of Life and Death ignored him and said directly, as a book of the underworld, unlike ordinary treasures, my birth was due to the needs of the creatures of heaven and earth, and it is a regular treasure. My duty is to control the dead souls, be responsible for the operation of the underworld, and the lifespan of the creatures. After the ancient destruction, because of the damage to the 6 paths, the function of reincarnation in the prehistoric world was completely lost. The outside world was equivalent to returning to the situation before How To Nyang Nyang turned into the 6 paths. The creatures would feel resentful because their souls had no place to go, and the earth was filled with evil spirits. During that period, the prehistoric world was still stable because there were witches. They absorbed evil spirits and nourished themselves. However, after the war between witches and liches, only 1 in 10 of the witches survived, and they were almost completely extinct. This made the mythical world lose the possibility of self-regulation. The Emperor realized this, and before leaving, he specially left me behind, to let me maintain this function. This is to prevent a large number of souls from accumulating in the outside world, causing resentment to grow, turning into evil spirits on Earth, forming an immeasurable catastrophe, and finally descending on the prehistoric world. As for the issue of stance between greater harm and lesser harm, I can only choose lesser harm. Chapter 923. Time is running out. Big harm, small harm. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? The Book of Life and Death explained, unlike the 6 paths of reincarnation, I do not have the ability to reincarnate souls. I can only collect souls and suppress them in this underworld. So in terms of function, there is an essential difference between it and the 6 paths of reincarnation. I block, and the 6 paths of reincarnation combs. And the soul is like water, an endless source. The soul is very special. It is born in life and formed with the emergence of consciousness. It can be said that as long as there are continuous living beings between heaven and earth, the number of souls will increase. Reincarnation is to enter the life before the birth of consciousness, stop the birth of new consciousness, and reduce the birth of souls to a certain extent, so that more and more souls will not be born, and eventually crush the world. Because of the above reasons, this has led to an increase in the number of souls I carry. This makes me have to sleep, and all my strength is used to suppress the souls that are drawn in. At this point, the Book of Life and Death glanced at Lee Su, and after making sure that the other party understood, he continued, then there was the birth of the Dead Soul Clan. They have a certain relationship with the evil demons from outside the domain, but there are all differences. During the war, the underworld was also infected by evil spirits, and some souls were polluted by it. As time passed, the yin energy and resentment of the underworld continued to entangle, and finally the 3 completely blended together, mutated, and merged into a special corrupt force. The infected souls also became a new race, which is the Dead Soul Clan we see today. Although the mutation of the Dead Soul Clan originated from the evil nature, the change is ultimately fusion rather than devouring. Therefore, at root they are still souls of the underworld and part of the underworld. Therefore, in terms of rules, they are the same as dead souls to me, so I acquiesced to their existence. As for why I acquiesced, the reason is also very simple. They feed on souls. This will undoubtedly greatly reduce my burden, so that I will not be completely overwhelmed by the number of souls constantly summoned from the outside world. I know their behavior, and I did not stop it, especially the soul crystals. Even though they would form a deadly place and have a certain impact on the underworld, I still did not stop them. Although the Dead Soul Clan thought that this was allowed by the rules, in fact, it was my indulgence, because every soul crystal that was born would consume a large number of souls. So in terms of position, if the situation cannot be changed, then in order to maintain the mission of the Emperor, I will let the Dead Soul Clan enter Fengdu and become the new master of the underworld. After all, facing the increasing population of the mythological world, the result of being eaten by the Dead Soul Clan is far better than the consequences of not being able to reincarnate. Because once the catastrophe is formed, the mythological world will undoubtedly be completely destroyed. Hearing this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. So serious? The Book of Life and Death said lightly, Inheritor, I wonder if you know what happened in the ancient conferred god. Yes. Lee Su nodded. How could he not know? He remembered the plot clearly, and there were pictures and the truth. Then you should also know that, if the battle of the gods was not ended by the will of heaven, what would the result be in the prehistoric world? Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately thought of the ending of the story of the gods. Facing the ending of Jijiro, what did Ling Bao teacher do? It was clearly written in the book. He overturned the table on the spot and directly planned to replay the earth, fire, Feng Shui and start the 3 realms. There is no doubt that the Tangshan saint at that time was really bloodthirsty. After all, the loss was too tragic. The Chenjiao side did not follow the martial ethics. 4 people fought one and lost their underwear. Could it be that this was also affected by the calamity? The saints of the heavenly way could not remain calm. Recalling the subsequent process, in fact, didn't Yu King teacher and others go too far in the end? Although the people in GGO were uneven, there were also excellent people. But in the end, the one with deep blessings and fate fell, and all of them were on the list. If there were any seedlings left, Ling Bao teacher would not be so angry. Wait. God's will? Who is God's will? Lee Su thought of a problem, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The person who came to stop it shouldn't be. Before the thought formed, his body shook, his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember the name of the person who caused it. In the conferred God War, even if the saints can be immortal, they still can't completely get rid of the influence of the calamity. Before Lee Su thought deeply, the Book of Life and Death continued. Saints can't do it, let alone the semi-saints in the myth world now. Once the catastrophe comes, the end of the myth world is almost certain. Lee Su was attracted by the content of the other party's words, and couldn't help but say, semi-saint? The Book of Life and Death nodded, semi-saint. Lee Su said in disbelief, isn't it that there are no saints in the myth world now? Of course not. From ancient times to the present, there is only one way to become a saint, to prove the way of union and to achieve the way with force. Other than that, they are not real saints. At this point, the Book of Life and Death paused slightly and brought the topic back to the original topic. So in my eyes, dead souls are only a minor hazard, and the calamity is a major hazard. Compared to the destruction of the myth world due to the calamity, it is better to let the underworld be controlled by the Dead Soul Clan. This is my position now. And the reason why I explain all this to you is that I hope you will not misunderstand it. After all, you have inherited the inheritance of the underworld. Although your current realm is still very low, there is a glimmer of possibility. Although it is only an extremely slim hope, I'm used to disappointment, so you don't have to bear too much. Originally, I wanted to not to show that I understood the situation of the Book of Life and Death. But as the other party spoke, Lee Su's face darkened a little. This mouth is too poisonous. What do you mean by extremely slim? What do you mean by accustomed to disappointment? The Book of Life and Death did not care about Lee Su's reaction. This was its true emotion. After all, the air it had seen was no longer the one in front of it. It had long gone from the initial great expectations and joy to the current calmness. Although the ancient inheritor in front of him was extraordinary, it was a pity that his realm was too low. Although the Book of Life and Death could not go out, he could still feel that the mythical world had now entered a precarious stage, and there was not much time left for the other party. The Book of Life and Death did not continue this topic, but instead said, then, the question about the soul crystal. This thing is really not important to me. The problem is that your actions woke me up in advance, forcing me to take action by force, which is not good. I have said before that I'm using the method of sleeping to keep all functions on suppressing the summoned souls. Although this is different from suppressing evil spirits, there is no fierce confrontation and mutual infection. But in fact, over the past million years, I have controlled and suppressed too many souls. The result of awakening has caused some of the souls I controlled to escape from my control. Although the soul crystal is not important to me, it can capture some of the souls that have escaped by consuming it. However, the final result will still be that some of them will escape control. Of course, this has no effect on me. The person affected is mainly you, the inheritor. Question mark question mark question mark. Lee Su was stunned. Me? Yes, to you. The escaped souls will be scattered throughout the underworld, which will lead to an increase in the spirituality of the underworld. The result of the increase in spirituality means that the resentment generated in the underworld will also intensify. The near saints of the Dead Soul Clan will probably realize this soon. Although it has lost the soul crystal, it has gained a lot of resentment. The source of their power is the combination of the yin energy and resentment of the underworld. Today's underworld has enough yin energy, but not enough resentment, because of my suppression. Therefore, the appearance of a large number of souls will increase the power of the Dead Soul Clan, which in turn accelerates their pollution of Fengdu. So, the heir of the ancients, please speed up your pace, you don't have much time left. Once the origin of Fengdu City is completely polluted by the Dead Soul Clan, the throne of Fengdu Emperor will be obtained by the other party, and the underworld will completely turn into a dead place, and become the home of the Dead Soul Clan. Once it becomes like that, it will be the worst ending for you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924, Taking Charge of 6 Cases and 3 Divisions. Fengdu City, Inner City. Li Su is back. He has a toothache, a headache, and pain in his lower body. After getting the soul crystal, he thought it would be safe. The Dead Soul clan probably couldn't make any waves. Even if they had an idea, they couldn't do it in a short time. Although, there is still a Black Mountain cult left. But does Li Su care? He doesn't care. In the case of Taii, although there are more people, it has a certain advantage, but it has little effect on Li Su. If he wants to leave, the other party can't keep him. Moreover, he has made preparations. Passing down the scriptures and letting the disciples of GGO learn as his layout. This is not just as simple as giving benefits to his own family. Li Su's further goal is to take all the official positions in the inner and outer cities. Let's not talk about the battlefield. As long as Fengdu City is firmly in his hands, what can more than 2000 Taii do? Can it be more than the ghosts in the underworld? In addition, because of the second origin, Li Su can directly obtain the position of the King of Hell in the underworld. GGO is basically worry-free in Fengdu City. As a result, he did not expect that he had taken away the soul crystals that the Dead Soul clan had carefully planned and prepared, but he also awakened the Book of Life and Death because of the battle between the Xinhuo flag and the Dead Soul Near Saint. For soul crystals alone, it would take about 2 years for the other party to recover after losing the first and second origins, but now, it would take at most 1 year, and at least less than half a year. Recalling the words of the Book of Life and Death, Li Su's liver ached. He tightened the rope around his neck, and it was quite uncomfortable. The 1,100 tons of soul crystals suddenly didn't smell good. After the Book of Life and Death fell silent, Li Su returned to Fengdu without stopping. Although he was confident that he could suddenly comprehend all the Yinwen in Fengdu, complete the awakening of Yinwen, and obtain the throne of Fengdu Emperor, this would undoubtedly require a process and time. He had already felt the difficulty of the intermediate Yinwen. Although it only took a few days, it seemed to take less time than the lower Yinwen. In fact, Li Su knew best how the difficulty was increasing. The second, third, and fourth grade Yinwen would not be so easy, and even he would probably have to spend a lot of time. The 3 levels of Yinwen correspond to the 3 realms of mortal, immortal, and Taii. In fact, there are not many 4th grade Yinwen, and there are only 72 pieces in total. They have already been formed, and belong to more advanced applications. To put it simply, the lower level Yinwen is a compound, with multiple variations of one character, from several, dozens, to hundreds. The intermediate Yinwen is a superimposed compound, which not only has the compound of the lower level Yinwen, but also adds stacking, one picture, several characters, dozens of characters, hundreds of characters. As for the upper level Yinwen, it is terrible, a structural superimposed compound. In addition to the superimposed compound, there is also a structure. For example, the thing in front of him is a spiral shape. Just to see through and understand it, Li Su spent almost an hour. He has been back to Fengdu for 2 days. So far, he has only learned 20 of the 72 4th grade Yinwens, and there are still 512 left. It will take at least 3 days to master them all. According to the findings of the GGO disciples, there are only 36 3rd grade Yinwen, which is undoubtedly less than the 4th grade. However, considering the changes in the Yinwen in front of him, Li Su couldn't help but have a headache. There are too many rules, not to mention the difficulty of understanding. Just observing it will take a lot of time. Although there are some setbacks in understanding the Yinwen, there is still good news. It is mainly the GGO disciples. With their own scriptures and the help of Dragon Liver, they have made quite good progress. After more than 2 days, the improvement is quite significant. At least the number of Yinwen has increased by more than a single digit. Although it is only the minimum 10th grade, the rhythm is very good. If we wait for 3 or 4 months, the results should be good. Not only that, Li Su also took out a soul crystal weighing almost a ton for this purpose. After breaking it, he directly distributed it. This is a priceless treasure, which is a great nourishment for the soul, especially in this Fengdu city. The effect is not comparable to dragon liver and phoenix marrow. The value is even higher than one fire. In terms of Yinwen practice, it is equivalent to all GGO disciples stepping into the mythical level. This is incredible, which means that, even if they start from the same starting line, the disciples of GGO can catch up with the other three religions. This is terrible, isn't it? After all, in the whole Fengdu, the GGO is undoubtedly the one with the largest population, with nearly 20,000 people, which is half more than the other three religions combined. So, the original plan was changed by Li Su. After 10 days, no matter how everyone practices, contact the other three religions, and pass on the first of the two scriptures to them. Of course, the disciples of GGO will benefit greatly. Li Su, who has absorbed the soul crystal, will naturally make amazing progress. Although it is not easy to see through and understand, it is extremely amazing to practice. Almost the next moment after understanding the meaning, the corresponding Yinwen content has been formed in his body, appearing on his soul, forming the last thing besides skin, muscle, nerves, bones. As Li Su began to concentrate on the last part of the Yinwen, Fengdu city also became unusually calm. After all, there were 3 battles in the inner city alone. Once, the Black Mountain sect was cleared out. Second, the GGO civil war. The eldest brother Duobeo did not know that he was fighting with the GGO disciple. And finally, 2 terrible auras fought in the distance, leading to the treasure of the underworld, the Book of Life and Death, one of the 3 ancient books. After these situations, even if you are not smart, you will realize the torrent hidden under Fengdu city. You should know that it has been almost a year and 6 months since the sudden appearance of the underworld, and the internal situation has basically remained the same as it was at the beginning. 1 year and 6 months, although not much, but not less. It is enough for everyone to figure out all the ways of Fengdu and start some preparations. Time passed by little. Just when everyone was watching the situation in the underworld calmly, GGO suddenly took action. Not long after the appearance of the underworld, GGO, which had been suppressed by the Black Mountain sect, was extremely high profile. The second brother of GGO entered one of the 3 divisions of the underworld in Zhongcheng. Not to mention the judge division, he directly took over the Yinlu division, and became the head of the division. Following his actions, the positions of the chief clerk of the Yin Law Department and the county magistrate were quickly taken down by the GGO disciples. Without waiting for them to react, the 3rd and 4th brothers of the GGO immediately entered another department in the central city, the 6 cases Gan KO. They occupied the 2 god positions of Xian KO and Ren KO. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers. These are the top cores of the GGO. Not only are they the current management of the GGO in the underworld, but they are also the strongest. They are all in the late Tai perfection. As a result, they all entered the central city department. This undoubtedly made everyone unable to help but be surprised. You know, as long as Tai is cultivated, everyone is aiming at the inner city, the 10 palaces of hell, the 5 ghost emperors, the emperor of Dongyu, and the emperor of Fengdu, these 17 god positions. After all, compared to the low-level god positions, these 17 god positions are the real core class, and belong to the leadership position. For the others, even if you take them away temporarily, what does it matter? Just take them back later. At the beginning, everyone undoubtedly thought so. Many people directly believed that GGO was completely desperate in this round, and was out in advance. But everything was broken when a Tai from the upper domain realized that he could not compete with the big sect, and gave up voluntarily, intending to get a position and some resources. The reason was very simple. He was just an agent, and did not have the power to appoint. If he wanted to take off the title of agent, he must perform his duties in this position conscientiously, and fulfilled it for more than a certain number of years, and the true god had not returned before he could replace him. The emergence of this news immediately shocked many people, and they also realized that the position in the underworld, no matter how high or low, once it was taken away by someone, there was a high probability that it could not be taken back. Knowing this, the other 3 major sects could not sit still, and took action one after another. However, even if it was the higher level officials of Buddhism, Ghost Gate, and even Sichin sect, Tai would at most be able to obtain the position of county magistrate in the 3 divisions, or even the lower positions of gods, which could not be achieved by the chief clerk, let alone the chief of the division. As for the 6 cases gone KO, let alone, their position is the secretary of the king of hell, and the rank of the 6 cases gone KO is equivalent to the 3 chiefs of the underworld. In other words, the other 3 religions Shai and Jiao, their yin positions are not enough. And when this result appeared, whether it was the people who were left or the people who were watching the excitement, they suddenly realized an astonishing problem. That is, how did Jiao do it? You have to know that it has only been 9 days since the battle that day, and Jiao itself has been suppressed by the Black Mountain sect for more than a year, and almost withdrew. Chapter 925 Alliance. In a city, the original residence of Jiao, in a small courtyard. At this moment, 3 people came. They were the second in command of the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect. Long time no see, 3 of you. The second brother of Jiao, who was supposed to be the head of the Yinlu division, one of the 3 divisions of the underworld in Zhangcheng, came out. Seeing each other, the 3 couldn't help but look at each other, with strange colors in their eyes. At this moment, the other party's expression was full of vitality, and the whole person looked high-spirited and energetic. Not only that, even the other party's aura had changed, with an amazing improvement. Compared with the last meeting a month ago, it can be said that he has completely changed. This change is not only the second brother in front of him, but all the disciples of Jiao. Over the past few days, the disciples have reported the situation. The style of Jiao has changed from top to bottom, and it can be said that it has been turned upside down. It's as if it has returned to the time before the underworld appeared, showing the style of the disciples of a big sect. I haven't congratulated you yet for becoming the head of the Yin Lucy, one of the 3 departments of the underworld. This position is very important in the underworld, and it is undoubtedly a powerful department. The second brother of Gimmon spoke up. Their sect originally originated from the underworld, but it was a major sect that appeared after the mythological world. Unlike the 3 religions that inherited the fortune, it is not orthodox. Although it is not orthodox, it has a deep understanding of the situation in the underworld. Naturally, it is very clear that the Jiao, which occupies the Yin Lucy and obtains 2 seats of the 6 case Gan KO, means what? It is the real power and the central department of the entire underworld. It can be said that the Jiao, in a sense, has already occupied half of the entire underworld. If there are still people among them who have achieved results in the underworld king of hell, the Ghost Emperor, and even the Great Emperor, the Jiao has basically completely entered Fengdu. And this is not impossible. Even now, they still can't forget the shocking sword intent 10 days ago. Although that sword killed someone else, it also left an indelible mark on their souls. It was a sword that could kill them. It can be said that from this moment on, the pressure brought to them by Jiao was not even worse than that of the Black Mountain sect, which had hidden 2000 Tai. It was an existence that needed to be guarded against and even jointly resisted. As the second brother of Gimmon spoke, the eyes of the Buddhist sect and the Western Chan sect could not help but flash with a solemn look. You know, for them now, the problem is not just that Jiao has seized half of the underworld and the terrifying swordsman behind the other party, but more importantly, they have no results at all. Although they can also obtain the lord of the 3 divisions, the price is that the elder brothers of each sect will go into battle. Now, only the yin positions on their bodies are enough to win this position in the 3 sects. So, is this okay? Of course not. Once the elder brothers of the 3 sects obtain the position of the 3 divisions, it undoubtedly means that they have completely given up the dominance of the underworld and become supporting roles. After all, even the Yin Law division currently controlled by Jiao is actually not as important as the identity of the 10 kings of hell. So the disciples of the 3 religions felt very uncomfortable at this moment, just like the G religion was targeted by the Black Mountain religion not long ago. No need to waste time. The second brother of Gimmon said indifferently, now that G religion has made a great comeback, junior brother Zhao did not speed up the consolidation of his own achievements, but suddenly invited us to come. It should not be that he wants to hear our congratulations. The second senior brother of G religion, his real name is Zao, the Zao of G religion saint, is named Ming. He is considered a descendant of the saint for 9 generations. In the mythological world, except for the Black Mountain religion and the demon court, most saints have children, of course, before they become saints, not after. Saints are immortal and form their own universe. Even if they are only half saints, they are basically equivalent to creatures of another level. It is extremely difficult for them to have offspring. At least up to now, except for the G religion Taoist who is said to be the offspring of the saint, there are basically no others. Of course not. I have only one purpose for inviting you all here. Zao Ming shook his head and said to the 3 people, form an alliance. The 3 were startled. Although the GGO disciples occupied the Yinlu division and suddenly sent people here after 2 of the 6 cases, hoping to have a conversation, they had some guesses. You know, before coming, they went to the 6 cases and 3 divisions in person. Then, they confirmed a fact. That is, the GGO has mastered some effective means to obtain yin positions. Otherwise, they have been suppressed so badly by the Black Mountain sect for a long time, and it is impossible for them to obtain so many positions in the central city all at once. After reaching such a conclusion, if the disciples of the 3 religions say that they are not anxious, they are definitely joking. After all, as the largest sect among the big sects, the GGO, whose number of disciples is even more than that of the 3 major sects, no, even with the Black Mountain sect, can completely monopolize all the god positions in the central city and the outer city. Form an alliance? The second brother of Gimmon smiled and said lightly, how do you GGO plan to form an alliance? A simple sentence, but it tells what the 3 people are thinking at the moment. Under the monopoly of ruling power, the person who makes the decision in this alliance is obvious. It is obvious that whoever cuts the cake will benefit the most. Facing the meaningful words of the second brother of Gimmon, Zao Ming smiled. As a disciple of a big sect, he naturally understood the problems he would face when the initiative was not in his hands. However, it is a pity that you underestimated His Highness's mind. Zao Ming smiled slightly. At present, my G religion occupies the Yin Law division of the Judges division, and then the Shan KO and Ren KO of the 6 cases. The G religion does not occupy the 3 divisions of rewarding good, punishing evil, and investigating in the Judges division. The 3 of you will each take one. As for the Yin KO division and the Samsara division, the same applies. However, the second in command under each of them must give up the position and be taken over by another division. Then the remaining 4 of the 6 cases will belong to one division, namely the DKO, Ming KO, Shen KO, and GUI KO. Because we occupy the Yin Law division, you 3 will control it at the same time. The Yin KO division and the Samsara division will control each other, and my G religion will control the 6 cases. We swear to form an alliance in the name of the great sect. From now on, the underworld will be managed jointly by the 4 of us. If the 3 senior brothers agree, and the brothers in your sect also agree, the G religion will also provide a free way to quickly obtain yin texts and strive to completely control the 2 cities of Fengdu Outer and Middle in the shortest time. The 3 people from the Ghost Gate, the Buddhist sect, and the Western Chan sect, who were ready to make a big mouth for the GGO, were stunned. At this moment, their faces really showed an extremely shocked expression. Even the second brother of the Ghost Gate was the same. Indeed, among the departments of the underworld, the Yin Law department has the greatest power and is undoubtedly the core department. But it does not mean that other departments are useless, especially the Yin Law department, which is only one of the departments in the Judge department. The 3 departments of rewarding good, punishing evil, and the investigation department together are considered a complete Judge department. As a result, the other party separated the other 3 departments without saying a word, which is equivalent to everyone being involved in the Judge department. On the contrary, they can occupy one from each of the 6 cases: Gan KO, the Yin KO department, and the Samsara department, and they can only control one of the other departments. In other words, the GGO, which actually has an absolute advantage, has taken a big step back. For a while, the 3 people couldn't help but frown. The 8 major sects are not relatives and friends. There are many life and death struggles on issues of interests. Unable to hold back, the second brother of Gimmon spoke up. Why? This concession was too big. At least if he was the one who had this advantage, he would never make such a concession. You know, when the three of them came, they were actually ready to be cut. Looking at the reactions of the three, Zaoming smiled slightly. To be honest, he was also hesitant and puzzled at the beginning. With such an advantage, the concession was too big. Because according to this momentum, GGO alone is enough to swallow the entire underworld. And this is not just a concession, but also giving them scriptures, which is equivalent to GGO helping them to obtain the Fengdu god position, which is too much of a favor. The underworld of Fengdu, if one family can't take it, then neither can two families. Only when the four families come together can we prevent others from reaching out. After all, there is only so much power. For this piece of cake, the Yin Lucy is enough for GGO, and if possible, it doesn't matter if the 6 cases are not there. With this concession, the Buddhist sect, the Ghost sect, and the Western Chan sect will all owe GGO a favor. With this favor, let's not talk about the East region, but as long as GGO opposes, the Black Mountain sect will never be able to reach out. The mythological world is very large, so large that it can accommodate the 8 major sects in parallel. But it is also very small, because there are only so many top resources. Once some places can't participate, then in the end they will be squeezed out of all fields. Giving up the interests that are destined to be unable to be monopolized, and expelling the enemies of GGO. Is GGO losing? GGO, no loss. Thinking of Li Su's answer to him, Zaoming took a deep breath, and the smile on his face became brighter. Then, 3 brothers, how about it? Alliance? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.